Oh my God. Hey, are we still waiting for her? Is she not here yet? Isn't this supposed to be the time the stream starts? Isn't this supposed to be the time there she is. Okay, she's here. NCC, what the fuck? There she is. Okay, she's here. NCC, what the fuck? NCC, I've defended you for so long. I didn't want to believe it, but I guess NCC is bad. Oh my God, NCC bad. Chat. Oh my God, how's everybody? You got your booster? Nice. I think I still have to wait a few months. I got my second shot like really late, so I'm late to the party on the boosters. Yeah, that's a weird echo. You're getting the weird echo right now. You should be moving through that though. Eventually she does figure it out and she eliminates the echo and we're here now. We're here, we're ready to talk about so listen, somebody was asking me about like drama, okay? This isn't drama. Okay? Like, if there's drama between Bad Empanada and Xanderhal, I don't fucking know about it, right? This is lulz. And Xanderhal, of all people, should understand lulz, right? This isn't drama. This isn't, like, you know... this isn't Irene tears apart left tube, okay? I'm not the evil, like, drama lady that, like, everybody thinks I am, okay? This is just funny, okay? Xanderhal made a funny video, and Bad Empanada is responding to it. Obviously, the two don't like each other. But that's what makes it so much fun. I don't know, chat, can we enjoy this? Is that okay? Can we enjoy this? Am I a bad person for liking this? Am I a bad person? I don't know sometimes. I get gaslit so much that sometimes I wonder if maybe NCC is bad. But if I'm bad, probably only like in a super impressive way. Let's see, what are we doing here? We're gonna make this happen somehow. Okay, that's confusing. What am I looking at, though? Okay, I gotta figure this out. Properties. No properties available? Okay. Properties. There we go. I think it's this one. Oh, look! NCCception! NCCception! Okay, yeah, this is... Wow, okay. And I'm not even stoned, chat. I've got no excuses. I've got no excuses. How about you? How are you doing, Gorge? Let's start off with, yeah, I know exactly where we're going here. Oh my God, there is drama. There is I didn't think this was going to actually be drama. Okay. Okay, there's Xanderhal. But we're actually looking, for Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada 2. Because it's bad enough that there was one. Now there's two. Now there's two Bad Empanadas. And this is going to be so good. Okay, so Debate Bro dating advice with special guest. Huh. Bad Empanada. Where'd you get that idea? BE. Where'd you get that idea to do a react to Debate Bro dating advice? Huh. That's a very good idea. You must have come up with your all yourself. Yeah. Well, it's good to know that you're a viewer. It's good to know you're a viewer anyway, BE. You've given us a lot, so feel free to take back as you will. As you will. I don't mind. I don't mind if you steal my ideas. And don't even give me any credit, because you don't care. Bad Empanada, you don't even care. You don't even care about me, do you? You don't even see me as a person. You just think, like, NCC bad. I don't know why she's bad. I heard she was bad. All right, here we go.
Like, how do I stop being...
I'm sorry, chat. I'm being
watch
whiny today. I don't know what's wrong with me.
this? Xanderhal dating advice. Now, you know, this is just funny for one because it's fucking Xanderhal, and anything to do with Xanderhal is automatic.
You're not wrong.
But for two, I know for a fact that Xanderhal is like what? He's like 21, 22, maybe 20.
Wait, I should do a video like that sometime. They told me not to smoke for a few days, but they never said no ganja. So there's that. Well, that's all I smoke ever. NCC bad, but CAA good? I don't know. I don't know. How many places am I streaming? Wait, what do you mean? Am I streaming from? Wait, are you buying into that theory that I'm like a million different people or something? Like that, like... It's no-com. It's no-com. Go back and watch my no-com video and you'll understand. You'll understand that I'm actually in an AI program and the AI, you know, like hooks into me and it hooks into you and it hooks into Bad Empanada. I'm probably all of you in some way, chat. Like everything that anybody ever did, you can blame on me because I'm secretly them. The whole internet is just a bunch of my alts, apparently. Apparently, according to some people.
Free. And he's been in like a long-term...
You thought I was talking to Bad Empanada? I mean, I kind of was. Wait. Oh, you thought he was like really on the stream. I don't know, someday, hey, Bad Empanada. Yeah, call me.
relationship for
Call me.
at least like 2 or 3 years, right? So how much dating experience could he really have?
Yamato, what's up?
And he's
How are you
giving
doing?
people dating advice.
Good to see you here.
I don't know why people feel the need to give their advice and their opinions of things that they don't really know anything about.
Meow,
But
welcome everybody. Sorry for not being friendlier and bouncier and vivacious. I don't know if you know this, but I reintegrated my shadow a little bit last night, and so I'm not my ideal self anymore, which is a good thing because you don't actually want to be your ideal self. That's not somewhere you can live, right? It's actually not safe to be your ideal self. I've found, right? Especially if your ideal self is very giving and very compassionate and very empathic. That is a recipe to get walked over. But I'm me once again. I de-Peter Panned. I sewed my shadow back to my foot, and I'm good. I think I'm good. I feel good. I feel good. But there may be a few hiccups. There may be a few. If I make any like violent metaphors, just let me know, okay?
you know,
That's all I've noticed so far. Is there's some violent metaphors coming up, but you know that's to be expected. I suppressed my anger and frustration for a really long time.
we have someone who is like very into like the sort
You feel
of
like a boomer?
performative
Wait, why?
masculinity of the debate brosphere, and who obviously
Why? You're not a boomer.
feels the need to throw his hat into the ring to prove himself in that sort of way. So he's giving you his dating advice because he's apparently like a successful
He's a Chad.
dater or something.
What are you talking about?
He probably
Yes.
went on like
He's a Chad. He's a Chad.
3 dates in his fucking life before ending up in a long-term relationship. So not really sure about that one. Now we're gonna contrast his dating advice
I look good. Oh my god, thank you.
with mine. Now I've never been on a date before, right? I am a vol cell. That means that I don't have sex because I'm a Maoist, and sex is against all the
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm an anarchist. That's why I'm so stupid. That's why I can't read books. Yeah, I totally understand being a Maoist and not being able to go on dates. That makes sense.
principles
We are all bound by our stereotypes, okay? We are all bound by our stereotypes.
of Chairman Mao. So I will never have sex. And I think my advice here is going to be much more enlightening than his. So this is not the Xander Cup, but it's close. There's nothing I can imagine less wanted than Xanderhal's dating advice.
I wouldn't have known, Umar.
All right.
Some people say boomer is a state of mind.
Damn, his microphone has like a fucking humming noise in the background.
Oh, somebody was telling me about this. So somebody commented on my Xanderhal video that the mic noise was gonna end was gonna get Xanderhal canceled. I didn't even notice for some reason.
Man. What's going on?
Guys,
How's my sound, by the way?
gals, and end pals, hear me out.
He stole that intro from Sophie.
I'm not sure about that. Okay, now not to disagree with you, BE, but I believe that I heard that intro first used by Lily Simpson. That was the first place I heard that used. But I mean, I'm assuming it's Lily's. I don't even know, but I'm thinking that's where Sophie got it. That Sophie got it from Lily. I could be wrong.
Curio. Who hates him, by the way. Interesting.
You guys in chat
Well, I mean, you know, not everybody that Curio hates is bad,
are gonna
right? BE, right? BE.
ask me for dating advice.
Why would you ask him for dating advice in the first place? What is wrong with these people? Why? What makes that seem like a
It looks and sounds good. Good. Great to have the stability back.
good idea to you? Like, come on, just on the surface of it.
Oh, are you talking about for the stream or for me?
Tell
I
us,
can't
man.
tell.
And I'm going to respond.
Both could be true.
And I'm going to give you the best responses that I can give. So if any of you
Look,
guys in
you're
chat...
going to give us the Chad responses. We understand this. You're the ultimate Chadosaurus Rex, and that's what we're here for. We're here for that big Sigma energy, Xanderhal. So lay it on us, okay? Slap us across the face with it a couple
have
times.
questions for me.
Wake us up.
Just do @Xanderhal and ask me your question. Try to keep it as brief
I gotta
as you
stop,
can.
chat. I'm gonna try not to be mean to Xanderhal. Like, Xanderhal wasn't great to me, but, like, that doesn't mean I have to be a super meanie butt back. Yeah?
And I will answer it as best as I can.
Hell
and
yeah,
obviously
man.
This will go up as a
I
video.
can't wait. Let's
How do I
see.
stop being an incel? Well, incel
Wait, Steam? Oh, on
is an
stream, yeah.
identity that you hold on to. But if you mean stop being involuntarily celibate as a
Oh,
concept,
this is Vamps. Vamps did this thumbnail. Vamps does, like, if you see a thumbnail by me and it looks good, it's probably Vamps.
well, you have to have sex to become, well, or become a volcel and
That is 100% true. Great work.
become voluntarily celibate and just not really
You
care
do
about
indeed.
sex. You could just focus your life
You do need to have sex to not be involuntarily celibate. That is true.
on something non, sex related, non-relationship related, and find fulfillment through that. But I think it's healthy to want to seek fulfillment through a relationship or sex, just as long as you don't put all your cards into it. So what I'm going to recommend for you is that you focus on yourself. And I know that sounds stereotypical.
This is what everyone says about dating. Like, just focus on yourself. Focus on yourself. You
Xander
gotta love yourself before you can love someone
Dad.
else. And that's not true. Most people who are in relationships and who love each other fucking hate themselves. Let's be real here.
I seemed agitated. When was that?
Hates themselves. Like the generic sort of dating advice that they give you on Reddit and shit that he's probably going to be repeating this entire video is just completely wrong. Everyone hates himself. Everyone has mental issues. Everyone has massive self-doubt unless they're just 50 IQ people with no self-awareness whatsoever. And this is probably going to repeat throughout this, but I'll let him finish his answer before I give more of an answer.
Typical, but I really mean it. I really genuinely mean it. What is the best...
So if you give stereotypical bad advice, but you mean it, I guess that makes it not bad. Whatever. He didn't really elaborate. What he said there is nothing. That would help no one. Like what he said there about like not caring as much about it is...
I thought I was just tired last time we hung out, Yamato.
Pretty good.
Was I being a bitch? I'm sorry. Let me know if I'm ever being a bitch. Anybody feel free to let me wait till I'm out of bitch mode and then let me know. Be like, hey, you were just kind of a bitch just then, just so you know, like that, right? Because you don't want to get your head bit off by a wild bitch, right? That would be bad.
But I do think that like
terrible.
If you don't care so much about it,
he reminds you of Lemon Drop.
And you just sort of go about your life.
Universal dating and sex advice is wild. I know, isn't that weird? Yeah, it should be personalized, shouldn't it? Like, a lot, right? I mean, like, definitely, like, it needs to be personalized a little, right? But I would say a lot. I would say that, like, the only people that can give you dating advice, I don't know, maybe your good friends, maybe people that know you really well. Hey, here would be the awesome thing. If you have, and chat, I don't have this, so if you have this, I'm going to be jealous of you, okay? But just a little bit. I promise not to be a bitch to you over it, though. Okay, so if you have an ex that you broke up with, and you are now good friends with, that might be the person. Oh, it could be or it could not be. Oh, it could be rough. It could be rough. Assuming that, like, all feelings are good, assuming that you came into a good gestalt and you mutually agreed, we're not good for each other, but I care about you and I like you and I love you, but just not like that. Like, I don't want to be in a relationship with you. Like, if you have that relationship, if you have that person in your life, I think they would be the person to go to. But other than that, I don't know who's going to give you the dating advice that you need, right? Because it's going to be different, I think, than anybody else's dating advice. That's what I'm going to do. Dating advice channel. Advice number 1, get a date. There you go. We're off to a good start.
In a more normal fucking way than worrying about fucking all the time. And it does make you more likely to happen upon...
Worrying about fucking?
Fucking, okay? Though you shouldn't have sex at all, I clarify. It's very anti-malice. You should not have sex.
Like, I mean, I've gone long periods of time without fucking, and I've never, like, worried about it. I don't know.
And most ethical time to disclose a trans identity to a potential date.
Ethical time? Like, this is like destiny.
I mean, that's what my vibrator is for, right?
Wow, that's a big fucking second question. And I realized I didn't really give a good answer to the first question, but I just think, like, how do I stop being an incel? It's such a broad thing, right? It's like the core of that question, if we're not talking about, like, for one, there's like...
Oh my god, JK, we just got started. Irene was late again. Incel
is an ideology.
And I heard she was a bitch on stream last night, too.
And, you know, the way to stop being incel as an ideology is to stop being a fucking incel. The same way you stop being a fucking fascist, it's on you to...
Oh, that's so good, Omar. I went long times without sex. I was married 3 times. Yes. Yes.
But incel in like a more...
Hey, listen, I can relate to that. I've experienced lesbian bed death a few times myself. Yeah.
Well, for one,
not that I'm a lesbian.
You have to try. You have to actually date. And, you know, in order to date, you need to be able to get a date. So a great way to go about that is to learn how to hold a fucking conversation.
Why do they call it lesbian bed death? Doesn't everybody have bed death? Is it different? Is bed death different for lesbians?
With someone. For one, download every fucking internet dating app imaginable. I don't know. I don't want to give people advice on like making a fucking dating profile or anything, because you shouldn't have to think about those things. You shouldn't think about that sort of thing in such a way where you're trying to impress other people, right? Because that doesn't really end very well unless you just want to like fuck someone and then...
There is universal advice for dating, maybe, but it's not. There's nothing wrong with asking a person out, and there's nothing wrong with being turned down. That's good. Yeah. True. Yeah, that is true. It's so hard to get that, though, because it feels so bad for a lot of people. Chat is not on screen. Good call. Thank you for letting me know that. What are we doing here? We need the chat on screen. Okay, we're back.
Forget about them immediately. I guess, like, you can go into it like it's a conquest then and treat them like they're some,
I know, right? Yeah, it's well, I don't know. It's just like a term I've heard. I don't even know where I heard about lesbian bed death.
Fucking piece of meat, I guess. But I'm not going to give you advice on how to do that because you shouldn't do that. Like, the number one thing to do is...
I've definitely experienced bed death in non-lesbian. Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird calling a relationship like lesbian, but like in like relationships with non, female identified people. Yes, I have experienced bed death.
Like, put yourselves into situations where that is a possibility that could possibly happen. And the best way to do that in today's world, no matter where you live, is to download a bunch of fucking dating apps, put yourself out there, and just talk normally to people.
Okay.
Be yourself.
You're talking to a streamer, BE. That cannot be your dating advice. Wait, chat, seriously. If I want to date, should I really go on dating apps? You know how that's going to end up, right? You know what will happen if I go on dating apps, right? You know what's like, chat, if I stream and I'm stoned and I like leave the mic, like leave the you know what I mean? If I leave the stream on too long and I'm like stoned and I'm acting like an idiot, I'm gonna get clipped, okay? Do you understand this? If I do anything, I'm gonna get clipped. If I go on a dating app, like somehow like somebody that hates my guts is gonna find me and they're gonna it's gonna be like Tacoma wept all over again, right? Wait, did Vosh just get found? What was that? Like, no, but I swear to God, like I don't think I can do that. Like, I mean, I'm not like, I'm not famous. I just mean that like my haters are pretty persistent, and if there's something out there that's a dating app with me on it, they're gonna be like, this is no comment chick. This is no comment chick. There's gonna be streams about it. Yeah. No, they're gonna make it sus. They're gonna make it sus. This is her secret, like, dating profile for doing something bad.
As they say.
Everything I do is bad.
The thing is, maybe yourself is fucking boring.
They usually suck for getting dates, though. I think my advice was solid.
Maybe you're an awkward loser. Maybe you're not fun to talk to. Maybe
you asked her out and she turned you down. See?
Your interests are fucking stupid and boring. Like, the fact of the matter is, for example, if all you do is sit at home all day and play video games, most people aren't going to find you very interesting. There are people out there who will find that interesting, but I mean, there's also...
Wait, says the guy doing how long of a stream?
Guys out there who play video games and also
really be
have other stuff interesting.
I mean, I do politics. I don't play video games. I just sit here for 8 hours talking about
them, and who aren't just fat slobs who sit at home all day. So why would someone who is like
let's not bring weight into it. Let's not bring weight into it.
If you're just like some fat slob who sits at home and plays video games all day,
what's wrong with being fat?
And they could date
What's wrong with being fat? Okay,
some guy who plays video games and also has more to him than that.
I'm attracted to fat people, okay? I don't, like, not exclusively, but, like, come on. Like, let's not act like being fat is, like, some kind of, like...
interesting to them. So, in many respects...
there are many bodies, and many of them are attractive to me, okay? That's all I can say.
Like, the advice of, put yourself out there doesn't really work if you're not exactly very dynamic and very interesting as a person. And that's okay. You shouldn't expect people to be interested in you when you're just not very interesting.
I feel like it is a universal... I mean, you can talk about it, but it's like... I just feel like the actual advice, the actual step of, like... the action step, maybe, is a little different for everybody, right? Empanada's takes are super weird, yeah.
This goes both ways, too. Like, it's definitely true that guys are...
phone dating apps suck, even though I met my wife on one. Dating sites are pretty poggers, though.
And desperate, so the standards for guys... a lot of guys have incredibly low standards and will just, like, fuck whoever wants to fuck them.
What's wrong with that?
Willing, right?
Wait, no, you should fuck who you want to fuck. You shouldn't... Okay, God, I didn't mean to roast BE on this one, but I disagree. I think that, when people get criticized for having, like, low standards... I mean... the only low standard I'm worried about is somebody treats you like shit and you don't leave them. That's the only low standard I'm worried about. If you like being in a relationship with somebody, fuck BE. Fuck Xanderhal. Fuck what I think. It's you. It's you. You're the one that decides that, right? I don't know. This is not good advice so far. This is not good advice.
But it really
I was expecting better, BE. Come on.
Go the same. Like a woman who sits at home all day and does nothing but plays video games and takes... no care of herself whatsoever, blah, 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 is also going to be significantly less
Puritan confirmed
to the average dude than, the other way around. Same sort of thing. So, like, you need to actually learn how to talk to people. You need to be interesting. You need to be at least somewhat interesting, at least interesting to the the sort of person who you want to be interesting.
Is this good advice? Be interesting? Like, that doesn't tell you anything, does it? When somebody says be interesting, what do you, does anybody able to decode that into like an actual usable piece of information? What does be interesting mean, right? First you have to understand, you know, what people's interests are. Like there's so much to be, like that's like telling a streamer to be interesting. Okay, I mean.
Like people who share interests with you.
Do you want me to start drama? Do you want me to start drama? Is that what you mean by be interesting? Should I call some people out? Oh, I've got some people I could call out right now. Do you want to see some receipts, chat? Do you want me to be interesting? Let's get the dossier out. Let's bring it out. Wheel out that giant file cabinet that you know that I have right back there. That giant wheel cabinet. Yeah, wheel cabinet. File cabinet. That's what I'm talking about, chat. I know all about dossiers. I'm very expert. You just call me oh god, what's his name from Persona 2? Baofu. Yeah, just call me Baofu, because I got the tapes on everybody.
But perhaps you don't have like an all-consuming sort of
interest.
Oh,
you like the color, thank you.
Xanderhal's audience, for Xanderhal's audience, it's like 100% just people who sit at home all day playing.
I mean, say something, talk, don't ask them to marry you on the first date. That's good advice. That is good advice.
Video games. So like the number one thing to do is just...
Yeah, it is really weird when people come on like really strong in the beginning. Not even just like in a relationship. Like I get weirded out by friends that are like too forward. You know what I mean?
Download those shitty fucking apps, and you probably won't get many matches.
You know somebody for 1 week, and they're asking you to move in with you? That's a little weird.
But, you know, the ones that you might actually get, the people who are...
What people find interesting is subjective, and interesting isn't always good. Those are both true. Yeah. Reminds me of PUA with the weird hats. Wait, which ones have the weird hats?
Actually kind of show like emoticon.
To be interesting. Oh, yes, the fedoras. I know what you're talking about. Yes. And the trilby. Wait, is it a trilby? Is it called a trilby? It's called a trilby, right? The other one?
Of interesting talk.
The non-fedora?
To you. Just fucking speak to them. Speak to them without, or, you know, text them, whatever. Speak to them without, like, putting on a show, without embellishing
text them.
Okay,
text them. Let me see. What do we got here? Text them. He said text them. Okay. Eggplant, water, peach. What else, chat? I'm texting my sweetie. Okay, eggplant, water, peach. What else do I need? Is that good? Am I good with just eggplant, water, and peach? Is that good? Does that say what I'm trying to say? Is that what I'm trying to say? Am I saying what I'm trying to say? Like, just give them emotes. Yeah, spam emotes. Just send them Pepes. Oh my god. If you ever want... you imagine, like, Twitch dating advice, and it's all like, yeah, just give them some PogChamps, you know? They'll love that.
Self. You know, people say be yourself is a cliche, but yeah. Be yourself... And that'll give you
tooth
sort of an
emoji.
indication.
Yeah, wait, what is a tooth emoji?
Maybe yourself fucking sucks. Maybe being yourself doesn't work because you're just a fucking boring person who's no one interested in. And that's something that you can work on. And you know, it's not something that you're going to work on for other people.
I feel like Bad Empanada is negging Xanderhal.
It's something that you're going to work on for you too. Because
ooh, send a sexy Garfield meme. Wait, which one? The Garfield no Garfield one?
Look, being a celeb...
Or are you talking about the pipe strip? Should we send the pipe strip?
Just at home all day playing video games is not a fun existence.
Oh, I didn't know that, Bob. Thanks for telling me that. I actually didn't know that. Huh. Wow. I didn't know anybody really experienced that. But that's real. Okay. Wait, there's an emote. There's an emote for me. I just send that. Hell yeah.
You don't want to be like that. So that's the first fucking step. Okay.
Oh, I love that, Garfield.
Is to like turn yourself into a genuinely better person for yourself, and that itself in its...
You might hate you on second sight, but the time... Yo, I need to understand different personality stuff better. Like, I think it would help me to understand.
Itself is going to make you more interesting to others, not just because it's going to make you more confident.
A sexy Garfield. Like, Garfield knows that he's sexy. That's the thing. That's what makes Garfield sexy, is he just knows he's sexy and he knows it.
As a lot of people will say, right? Like, you know, oh, people say love yourself before you can love someone. You don't have to love yourself, right? But you do kind of at least need to be something of an interesting person, of more interesting of a person, a more fulfilled person, someone who's just happy with themselves.
I took a long time to figure out what the eggplant emoji means. I thought it was a symbol of good health. Oh my god. I used to text bananas because I really like bananas, but I think those mean kind of the same thing as eggplant, right?
So that part is true.
I used to have a friend that would only text me in emotes, and I would have to try to figure out what she meant.
And unless
just being silly with the tooth. Oh, I wanted to think it meant something. I wanted to think it was something.
Simplistic way.
No, if you put an eggplant and a tooth together, that might mean something.
And this is probably incoherent. It's very difficult
to
structure
mean something.
I
don't know.
Just off the cuff. But yeah,
I don't know, chat. Like I said, I'm an anarchist. I'm not very smart, but I think I think that might mean something. Only dating advice given on here that didn't suck was thought slimes. Ooh, I've never seen thought slimes dating advice. Like we only did like debate bro dating advice, and then we watched some Jordan Peterson, some Ben Shapiro, and what's the other guy? Oh my God, what's the annoying guy with a beard? Like all of the right wingers, but what is his name? He's kind of popular. He's gotten more popular. Oh, chat, can you help me remember who this guy is? He's got a beard. He's a right winger. He's a dick. He wears flannel. I think he wears flannel. No, he wears like a button-up shirt, right? It looks like flannel, but it's not flannel. Cat and banana. Oh my God. Umar, that story is so hot. Who is that guy? I can't remember his name. No, he's like older. He looks like a dad. He looks like a dad. And like a lot of people do like react content to him. I have BPD. I wouldn't call what I experience love at first sight, more like infatuation or maybe even hyperfixation on account of my ADHD. But of course, we aren't. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, good point. Yeah, yeah. It's only by talking. You can't know a community by just talking to one person. Oh, and hey Matt, good to see you. Frickstone. Sorry, I'm trying to say hi to everybody as you come in. I know I've missed some of you. Anne, Deem Stars. Hey, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be nice, chat. All right-wingers are similar, not gonna lie. Yeah, but he's got big dad energy. Who's this guy? No, it's not Thunderfoot. He's like a legit right-winger. He's like, he wrote the children's book. The guy that wrote the children's book. What is that guy's name? Does anybody know? I love how none of the descriptions narrow it down. Yeah, I know. Like they're all like this. They're all the same guy.
Say, just download these fucking apps.
Matt Walsh. I think it's Matt Walsh. I think you got it. I think you got it, Matt the Nerdy Rat. Congratulations. That is who I was thinking of. Matt Walsh, I think.
Apps. Whatever, you know, Tinder, whatever the fuck else there is these days.
I think
but
that's
without
it. Yeah,
expectations, okay? Don't download them and be like, I'm gonna fucking fuck someone soon downloading this app, you know? I'm
Chat, I'm just trying to imagine. Like, is it because I'm not a guy that I can't imagine this? Like, I'm like on a dating app and like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking fuck someone with this app. Like, I can't imagine. I'm having a hard time putting myself in the mental space. I can usually occupy that mental space pretty good. Matt Walsh skeeves me out. Yeah, he's weird. NCC, I've defended you for so long. What the fuck? I didn't want to believe it, but I guess NCC is bad. Oh my God, no! NCC bad. I'm telling on myself. What the hell happened? Oh my God. Oh my God. We should make that a stream alert, okay?
I'm gonna fucking convince him to fuck me or whatever. Just download them. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm gonna like, yeah, ha, ha, ha. I'm gonna convince him to fuck me. Yeah. I'm not even gonna tell him I'm trans.
Text people.
Oh my God, chat.
People,
oh my God.
Without,
Did I just open up a can of worms there?
Large expectations. Well,
did I just open up a can of worms?
Life, you know, getting interested in new things, improving yourself in whatever way.
Yikes! No comment check. Yikes!
To you. And as you go along, you'll probably, you know,
a dumb walrus. It was like a like an anti-trans book that went completely over the kids' heads.
Gradually, little by little, see yourself how, like, you know, connecting with people on a.
Oh my God, the quartering! I can't even watch that guy. The quartering, like, he just irritates me. I don't even know how to. And like, I'll put up with shit. I'll put up with Daisy Cousins, okay? Because she's cringe, but she's like a acceptable cringe. But the quartering, pas agréable. Pas agréable. He's not acceptable. No, I do not accept the quartering. Sounds like the dialogue from South Park. NCC bad, okay?
Better level, you know.
Yeah, I know, chat. You're all self-harming by being here. Apparently, I'm really bad. Nobody should watch me. Nobody should ever be my friend. I shouldn't have anybody that should work with. I should never be able to allowed to do any collaborations with anybody. I'm bad. You might not be able to explain how I'm bad. Everything that you go to might be like easily disprovable, but you know that there's somewhere in that NCC bad manifesto that NCC actually is bad, right?
Out on dates with them, etc. And in a sort of more genuine way, right? Because there's two ways to.
He peed in the basement on video. Wait, do you hear him? Yeah, is that like because he's not like on screen, right? Peeing, right? Like I've never seen this scene, but supposedly you can hear him peeing or something. The quartering recently shared a story where he pooped himself. Why does he cell phone like this? Vibe check. Vibe check bad? Oh no.
approaches. This is the way where dating is sort of like a conquest.
I'm gonna get vibe checked.
Where,
I'm gonna get vibe checked.
You go in there and you sort of put on an act to impress the other person. You know, you if you just want to sort of fuck and get that out of your system, sure, approach it in.
Yeah, that sounds like some Surfs content right there. I still can't believe they. I'm glad the Surfs. Honestly, I'm glad the Surfs covered the quartering because I can't. Lance, I can't do it. I can't cover the quartering. I'm glad that you're there to do it for me though. I still can't believe they created a manifesto. Oh my god.
In that way, I think that's pretty unhealthy.
Was he drunk? Well, the story I heard was that he doesn't like his wife. He like hangs out in the basement, and his wife is upstairs. And if he wanted to pee normally, he'd have to go upstairs. But that would mean running into his wife and saying, "Hey, honey," well, you know. And he doesn't want to say, "Hey, honey." He doesn't want to see his wife. So apparently, he just what was it, like a toolbox or something? Did he pee in a toolbox? Or I also heard like a sink. It was either a toolbox or a sink, but it was audible, I think. Oh, definitely just joking.
It was sort of a prolonged thing, and you want to limit.
I mean, sometimes I need to get vibe checked, maybe. I don't know.
How much you actually do that. And
Wait, how bad does a vibe check hurt anyway? I think for the P one, he was drunk. Oh, that's right. He isn't he drunk in most of his videos? I heard something about this. Maybe you're bad in like a good way, like when somebody, yeah, that's it. They don't want you to have me, is what it is. Like, right? They don't want you, like, they're the parents, and I am the sugary cereal, or like I am the, you know, the pizza or something that you're not supposed to have, right? And you gotta wait till the nice babysitter comes over, and they're like, please, can we have NCC? We never get NCC. Can we have NCC? And the nice babysitter will give you NCC and let you stay up past your bedtime. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's probably something like that. I don't know. I don't think I'm bad. Just being honest with you, okay? If I thought I was bad, if I thought I had something major to apologize for, I would tell you, okay? If somebody brings something up with me that I realize, oh shit, is major to apologize for, I will tell you. But like I got nothing. I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm not always nice, I guess, but I try to be.
So kind of want to make sure that you're doing it in a way.
Oh, Detective Noir, damn description bad.
That doesn't really take advantage of other people. I would say like most people probably go through a phase when they first start like getting interested in other people, dating, or just kind of happening.
Like, I feel like if I was bad, I'd have content. Like, I'd want to apologize for it. Like, I mean,
into it.
And it'd be a story too, wouldn't it? It would be a great story if I was bad.
It's very easy for them to fall into being with someone. Like when you're in your early 20s.
Like, I don't know if people realize this, but anytime that they're like, I do something wrong, like it ends up in content. Like I can't not self-disclose. I feel like anytime I do something wrong, it ends up coming out on stream anyway. So
before that, it's, you know, a lot of people just sort of want a relationship.
Yeah, didn't I say I talked about cheating? I cheated on, this was a long time ago, but I cheated with my partner while I lived with them. Like I've done bad stuff, legitimately, right? I mean, I guess you all know that, and I apologize. Like, obviously that's not a good thing to do. You shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. It was mean of me, and like I wish I'd not done that. I wish I'd. I don't know. I want to give you an excuse here, but like, yeah, no, you shouldn't cheat. You shouldn't cheat. Even libido be damned, okay? Even if you're not getting sex from your partner, you still shouldn't cheat, okay?
Have a relationship. But no, I don't know why. I mean, I can't really talk because I went through a phase like that too myself. But I think, yeah, in that sort of, in a relationship like that, you can learn a lot, right? Like I sort of learned.
I talk about things I do wrong, even if they involve eggplants and electrodes. That sounds hot.
My first sort of relationship, which was sort of born out of that thing, what I liked, what I don't like, you know.
The Surfs have been around for a while and been cringy as fuck since they started.
So never to do anything like that ever again. I gained a lot of respect for myself, more respect for myself.
I don't know. I was friends with Lance back in the day, but yeah, he doesn't fuck with me anymore. So, because NCC bad, right?
For doing something like that. But I would say, ideally, you would avoid that.
As far as like, yeah, I wasn't happy with the Lauren Southern debate. Like that was a definite low mark in the Surfs.
Entirely. And you would like be more self-aware, and you would just approach dating.
But I don't hate anybody. Like I really, even people who hate my guts, chat, I don't hate them. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't really sustain hate that well. I can be mad at a person, you know? I can think angry thoughts about a person, but to really, like, hate somebody, like the way that my haters hate me, you know, where it's, like, literally, like, day in, day out, like, you know, they like, sending me shit, like, that says, like, you know, like the you know, it's super base to have undying hatred for somebody. Like, okay, I mean, that doesn't sound based, like, for you. Like, I mean, I guess if you're focused on me, that's okay, but, like, you know, what about you? What is your life gonna be like holding that undying hatred in your heart, right? What is your content gonna be like, right? Let's say you're a content creator and you've got something to say because you're a cool person and you're an interesting person, and you think of things that nobody else does. Let's just say that you're a person like that, right? Let's say you've got even a little bit of, like, artist to you, right? And you spend all your time talking about NCC. Do you understand that you're depriving the world of you? We don't want to hear about NCC, okay? We know that NCC is bad. We want to hear about you. You're interesting. You're worth it. See, I told you, chat. Even people who hate my guts, I still care about them, and I'll give them free advice.
Or, like,
whether they want it or not.
Maybe you wouldn't even approach dating, right? Like, dating would just be like something that's there in your life that you're not really treating as like a goal or something. You're just sort of there. Like, you know, you have fucking Tinder on your phone. Sometimes you open it and you fuck around in it, and you might get a match and you talk to them, blah, blah, blah. But not like something that, like, you fucking obsess over. Like, I have to go on a date. I absolutely must go on a date this week. I know,
it's actually really unsatisfying. I've made people mad by not hating them before. Yeah.
Match with someone.
Especially trans meds for some reason. When I'm, like, compassionate to trans meds and they go off on me about how, like my parent, when I oh yeah, they said something like, when you take off your wig, you see your parent's son or something like that. And I was like, oh my God, is that how you feel? Is that inside? Is that what's in your heart? Is that because, like, they were just, like, telling me their own trauma, right? It's like, where are they going to get that? They don't know what my relationship with my parents is, right? Where's that going to come from except for from them? So when they said that mean thing to me, I immediately was just like, I want to hold you. I want to hug you. That's so horrible that you have to live with that, right? You know? No wonder you're a trans med, right? I don't know, chat. It's like, I know I can't save all the trans meds. Or many, probably any of them. Maybe one. There's one that I'd like to save, but I don't know. That's a weird champ NCC impulse, probably more than anything. Everyone loves bad NCC because only the good die young. Oh, okay. So the good version of me already died. The good version of me was already burned at the stake by Twitch politics, right? I'm not happy with a lot of people's lack of reaction to it. Oh, with is this too oh shit, yeah. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Brixton. Yeah. We've all done bad things in relationships. I still regret how I ended up having sex with my first... Oh my God, yeah. I think non-compete is the only one so far publicly against... Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Umar.
I got to swipe all fucking day and find someone to go on a date with. You know, the first one is obviously a much more healthy way to approach things, or it's like something just that you have in the background that's like an auxiliary part of your life, you know, rather than something that you
Yeah, I mean, I guess I got a reaction to that debate. Not much more, though, unfortunately.
Typically think about a lot, you know. So I would say, like, try to avoid, like, the phase of dating that...
Yeah, I know, Umar. I'm so bad at that. Okay, so Umar's reminding me of something. Okay, what am I supposed to say? Hey, if you're appreciating this content, if you appreciate me, if you like the jellyfish, if you like my weird self-disclosure of what a sus person I am, make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and maybe even get wild and hit that join button if you're feeling frisky and you want those ALF emotes and you want us to be able to do, because, like, okay, so here's the deal, chat. I've been meaning to talk to you about this. Okay, so we've had memberships live for like a month now. The problem I'm having is that I have like 5 members, okay? And one of the things I want to give the members is like members only streams. So I want to do some streams that are just for members, just for people that are, you know, that are supporting, right? You know, just to say thanks, right? At this point, I feel like if I did one of those streams, I'd have one person show up and we'd have a lot of fun and it'd be great and everything. But like, you know, I kind of need a bigger stream, right? I'm used to streaming to a slightly bigger audience. I don't know if you know this, but I used to be a 100 Andy on Twitch before I got canceled by the Debate Bros, right? And so yeah, we do need to actually have enough people to do that. But yeah, we've got a lot of stuff planned. It's all in the like membership details. You get different things at different levels. You get like wallpaper, right? If you know, if we I'll make Vamps do wallpaper. No, I should probably I don't know. How do I but yeah, there's a lot of stuff in those member rewards, and we're doing a lot of them. We've already got some content that's only available for members, and there's going to be more to come. But I just got to have like a critical mass of people to be able to do those members only streams, which sound like a lot of fun. Actually, we could probably even do them in Discord to like combine, like if you're a member on YouTube, if you're a sub on Twitch, or if you're a Patreon, I want to be able to like, you know, do something with you on Discord. Oh yeah, is everybody on Discord? Let me give you a fresh link, because like I swear to God, these links expire after 7 days or something. They're like shrimp. They're like, what is that stuff called? That stuff that I posted. It's like a sports beverage made out of shrimp. Shrimp. Okay, I gotta look at my Twitter if you don't mind. Wait. What was that stuff? Okay, I posted something really funny on Twitter the other day. There, no, it's a cat. That's not it. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Yes, it's shrimp. Shrimp sport, symbiotic shrimp. That's it. That's it. Symbiotic shrimp. This is my new favorite sports drink. Okay. Look, if you like, let's oh my God. I hope you don't mind this diversion. I just like Umar reminded me how to be an actual streamer instead of just like yeah, having imposter syndrome my whole life. And yeah, here we go. So we got the shrimp right here. Okay, this is shrimp, symbiotic shrimp. It's a sports beverage, and if you, oh my God, if you look at the thread here, okay. So yeah, it's called symbiotic shrimp refocus recharge rebirth. Rebirth. Okay, so like look, expires 10 minutes after opening. What? Babe, are you okay? You took 11 minutes to chug your 2 liter of shrimp liquid. America's favorite internal collaboration. Oh, the 90s when wait, what? When life was shrimpler. What? Anyway, I don't know what this shit is. I don't know what this shit is, but I don't even know if it's real. But that's yeah. Anyway, but yeah. Like, oh wait, where was I even going with that? Hmm. 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 I totally derailed, didn't I? Did my brain derail too? My brain is derailed and deranged and de-radicalized. After 10 minutes, they're no longer they start fighting. Yeah, after 10 minutes. I love shrimp, but I draw the line at drinks made of them. And here's what I wanted to know. How are they symbiotic? How are they Discord? Oh my God, I totally forgot. Yeah, let me okay, I know how to do this. I'm a big I'm a professional streamer, chat. I know how to do this. Okay. And I gotta go to the place that I can actually put the link in, which is over here. All right, here we go. Here is the link to Discord. So that is where all the magic happens in Discord. Wait, did it actually go in? I feel like I didn't. I posted it. Okay. There it is. Okay, it just took a. Oh wow, there really is a delay.
that a lot of us go through sort of unintentionally, where like you just treat it as like
warning, brain freeze. I think it's a shrimp. I think the shrimp did it to me. No, so like my two theories on that thing is that like, okay, the shrimp are really small and they just hang out in your gut lining and help you digest things. And the other idea of how they could be symbiotic is that they cross into your bloodstream and they help carry oxygen through your body, and they increase your VO2 max, which is important for cardiovascular exertion. And your shrimp chips. Oh my god, shrimp chips. I need my shrimp breaded and fried. Oh my god, that is how I used to eat shrimp. Yeah, I was like a big fan of shrimp.
Sort of.
But here's what's fucked up, okay? So I love shrimp, okay? Breaded and fried, like you're saying, Omar. Like it's like, especially with tartar sauce. That like, if you give me breaded and fried, like back in the day, you give me breaded and, I don't eat meat anymore, but like back in the day when I did, you give me breaded and fried shrimp with tartar sauce and I'll be your best friend forever, okay? I love that stuff, okay? Never cocktail sauce, always tartar sauce. But if I eat shrimp and it's not breaded, what hangs me up is the fact that I can see the little like digestive like tract line, you know, in the shrimp. Like, you know what I mean? When you try to peel it off and there's like this little black thing that's like a that's their digestive tube. So you can see their poop, and it freaked me out. And I don't want to eat something when I can see its poop. That's horrible.
Dating for the sake of dating and looking
Craving
for a relationship
gumbo.
just for the sake of having a relationship rather than trying to form like a really genuine
That's literally tapeworms, but more fun.
connection for someone, being patient.
I just didn't realize how serious the delay was. Yeah.
And like trying to find the right person, I guess.
real.
And I mean, a
It's
big
real.
part of that is fucking them, okay? A big part of, you know, honestly.
You like the cocktail sauce. Nice.
But like, just because you...
Maybe I would like the cocktail sauce now. I'm like, I was a little kid back when I was eating the ton of tartar sauce. I just like any sauce that's got relish in it. Like, I'm generally a fan of. You're supposed to take that out before cooking. Yeah, but you know, if you go to a restaurant, like most of the time, isn't it still in there? Or maybe I just eat. Maybe I've only eaten at cheap fish restaurants.
Have sex with someone doesn't mean that you're going to be
yeah.
compatible with them in the long term. But a lot of people, it's like they're the first fucking person they have sex with ever in their life.
Okay.
Or at least if they avoided it during high school.
See, it seems like that would be good on fries, right?
You know, if
would it be good on fish though?
If you fucked for the first time when you're like 15, I guess this goes for men because men tend to lose their virginity later than women. But like, you know, if you're like, say, a 20-year-old guy and you have sex for the first time, a lot of guys will then get very sort of like they'll sort of form illusions with that person, like, oh, I had sex with them. This is a chance to form a relationship. No, it's not. Maybe it just sort of happened.
Oh, chat. I've been thinking of this. Okay, like I kind of want to talk about mental health sometime, and also like cognitive diversity or neurodiversity. No, more than just neurodiversity. Like, I just want to talk about people and our different ways of being, our different ways of thinking, our different ways of perceiving. Like, you know, in the context of, like, you know, mental health, the only problem I have is that, like, I worry that when streamers aren't, you know, I'm not a therapist, okay? And I'm not trying to be a therapist, right? And I don't want to present information that people are going to be like, that's rock solid, I'm going to do what nocommentchick said. No, never do what nocommentchick says. Always check out what nocommentchick says with your health professional, okay? I'm not a doctor. I am not a therapist. I do not have any of those credentials. I used to have a personal training credential. That one I need to re-up, but it's no use because the fucking industry is dead thanks to COVID. Is it? Wait, is it dead? Is it still dead? It feels like it is. Does BE think older guys have sex with younger girls? That sounds like some... Wait, who was saying that the other day? Was that Jordan Peterson? Yeah, so Jordan Peterson thinks that all like college-age girls are having sex with like 30-plus-year-old guys, and then all the college guys are incels, and it's the girl's fault.
You don't really need to...
It's the girl's fault.
Turn into something more profound. No,
Most places remove it, but once... Really? Okay, I have eaten in some very cheap... Wait, so is Long John Silver's not a good place to go for seafood?
I had sex. I'm a Maoist. We don't have sex. But yeah, I would say my advice to you, if you're like, say, I don't know, early 20s...
Wait, you don't have sex as a Maoist? Is that because of the... Oh my god, don't do it, no comment check, don't do it. Okay, shut up. Wow.
Maybe you don't have much experience dating. Maybe you've never had experience dating. and you're probably a fucking guy, because let's face it, most people like this are guys for some reason. Fundamentally, just be self-aware.
I know, right? Be fucking guys, right?
Yeah, and sort of
right?
approach it as something that you have sort of in the background.
Long John Silver, it's my dad's like favorite place or something. He would always take us to like he would be like, we're going out to eat, and be like, is it Long John Silver's? And he'd be like, just like, you know it.
And rather than something that's all-encompassing that you actively sort of pursue and obsess over. And
it was so sad. I saw this movie, in IMAX. The brave little shrimp was fighting for his life. I was like, oh my god, he's strong, so small. I'm gonna go vegetarian for like 30 minutes. Yeah.
If you do end up talking to people,
is the Maoist full cell thing a bit? Okay, I can only answer this. When I say stuff like that about being an anarchist, I'm joking. I'm shitposting. I'm playing off the stereotypes. So if you ever watch my old infrared, so I think I called it like infrarect or something, like infrarect, infrared rect. I don't know. So yeah, like we wrecked infrared. Infrared came into our chat. He wanted to debate me. He didn't muster the weird champs though, because unlike Demon Mama, I require $200 plus that motherfucker has to dye his hair blue, and he wouldn't do it. He paid me the $200 and he wouldn't dye his hair blue, so I didn't let him debate. But like in that, I was joking around about like, Haas, help me out here. I'm just a stupid anarchist. I don't read any theory. Can you help me make sense of how Dugan isn't isn't a Nazgul when he's like involved in the Nazgul party, right? It was this whole thing.
Maybe even dating
it's
them.
Pretty
do
funny.
It like with the objective of actually connecting with them, and realize that we've
Captain D's. Oh wait, maybe it's Captain D's. I don't remember if it was Long John Silver's or Captain D's. It was one of those places.
Most people, you're not going to actually connect with them. It's certainly healthy, but I mean, if you're like some fucking 20-year-old obsessed with fucking at any cost whatsoever, maybe that would seem not very ideal to you. But yeah, that was a long fucking tangent. Let's just laugh at Xanderhal. Nothing profound.
Whew. All right. So, it's definitely going to be before you're leaving a public location. It's gotta be, for your own safety.
Yo, the search on Discord is the search on Discord is so hard.
It's gotta be. You can't do it once you are, like, outside and walking to one of you guys' place. You can't do it when you are, like, about to kiss. You can't...
Now Long John Silver's is gone. Wait, it doesn't exist anymore?
Do it when you're, like...
the Long John Silver's that
one of your places or in a car or something like that. You need to do it in a public place, like in the middle of a restaurant or something like that.
This is very
okay. So he's giving advice, if I remember correctly, if you're trans and you're dating, right? I think that's who's talking to him as a trans person, and so that's the context that he's saying. That's why he's saying meet in a public place, and he's also saying disclose your gender identity in a public place. I didn't go too hard on him about this, but I do want to remind people that a cis guy is probably not the place to get your, it's more complicated than Xander's making it out to be. But the point that he's paying attention to here is that, like, people react, like, people react weirdly, to the disclosure of being trans. If they don't know that you're trans and you like the heart, oh my god, yeah, this is something to talk about. Okay, chat, this has been a fucker for me, okay? Like, okay, so here's my deal. I don't like how people treat me when they know I'm trans, but I'm more attracted to guys than girls. So most of the people that I would be dating would be guys, right? Obviously you don't like meet somebody and hi, by the way, I'm trans. You know what I mean? You don't do that, right? Like, that's not the first thing that you say. That's not the first thing out of your mouth, right? You do want to get to know them first, right? But like, what is the appropriate point to tell them? Okay, so what would always happen to me would be this. I would meet a guy, like maybe even I wasn't trying to meet a guy. Maybe this guy was interested in me, and they would, we would hang out, and they would like they would push it to like be like, hey, I'm interested in you, and I'd be like, oh, I mean, like I'd be into it, okay, like I'd be like, but blushing and scared and like I don't know what to do, and now like I gotta like, okay, I gotta tell him this, but I don't know what am I gonna tell him, and like shit, like 'cause with me, like my preferred schedule for like relationship would be getting to know somebody pretty well before having sex, right? Most people don't do that. Most people would have sex before like I naturally would. So I get in these situations where like I end up getting kissed, I end up getting like touched, and I can't get like, I can't say no. And so, but this is like, you know, like especially before I had surgery, this was like really dangerous because guys would always try to touch me down there, and I'd be like, push the hand this way, push the hand. I got really good at blocking guys going for my crotch. I got really good at blocking that. I was like a fucking, you know, kung fu master. I was like a Wing Chun master, okay? You know, that trapping and shit. I'd do the trapping. I'd fucking trap their hands. I'd, you know, push them away. I'd like long guard, you know? Like I was good. I was good at keeping them the fuck away from my crotch, right? But like, you know, that shit's really dangerous. And so the fact that I'm even in this situation where a guy's like going for my crotch and I haven't told him I'm trans yet, like I just never, like there's never a good time. There's never a good time to tell a guy that. And the one guy that I remember like I did tell, like after getting to know him, he got scary and weird. And like I just cried and he like left my house. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. So this is a real thing, and I don't have the answer as a trans person who's dated guys. I don't have the answer. So Xanderhal's giving one answer. That's a very safe answer. What I'm going to say as a trans person is it may not be a very practical answer, and therefore not a very useful answer. But like, I mean, I don't hate him for, you know, trying, and at least he's erring on the side of caution, right? And he's not talking about the disclosure as in this is your duty to do, like you're mistreating the guy if you don't, like, you know, tell him before you like leave the bar or before you leave the coffee shop, you got to tell him that you're trans, right? He's not saying that, right? So I'm not hating on his advice here. TGT have a really good video today up about gender and passing. Neat. We should watch that sometime. There's much more it's much more informative than drama. Well, this isn't supposed to be drama. This is supposed to be just lulz. This is supposed to be laughs. This is supposed to be fun. Like, I'm not even like, you know, I'm not even like really, like, even when I did the video on Xanderhal, like, I mean, I wasn't really the debate bro dating video on Xanderhal. I wasn't really like mad at him, or, you know what I mean? I'm not trying, like, this stuff, it's not because I'm like trying to make fun of him or, you know, like give him a hard time or anything like that. I just think it's funny. Dating advice is hard to give, and it's often the subject of a lot of some humor. So that's all this is. I don't think Bad Empanada is trying to be mean. I don't know. Maybe Bad Empanada is. Maybe Bad Empanada is always trying to be mean. I don't know, chat. I don't know Bad Empanada that well. Only talked to him like once. I wish I knew about neurodiversity back in the 70s. That would have helped me define some things. Everyone thinks they have a free pass to talk about trans stuff. That's true. That is true. I don't know. And chat, I will also say I'm a little too, like, you know, forgiving when it comes to. I'm too nice to cis people. I'm too nice to cis people. I'm too understanding to cis people, and it pisses other trans people off, and I realize that, and that is valid. Like, right? That them being pissed off at me being like that, that's valid. That's valid. And you can think about how, you know, like, you can think about parallels in other marginalized communities, right? And you can think about that's, you know, so what I'm saying is, like, criticism received, okay? I don't know what I could do about it. I just, like, naturally am afraid of cis people, and so I try to, like, you know, be very, they're like elephants. I'm like, oh, the elephant, yes, well, like, would you like some peanuts? You know, like, I'm just very, I don't know, like, I'm afraid I'm gonna get stomped on by the elephant if I don't be really nice to it. So that's how I treat cis people. It's like elephants. Rather than policing his cis man friend and telling them not to be trash, he's policing trans people, how to disclose their disposition. Well, I hope he's saying this from a safety point of view. That's what it sounded like when I watched it earlier, but maybe there's more to this. Put up with a lifetime of my father thinking I was gay, and he's from the Korean War generation, so he was not positive about it either. My cheeks got red. My cheeks were red. Oh my god. It's really context dependent, and Xander doesn't have any experience with that. It's not defining things. And chat, if you really want to watch some stuff, like, I mean, I won't go into it right now, but like, I do have a video up. It's like Destiny and it's about Destiny and trans panic, when Destiny had a bad take about trans panic. And most of what it is just me going into detail about like something that happened to me, you know, with a guy that I thought wanted to be like friendly with me, but he had more expectations, and he ended up kind of like, he ended up getting me really fucked up and doing stuff to me, and he didn't know I was trans, and that was an extremely dangerous situation. That was I'm so lucky to be alive, right? Because I was almost out, and he almost got to do whatever he wanted, and if he would have figured out I was trans while I was passed out. Like, yeah, so this is no joke. The danger is real. How is that valid? You're supposed to treat cis people like animals. I know NCC is cisphobic. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Weird. Like whatever. Just
hold on. I'm gonna go back and address this, but I just wanted to add something to what I just said. Like yeah.
I'm a cis medicalist, chat. Only trans people are valid. Okay. If you're a cis woman, are you even a woman? No, I'm just kidding.
Basically, so
wasn't that a bad Empanada take?
To summarize that, if you're young, you should try to avoid the classic relationship just for the sake of a relationship, which is generally where
I'm not
two people
cisphobic.
Who both just kind of want a relationship.
I love cis people. I love cis people. Sorry to hear about that. Transphobia is really scary. We're transitioning to more femme. We think possibly a lesbian. Mostly because of the media. That she's a man joke was, oh my god. That shit fucks with me so bad. Like, that's the problem. It's like, it's not even about like, I mean, there's respect, there's, you know, identity, there's like, but for me, what it is if somebody's looking at me and they're not seeing a woman, they are not talking to me. They're talking to a person who doesn't exist. Right? And that's scary. When you're having a conversation with somebody and they're like talking to someone who's not even there, right? And if you're talking, and if somebody's talking to me as not a girl, then that they're not talking to me, right? And that's a scary feeling for sure.
Like essentially get together because they're the first, you know,
they
each
nice
found each other as like the first person who like remotely clicked in any sort of even slight way, and they get together just for the sake of being in a relationship with one another, and it never ends well. Like you might gain a bit of experience from it, I don't know, in some way, shape, or form, but I think it's just better to avoid that entirely. And the best way to...
How you side-eyed a lot of the media you loved back then? Listen, like, I have an ex that, like, for some reason got into Adam Sandler. I think it was from that 9/11 movie that Adam Sandler did. I think that was the first one that we watched. But then after that, my ex had to see every single Adam Sandler movie ever made. And as you go further back, it's just like more and more of the humor is relying on homophobia and transphobia. And it's gross. And my ex was just kind of like, oh, come on, can't you just, like, you know, like, what, suspend my, you know? I thought Revenge of the Nerds was a classic. A feminist essay came and pointed out how horrid it was. Is that the one where the dude puts his wee-wee in the hole in the bathroom? There's, like, a hole in the bathroom that the guys are looking to watch girls take showers, and one of the dudes puts his wee-wee in it.
To avoid that,
I said wee wee. Oh my god, Chad! I said, does that make you uncomfortable? I'm sorry, I won't say wee wee anymore.
Is to be aware of it. Be aware of how you're
being afraid of cis people, especially in dating situation, is totally valid. Yeah, I just don't want to get stepped on.
Thinking, make sure you don't fall into that same
or
sort of
slapped with the trunk. You know, just yeah.
Because that sort of thing never ends well. You know, at best it like ends in a shitty, unfulfilled...
Oh, that was Porky's
relationship where both people sort of resent each other and are probably just sort of waiting for one or the other to...
Which one is Revenge of the Nerds? Is that the one where it's like a frat? No. Yeah, there's like a frat house, right?
End it? Or it can get... And
there's like a super mean dean...
Even worse, like what if you get fucking married or something, man? That happens too. Just because, you know, you feel like you have to. I know people for whom that has happened to. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Sandler's kind of funny. Yeah, like, I mean, there's funny stuff. It's, yeah, Reign Over Me, that's what it was called. Yeah, it was, oh my god, that movie, yeah. I don't think Adam Sandler movies are good. Like, I do admit that some of the humor is pretty funny. But yeah, there was like an over-reliance on, the further you went back, like, the more that was, like, present, right? Being afraid of cis people, and I liked it because my partner liked it, you know what I mean? It was like, you know how that is, like, you just kind of put up with, not just put up with stuff, it's like you know, they expose you to stuff and you get, I don't know, it's weird. Like, I had a weird, like, love and hate relationship with it. Those have nothing to do with Adam Sandler as far as somewhere. Revenge of the Nerds has a scene where they put cameras in the girl's shower, and the nerd wears a disguise to have sex with a popular... What? Oh my god.
Just be self-aware. Don't approach dating as like a priority. It's just like...
It's all frats. Oh, Animal House. I think that's the one with the frats. Yeah. That's Animal House, right? With John Belushi. Yeah, that one. Okay. Revenge of the Rapist Nerds. Revenge of the Incels. No. The Thousands of Imitators. Yeah. Well, right. There's like a genre of like the horny teen movie. Is that what it's called? Like it's called like the horny teen coming of age movie or something. Why be afraid of cis people? There's plenty of cis people who are normal and fine with trans, like me, for example. Yeah.
Something that's there in
There's a lot of good cis people out there. True.
Life that if the opportunity arises with someone who you might click with, you can do it. Treat Tinder like the way that you would.
And honestly, chat, I almost feel more comfortable dating a cis person than a trans person, because I feel like I still have a lot of self-hate, and if I'm not careful, that can come out in a way that hurts other trans people. I'm actually really cautious with that around you, chat. Like, right? I'm always trying to make sure that, like, because like I don't see it as coming from self-hate until I like look at it again. Right, and I have said things on stream that I'm not like proud of for that reason, that are self-hating things to me that I don't think are anything. But then when I look at it from the perspective of somebody else, like, we've all got self-hate, like that can, it's easy to spread the pain without realizing it, right? Joker was the movie for guys trying to give sympathy to incels. I think they were just called college movies because, well, yeah, like oh god, what was that one where they go to Europe or something? And they go to a train and an Italian guy like gropes them. What was that movie?
Like a shitty mobile game they use when you're on the bus to work, in that same sort of way, rather than as a priority, or other ways of meeting people.
I understand where you're coming from, but that's not coming a bit not all. Oh yeah. Best Adam Sandler movies is 12 Crazy Nights. Have I seen that one? Maybe not. I saw the one that was like 100 First Dates or something. A cartoon. Oh, it's a cartoon. I've never seen this. There's no transphobia. This is his drama comedies. So it's not low tier. Although there's a scene with deer poop. He's always got to have the poop, right? Watch good media. What an arcane idea. Because I'm a bi guy in the middle of nya and cis. New York, and cis people don't just attract trans people. Eurotrip. Yes, it's Eurotrip. That's the one. Yeah. It's a necessary concern, not prejudice. Eurotrip. Yeah. National Lampoon's European Vacation. I've seen some not like vacation. Wait, no, it's the Christmas one. I saw the Christmas one. Eddie Murphy's old stand-up. Uncut Gems is the best Adam Sandler. I guess there's... Okay, I thought I'd seen all Adam Sandler movies. I guess I didn't see them. My ex was really into Adam Sandler, though. Like in BIPOC and me, my friends wouldn't hurt a cis...
Don't fucking heat up cashiers or anything, okay?
There was holes in every women's shower room in the 80s, apparently.
Please don't do that. Don't do cold approach.
Happy Gilmore. Okay, wait. Oh my god, I get these mixed up. Okay, it's the one where he's rich, but he finds out that his height, somehow his graduation wasn't real, because he actually failed, like, what was it, like, he failed like elementary school or something, like, right? He got passed in elementary school, but he shouldn't have gotten passed. So they make him go back and repeat elementary school, and he's like sitting there with the kids. And then, oh yes, it's the one where he's like looking at the teacher, and he's like, want to touch the hiney. Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. To be wary of white folks because of racism. Really interesting. Adam Sandler is a red flag in my book. I mean, I don't think I'd date this person again, but like I don't have any hate for them. It didn't end well, but like you know, like yeah, I still care about them. Okay. Just because you wouldn't doesn't mean they all would. Not every. Oh yeah, yeah. I completely forgot the subgenre where college kids are all ski buddies too. Wait, that's a genre? I'm sure a movie is full. The movie is full of homophobia, but a movie that made me more okay with homosexuals as a teen was a movie called Boat Trip, about two straight dudes going on a gay cruise and having to act gay. I saw one. Okay, so this is like, oh my god, chat. If we could, if I, we should check this because this is a movie from the '60s. Maybe its copyright is up, right? Maybe it's copyright because, like, right, you can watch a movie on Discord if it's like old enough. It's from the '60s, and here's the premise: like, there's like two straight cis guys, and they're getting called up for the Vietnam War, right? They're like, their draft number comes up and they say, you got to come in and go to the draft, and they get out of the draft by being like, actually, we're together, we're, you know, and they're like, oh, we don't want any gays in the military, so they kick them out, right? They're not allowed to go to Vietnam because they're too gay. And the problem is that there's this dude following around, this detective, and he's like, I'm pretty sure they're not actually gay, and I'm going to catch them being heterosexual, right? So they end up moving into a gay neighborhood, and like, just like, you know, and you kind of think it's going to be cringe because, like, at first, like there's some definite stereotypes in this movie, but they start off as stereotypes, and then you gradually get to know the characters, and you see them as more than stereotypes, right? So it's actually a pretty good movie for the '60s, right? And like, yeah, they have to pretend to be gay and pretend to be together in a gay neighborhood, and like, you know, kind of like, you know, form social bonds in that context, and they end up becoming just like a lot more knowledgeable, accepting, open. They learn about, you know, like, you know, some things that they didn't know, and I think they're okay. I think that even after they reveal that they weren't actually gay, like their gay friends are like, they understand because it's to get out of Vietnam. I can't. Does anybody know what that movie's called? That's like a, I can't remember. Pretty sure that is a movie with Richard Pryor. I think it's a pretty big movie. I remember that movie because it's iconic it's an iconic camp. Yeah, yeah. Yes, that's it. That's the one. Yeah, it was very campy. It was very campy. It was a good movie, actually. I was thinking it was gonna suck. I was thinking it was just gonna be like, you know, let's make fun of the way gay guys supposedly act, right? But it was so much. It was green. Yeah, it probably was. Yeah, it was like a gayborhood. They moved into an old school gayborhood. So if you don't know, chat, gayborhood, it's a place where basically gay people used to, like, it, when there are certain areas that there's more gay people, right? And gay people tend to move there because you're gonna get less discrimination, like back in the day, right? And like the Castro district is an example in San Francisco, the Greenwich Village in New York City, right? And there's like one in Seattle too. I remember I used to like go to school near there, and it's but like, so basically what happened though is that those, like, they used to be undesirable areas, like, so you could get a, you know, you wouldn't pay too much rent either, right? You know, because straight people didn't want to live there because they were like, oh, gays, right? So so it was cool. It was a good time. But what happened was that those as there was like less homophobia, the neighborhood started to become more desirable. There were straight people that were like, they thought it was cool. They wanted to live in the gay neighborhood, right? And it was gentrification, right? That a lot of gay people that didn't have money got priced out of their neighborhoods, and then they had to find new places to live that are, you know, that weren't as friendly, right? So the Gay Deceivers, I think it might be called that. I think it might be called that, Blueberry Moore. I think that might, the Gay Deceivers. Yes, it's called that. Yeah, because the name of the movie made me think, oh my god, this is sus. This is gonna be really bad, and it wasn't. It was surprising. I mean, it wasn't great, right? Obviously, it was made in the '60s, and it has that like timestamp on it, but yeah, it was better than I thought it would be. Um. Uh, Wait, Speed.
Coaches and stuff like that. Please don't do that. Holy fuck. Well, you know, there's always you can always.
It does sound sus, yeah.
Like do things like, you know, maybe you know people in your life who you sort of seem to be clicking with. You know, it's fine to ask them on a date or something. In that case, it's fine. Though there's also merit in avoiding that. You can ruin friendships, or you can ruin workplaces, or you can like sort of create awkward situations in places that you frequent.
So I didn't realize this was where Bad Empanada was going to go with it. It's like he's listening to Zan's advice and then he's giving his own.
Like you misread.
That's what happened in the village. Almost totally gentrified.
Other people's intentions, and like say you ask someone on a date when they don't want that. So in a way, you know.
Oh, spade noob. Okay, sorry.
The wonders of modernity allow you things.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know how I was already saying your name wrong.
It's like dating apps where everyone on there is there for a specific purpose. To fucking date.
Oh wait, but that actually gets you cool points. Do you know this? Okay, so nobody here's like, you know, like, you're my YouTube crew, right? So you probably don't know this yet, but like there's a thing when on Twitch, like I'm famous for mispronouncing names. Now sometimes I do it because if a name is like something that looks racist, I'll mispronounce it on purpose. If their name says like Hitler, I'll say like Heitler, hi Heitler, how's it, you know what I mean? Like if it's like, you know, but like sometimes, like a lot of times it's by accident because I'm really bad at pronouncing names or reading names off of I don't know, for some reason I'm just, but like it gets you cool points basically. If I mispronounce your name, that's an exclusive club. I don't mispronounce everybody's name, but if I do mispronounce your name, that means you're cool. It sounds like the Alice's Restaurant scene. Oh yeah, that's just the old that's a 16-minute song. They play it every Thanksgiving and it's like about, yeah, they get called to Vietnam or something, right?
And you can avoid like risking that sort of thing and potentially creating a very
You got a gaming PC? That's awesome.
Awkward situation that you might not be able to avoid by just keeping your dating to those apps. So I can understand that.
Vietnamese food? Oh my god, you made me hungry. I love pho, but I also like bun. Oh my god, I love Vietnamese food. It's so good.
You are sort of limiting yourself there artificially, and you might end up missing sort of...
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, one's experience doesn't nullify another's good work, and one's good work doesn't nullify another's experience. That is wise.
Chances, I would say, but I just said don't approach this.
I'm sorry if I ever mispronounce somebody's name. As funny as it is that I always mispronounce names, feel free to like let me know how it's really pronounced. Pho, that's right, it's pho. It's pronounced.
It says like as if we're talking about this is in terms of chances, but for lack of a better word, yeah, chances.
And I mean, I love to get pho.
But I mean, it's all a balance of like
You've never had Vietnamese food? Oh my god.
Risk and reward, I guess. Basically, approach.
So like pho is like a really like savory and tangy and spicy soup, and it's got noodles in it. It's got some kind of meat or tofu, and then it's got jalapenos, bean sprouts, basil. It's got basil. Oh god, the basil makes it. You gotta have basil. You gotta have basil. Lime, you gotta squeeze some lime in there. Basil, lime, hoisin sauce. Put some hoisin sauce in there, put some lime, put some basil. And some people do cilantro. I don't really mix cilantro with basil, that's just me, but you know, it's known to happen. I recommend starting with barbecue and then maybe working up to pho. I've never had Vietnamese barbecue. 1K? Oh, that's a nice PC then. Mine I don't know, I'm thinking about playing some M-Dragon. I don't know if M-Dragon is in here right now, but M-Dragon offered to teach me how to play Apex Legends because I've tried it before, and chat, I'll be honest, I suck at that game. I couldn't get out of the tutorial. Like there was like yeah, you're here. Okay, so yeah. So I've got it on Steam. I'm not sure if my computer can run the stream at the same time as it can run Apex. But I've also got a PS4 that I'm trying to fix from its blue light of death syndrome. I got the blue light of death chat on my PS4. So, but yeah, if we can get that up and running, I would love to learn to play. Like, because it looks like I don't know. I don't think I'll be good at shooting games, but they look like fun. And even if you're getting owned all the time, it's still kind of fun. Charbroiled pork, banh mi, aka pork sandwich, goes well with the American palate. If you're vegan, they have I think I saw Luna Oi cooked something like that once. I think I saw that. Like, and apparently in Vietnam, everything that is like a bread gets called banh. So like banh, there's a lot of different types of banh. but the bun I'm thinking of is the sandwich where it's like almost like a baguette, you know, bread, and then it's got like either meat or tofu that's like marinated in lemongrass and spicy stuff, and then it's got cilantro. Oh, and the best part is it's got pickled daikon and pickled carrot, like long strips. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I've watched Apex Legends video stream. Oh yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna ask you is like I could start putting like I usually do my gaming on Twitch, and I'm still trying to figure out like how I'm gonna do that, chat, because I don't know if you know, but Twitch is a hellscape. People legitimately think that I'm a sussy baka over there, and I don't like it. Like it got fucked up too. Like the whole political scene over there, I swear to God, like even the nicest, coolest, leftistest person, like you just like find like 3 degrees of separation between them and some fucking Lauren Southern fan. Like that's what happens over there. There's so much of an emphasis on networking that people end up being friends with like really sussy bakas over there. So it's just kind of like it's hard to find somebody to trust on Twitch. I don't know. I'm traumatized by Twitch, honestly. Like I told you, that whole campaign of harassment that went on against me and was then blamed on me because I'm Jussie Smollett, apparently. You know, that went on Twitch, right? And I've never had shit like that happen on YouTube, so I kind of like YouTube better right now, if you haven't noticed.
Dating like a near...
I might have kind of moved over. Dwarf Fortress. Wait, the storytelling in Dwarf Fortress? There's storytelling? I thought it was like a sandbox, kind of. It's so hard to play. You should definitely try it out. Aren't there new versions that are like more... So the old version, if you look at it, it's like ASCII. It's like everything's like a text thing, right? But the newer versions, they like have like what, like a texture pack?
Liberal. Thank you. That's a joke.
Twitch is kind of gross,
I'm done talking about that. Let's go. What does Xanderhal have to say about trans people?
I mean, YouTube's not great either, right? And there's a lot of people that should know better on YouTube, but they don't. There's a lot of useful idiots, unfortunately, on the left. The problem with the left, I find, is that so many people put their career above their ideology. And I understand it. Like, this is the only thing I can do right now. Like, right? My 2 skills, massage therapy, kickboxing. These are industries that got crushed by COVID, right? I can't work those right now. So I gotta stream. Like, that's all I know how to do, right? Basically. But yeah, Twitch is
cool.
It's definitely going to be before you're leaving.
Like I just like, even with that, what I'm saying is I still try to put ideology above career, right? I don't like kiss anybody's ass just because they're gonna make my, you know, they're gonna raid me, or just because they're gonna, you know, give me clout, or like I try, like if I'm, you know, if I'm cool with somebody, it's because I'm cool with somebody, right? It's not because I need to be cool with them, and there's not enough people like that, unfortunately, right? Way too much political kayfabe rather than honesty.
Publicly.
Yeah, there's a lot of, yeah, like, I mean, and if you're just a genuine person, like, and, you know, like, I swear to God, you'll just get farmed for drama. Like, I feel like Twitch finds that funny, that somebody would have a genuine and heartfelt political belief that they're willing to, you know, put themselves on the line for. They just find it funny. They're like, oh, you like drama, don't you? No, bitch, I like trans people. I like trans people, not drama. It's never been about drama, okay? I don't actually enjoy being, like, accused of shit that sounds like it's from, like, I don't enjoy being Pizzagated, let's just say. Okay, let's not use Pizzagate. I remember that one has a very specific connotation. I don't enjoy being QAnon'd about. And that's what I feel like Twitch politics does, is they fucking QAnon about me, right? The shit that they accuse me of is shit that I couldn't possibly do. And shit that's like mutually exclusive. Okay, so either I was the big mastermind who was keeping files on everybody and like had compromat and I was like blackmailing everybody or something like that. Either that, or I'm a super elite hacker who was making like a gazillion alts to harass everybody on Twitch. You can't have both. I couldn't have time for both. If you say both, then you're literally saying that I am 2 people. Like, there's 2 no comment chicks. Like, maybe we're twins or something, right? And that's how it works. She works with her evil twin. That's how no comment chick works, right? You know, one of us is a hacker. The other one is a secret agent girl. And oh my God, I don't even want to think about it. CTV, oh my God, fucking CTV. Hey, check out the drama channel if you want to see a clip of CTV going kind of mask off about segregation of all things. He thinks it was a good time for black people or something. I don't know. I never quite understood what he was saying. Also think there's like a reading mode where you can read like a story. You can also watch YouTube vids and stories. Oh, Dwarf Fortress, yeah. YouTube is not bad. It has too many bad people, but YouTube... FD Signifier, I think, is great. FD Signifier is wonderful, right? I think I'm learning a lot from FD Signifier, the way he makes videos, and, like, I don't know. The dude is just awesome. Like, the more I watch of FD Signifier, the more I like his content. Twitch drama is hyperbolic, yeah.
Location. It's gotta be. For your own safety, it's gotta be.
Yo, you know what I got made fun of? Okay, so like when Dylan was like going to town on me and stuff, like I was trying to explain that like so it started off like with the stream, and you know I'm debating him, right? And I'm trying to keep things light, right? Because I massively disagree with him, but I'm on that stream with like 3 other people, maybe 4 other people, right? And so I didn't really want to blow him up, but I definitely disagreed with what he did with his platforming of Rob Noor, right? And I wanted to have that conversation. And what I was talking to him, I was like, well, Dylan, I guess I kissed your ass. I guess I kicked your ass, and I get bird brains back, because there was a joke that we had that I had sold bird brains to him, you know, that he owned bird brains, and I wasn't allowed to say daddy, because daddy's banned on Hippy Dippy thanks to me saying daddy. And Dylan banned that word, and so the joke was that I can't say daddy on my own stream because Dylan technically owns it. So I was joking with him, and then I referred to that as kayfab. Chat, I don't know if you know this. It's not really kayfab. It's kayfabe. I thought it was kayfab. I legitimately thought it was kayfab, and Dylan mocked me. He mocked me for saying that it was kayfab. Ooh, he super meanie butt. Dylan. FD's, oh yeah, the latest video was great. I've been catching up on his old stuff too, yeah.
You can't do it once you are, you know, like outside and walking to one of you guys' place. You can't do it when you are like about to kiss. You can't do it when you're like at one of your places or in a car or something like that. You need to do it in a public place, like in the middle of a restaurant or something like that, in the middle of like whatever, just in public where people can see. Good people that like if you get assaulted or screamed at will come to your defense. Like,
yeah, there's something really warm about FD's just like his way of being. Like, you know what I mean? Like he talks about hard. You know, the stuff that he talks about a lot of times isn't easy stuff to hear. Especially like last night, I think we watched the one about like allies. And like 3 different types of allies that you could be, and how, you know, they're not all they're cracked up to be, right? You know, especially the white savior, you know, form, right? And I could see myself in some of that shit. I could see, I honest to God, I could fucking see myself in some of that shit. And it wasn't easy to hear, but I needed to hear it. And I think I understand a little bit better what's going on now, and it was only from watching that video. So yeah, like, oh my God, when did he dye his hair? Oh God, I don't know, like a month ago.
Not people who look like they might join in, you know what I mean? Like, gauge the crowd, right?
Join in and beating you or something. Like, I mean, this is a pretty... But, like, you gotta understand, too, Xanderhal comes from Florida, I think maybe even northern Florida, and it's a pretty conservative area. So, I think that's the context that he's thinking in, is that, like, you know, there's probably some places in Florida that, like, you know, if you were to, like, be dating a guy and you say, hey, by the way, I'm trans, and he has a bad reaction and flips out on you, there are probably places where the rest of the bar might, you know, join in. There might be other people that want to hurt you too, right? He missed the 90s. He wants to go back.
Right.
Honestly, I don't know why he's giving it.
Oh, was that popular in the 90s?
Advice on this. He has, like, apart from even just signal.
How is a trans person supposed to know the crowd? How is anyone supposed to know? I know, right?
Ignoring this answer, like, he has no experience.
He looks like a budget Eminem.
With this
Okay.
whatsoever. I guarantee you, he has never been on a date with a trans person. Like, he is not trans. Like, where is he?
Oh yeah, the video on Kanye. Yeah, it's a 2-parter. It's a 2-parter, that Kanye story.
even coming from? Why is he being asked this question? What is he even saying here? Like, I think he's trying to say that you should probably disclose that you are trans.
I'm sorry, when I said I saw myself in some of that stuff, I didn't mean to say, like, I'm big on the white savior energy. Like, I mean, there's probably stuff that I've done that, like, you know, classifies in that rubric, but the most of the stuff was in the other forms of allyship, which aren't perfect either, right? You know, I don't think I'm a super cringe, like, white person, but I know I'm not immune to that either. Yeah. The blonde hair, yeah, Eminem 101 in the 90s was full of blonde kids with short hair. Yeah, good to have you, Brixton. Good to see you again.
To someone before you are in a private environment with them for your own safety. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense.
Have fun.
But, I mean, it's just very weird that this is even being asked, honestly.
And you're going to want to say it pretty early on before the flirtation gets too high, because you have to understand that if you're a trans woman and you're dealing with the kind of guy who would be like this, the more he flirts with you.
I just want to note that I think just in general here, if you're someone who respects yourself, you will not get to the stage of like kissing someone unless they are heavily inclined to already accept trans people, or at least not to be like violent transphobes as you.
Yeah, that is actually Xander, true.
Would expect like a right winger to. Like, I don't know.
Hi, Death Star. How are you doing?
How is it possible for you to go on a date with someone and like click with them in like a good way if they're inclined to like just be massive transphobes, right? I think that's sort of very unlikely. Obviously this...
The problem with Xanderhal giving advice to trans people is that most trans people you would ask that will admit that it depends a lot. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, is that like, this is such a hard question. He's oversimplifying it and he's erring on the side of caution, which, I mean, I guess if you're going to err on a side, you know, that's probably the one to do. But yeah, it's such a complicated question, and I don't even think that I could explain to most cis people like what all goes into that kind of calculation. I don't have a good answer, chat. Like I told you, I ended up getting, you know, like I've ended up in really bad situations, like where I just don't know when to disclose that shit. There's no good time to do it, right? And I don't know. It seems like, especially with that and me being demisexual, is that like so me like how that manifests for me is like I want to take a relationship kind of slow. Like I want to really get to know somebody and stuff, right? Before I even talk about like really super personal stuff like being trans, because that's a super personal thing. But like they always want to make out or do stuff before then. So like I always end up in a situation where I'm making out with a dude and I'm like, wait, does he know? Does he know? Does he actually know? Should I explain this? I mean, like I've had surgery, so you know it's not as big of a deal as it used to be, but like I do want to like say something, and there's no good time to say something. How does Bad Empanada know what's likely? I'm sure it seems intuitive to him, but I don't think he really knows.
Still a risk of it. Don't you know? Maybe they're just not broaching these topics where this would be relevant.
Is there any burden on cis people here in the example here? In terms of like dating a person who might be trans, or
you know, maybe they're talking about fucking Marvel movies or something the whole time on a superficial level. But I think most people, before getting to that point, would already have some sort of indication whether the other person is likely to erupt in violence or not. You know, I trust most trans people to be able to, you know, judge people in the same way that basically anyone else dating judges people. Like I would never get to the stage of like fucking kissing someone on a date or like even thinking about fucking them. You know, it was evident to me that they were like on the political right. Fuck, I'd never even go on a date with them. Like it's impossible for me personally to even get to the stage of going on a date with someone unless I already sort of have like a vague idea of what they might be like politically. So I mean, I would say a decent way to avoid this sort of thing, as someone with zero experience in the matter, by the way, just like Xanderhal, would be to filter the people you go out with in a way that is conducive to sort of filtering out people who might react violently to the simple fact that you are trans. Like, no, look, there's a lot of people out there who are like transphobic or whatever, and you know, when you disclose that you're trans to them, they might say like, you know, they might not want to fuck you anymore or something. That's a reality. But that's a big difference between that and someone getting violent and yelling at you or fucking assaulting you because you disclose that you are trans. There's a spec.
People don't know if people are violent or not, manipulative, and charismatic people mask so much evil. This is victim blaming stuff. These people should disclose whether they are transphobic. Oh, nice. Yeah, why do cis people never have to say that they're cis? We're supposed to say that we're trans, but anyway. Does he not even know that sex workers exist? They had you dress up as Frankenfurter. Some of those pictures got my block. How exactly? That was because the world is... because of the world of shit in the hood. I'm open-mouthed at this. What is he on about? Always conceal and carry people? Wait, can you carry a person? Oh, yeah, to stay safe, I guess. Oh my god. I don't know how to shoot. I don't know how to shoot, though. I don't know anything about... Oh god, I shouldn't divulge this. Oh my god, I really shouldn't divulge this. No. Listen. People who hate me out there. I grew up around guns. I make guns. I'm a gun expert. I know everything about guns, and all parts of my bodies actually are a gun. I can shoot bullets out of my finger and stuff like out of my ears, out of my eye sockets. Everything shoots bullets, especially my vagina. Shoots bullets, right? So never mind. I was kidding about not knowing anything about weapons whatsoever. I know everything about weapons, and I'm a deadly weapon myself. I have to register myself as a lethal weapon, and I have to conceal myself and carry myself, right, in order to be in public. That's the truth, right? There we go. Don't never let them see your weak spot, right? You know, it's funny, Umar, because like before I came out, like I had these friends that were into Rocky Horror, and they were always trying to get me to be Frankenfurter, but Frankenfurter's like so like sexually aggressive. It's not me. It's not me. I make guns. I actually cracked up. Bravo. Yeah, that's right. The only games I ever play are shooting games. I'm all about. I have really good aim. My name is Foo Fighters, by the way. Yeah, that's right. I'm actually a bunch of plankton.
Spectrum here, and
see, Irene got unironically like Robloxed by Twitch Politics. And then, her body was lying around, so I just, I'm the plankton, I just got in, I crawled in through her eye, and I now control her body, because I'm Foo Fighters. Any JoJo Part 6 fans?
I think Xanderhal's trying to focus on personal safety, which, you know, it's definitely important. If you're, like, watching...
Yeah, the songs are really good for... I remember really liking the music.
Watching a supposedly leftist political streamer like Xanderhal, when you're getting this advice, you're
I'm an Apex legend!
Probably at least, like, left liberal, or whatever, like you know, a liberal, socially liberal, or socially left, or whatever you want to call it. I think naturally you should be incredibly unlikely to actually date people who would react violently to the fact that you are trans. I think dating...
I feel like chat's more interesting than the video. What the fuck, chat? Should we just have some streams where I just, like, talk to chat? Like, what? How are you so much better than Twitch chat? Don't tell them I said that, okay? You're gonna make them jealous. But, like, seriously, like, I love talking to chat here.
For anyone, not just for trans people, a big part of it is filtering. Gradually filtering out people who you're not really compatible.
That's the thing of, with Bad Empanada and Xanderhal's discourse, two cis people discussing how trans people should stay safe in the dating scene. I am 3 episodes from starting part 6. Oh, you're finishing Golden Wind! Oh, I really liked that one. I don't have Netflix, so I haven't watched part 6, even though I'm a huge Jolene fan. I'm a huge Jolene fan. I'm a Jolene stan, okay? Jolene did nothing wrong. Anybody who said that Jolene ran over that dude, she got drunk. Oh yeah, this is why I am Jolene, okay? Yeah, feels good. Oh, you're from Twitch, okay? This is why I am Jolene, okay? Because like they're all saying like, yeah, no comment chick. Her fingerprints were all over that alcohol bottle, you know? Her fingerprints. So she drove that car. She stole her boyfriend's car, hit the dude with the glasses, and then dragged his body into the swamp where he died. That's how evil NCC is. So she definitely deserves at least 15 years, right? At least 15 years, right? Also that butterfly tattoo.
with, you might not be able to connect with on much more than a superficial level.
Oh, I never saw that, Umar. I never saw that. Yeah.
And, you know, the sooner that you realize that someone is a transphobe, the better. I don't think that someone...
Don't drink without me. I don't have any intoxicating substances, chat. Do you know that I think I'm quitting weed too? I don't know. Maybe not totally. Like, I just want to, like, I don't know. I want to give it a little rest and stuff like that. I want to get back to baseline consciousness for a few days at least. Yeah, I killed the guy with the glasses. Yeah, the glasses got stuck in the windshield, of course, right?
Is going to be more likely
Well, I didn't kill him actually, but like I thought he was dead, so I dragged his body out into the swamp and where he died of exposure. So, yeah, that's at least the story, right? That's the story, right? That Romeo was nowhere near the scene of the accident. That little rich boy did nothing wrong, because that's what his lawyer said, who actually was my lawyer too. So, yeah, little conflict of interest there. Little conflict of interest. No, but I seriously feel for Jolene, because like anybody who's been accused falsely, you know what it's like to be locked up in Stone Ocean.
Like, you know, go home with you and have sex with you. If you disclose that you're trans to them beforehand, before you even meet them, then if you disclose to them that you're trans, like right fucking before you're about to go to their house or something, okay? Like, you don't...
No comment check stars in... Wait, so maybe they did take some of the plot elements from part 6 from I Know What You Did Last Summer.
You don't have to. I don't think you have to disclose that you're trans at all. I don't think it's an obligation at all, in any way, shape, or form. But, I mean...
Get good with psychically knowing everyone's bigotry, yeah.
The question was, when should you? So if the question here simply is, when should you? You shouldn't have to. You might want to, I guess, because... I don't know, I'm not trans. I don't know why you'd want to. But if you want to, tell people beforehand, you know? I do think for most trans people, really, being trans is an important part of their identity, and sort of like keeping it to themselves probably doesn't feel very comfortable. I wouldn't even call it a disclosure, right? Like, it's sort of like, you know, if someone's trans and is heavily involved, like, in trans communities and stuff, as I honestly think most trans people tend to be, because, you know, most marginalized identity groups tend to be part of a community. So, like, I think not breaching the topic in some ways is going to be bad, not because you're manipulating the other person or anything, not because you're not disclosing anything or everything, but because you're kind of suppressing an important part of who you are, or at least an important part of who many trans people are. Because being trans, you know, generally gets you interested in like trans issues, you know, there's communities of support involving trans people, etc., etc. And having to suppress that kind of sucks. So honestly, be honest about it, but not for the other person, but for you. And,
meow.
And if someone doesn't want to date you because of that, fuck them.
Wait a minute.
But also, that's good for you because you're filtering them out as early as possible.
Does anybody else see this? Like, okay, so I'm looking at Joni's emote in chat, and it looks like one emote, and then on the screen it looks like it's unambiguously smiling on the screen, but then on the... Wait, why are they putting up the wrong emote for you, Jody? That's weird. I've never seen that. This is such a right? This is such a shame after the really informative U.S. Nazi video and his critique of the anti-Semitic VTuber. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing, though. I will say that, like, what he's saying about, like, it's not on a trans person disclosed, like, that's pretty based. That's a take I haven't heard from many cis people. I agree, like, right, that it's not my responsibility, that if me... Okay, yeah, right, the only reason you'd really need to disclose is if it was, like, you know, a situation of marriage and, you know, they wanted kids and you couldn't give them kids, maybe then it's applicable. But I don't see, other than that, where it's you know, necessary. Now, also, like he said, I wouldn't ever date somebody who didn't know. Like, if I dated I couldn't be with somebody if they didn't know. Like, you know what I mean? If anybody's that close to me, they're gonna know that you know, aspect of my life. Like, they're gonna know that, right? So realistically, it would never happen that I was like in a hardcore relationship with Oh, that's so weird. Yeah. So the second one stays the same. But when you give the one that's like side-eye, when you give the side-eye one, that one turns into a smile. That's so weird. All VTubers are AI. Prove me wrong. I mean, I'm AI, so probably so. Not anti-Semitic, but anti-Palestinian. Oh yeah,
and
right.
that way you're only going to be dating people
I know the VTuber you're talking about.
who aren't pieces of shit, who don't like think less of you just because you're trans off the bat. So in a way, you know, it's a good thing, right? I think this also works basically every other way possible, right? I mean, I guess like a good example would be, for example, you're Jewish, you know, you're like a white Jew, it's not very obvious, and like, you know, you somehow talk to someone who's like a fucking Nazi or something, right? If you're
in a perfect world, it wouldn't be an issue, but in this world, there's a lot of need to be aware of.
You're Jewish, most of the time being Jewish is an important part of who you are.
Like, I mean, I'm weird too, chat. Like I said, I'm demisexual. I don't really like to get into like a relationship with somebody until I know them really well, and or a sexual relationship with somebody until I know them really well. But oh god, where was I going with that? In a perfect world, it wouldn't be an issue. Like, okay, so yeah, basically, I'm kind of shocked when I see a married couple and I'm around them enough to realize that they don't actually know each other that well. They keep a lot private, right? And it's fine. I'm not actually judging. I don't think that's wrong, right? You have the relationship you want to have, and if that's like, you know, if you want some distance between yourself and your partner, you know, that's your business and your partner's business, right? But I could not be in a relationship like that. Like, right? I couldn't be that close to somebody without like, you know, actually knowing them. I swear to God, I know like married couples that don't really know each other. Like that there's like, yeah, there's like a lot. Yeah. Like, yeah, I guess that's the probably the demisexual thing, right?
Wow, even if you're a secular Jew,
Talking
like,
about
you
being
know,
trans.
at least a little bit. More like, you know, for a lot.
What do demisexuals masturbate to? Well, I don't necessarily. Wait, okay. So, the moonlight. Just kidding. It's another JoJo reference. I'm sorry, the moonlight was shining in, and I just felt like it. I just felt like it. And then he was standing over me. That Tom Cruise looking guard. Yeah. No, like so like I mean I don't always look at stuff when I masturbate. It would only be if like for some reason I'm so stressed that I can't think of a sexual fantasy, right? And like and then it would just be like, you know, I might look at like, you know, porn to get like ideas, right? Or something. That's how I work.
Of Jews, a lot, not most, but a lot. It is a very important part of their identity. So like in a way, if you have to suppress that, or if you feel like you have to suppress.
Oh yeah, so many people found out their partners weren't who they thought they were. Yeah. God, there's been a lot of interpersonal like tumult during the during COVID. Like I feel like a lot of the like chaotic nature of my own relationship with you know, other streamers and, you know, people involved you know, in the community has, I think COVID's played a big part, right? Because, you know, it's like and the harassment, yeah, have just like combined to make it like it was a environment that almost broke me. And I feel like it did break a couple of my mods, right? I feel like there were people that just couldn't handle that, right? That they were getting harassed by somebody and they wanted answers, and somebody really sus gave them an answer that let them like wash themselves of all culpability for what they were doing.
That.
And it's a sad thing because these are people I still care about a lot, okay? These are people, these were comrades of mine. I don't know if they're comrades anymore. I don't even know what their politics are. Kind of scares me, to be honest. But yeah, they're people I care about a lot, you know, and like because they were subject to such a straining emotional situation, I'm trying to just like give them the benefit of the doubt on everything. Because after being accused of doing something that I know I didn't do, the last thing I want to do is interpret somebody's, you know, maybe even justifiable paranoia as malfeasance. The last thing I want to do is, you know, assume that somebody saying something that isn't true about me knows that they're lying, because I don't know that. There's every chance that they were manipulated, and the more I look into it, the more I see that that's a real possibility for a number of reasons that we'll get into later.
To go out with people.
Diablo 2. Wait, isn't Diablo 3 out now? My parents does chat want me to play some games after the stream or something? Like, I could actually do that. I you know, like if people enjoy that sort of thing, right? I like to play video games. I'm not very good at them, but my parents have been married for 24 years now, and they're still learning new shit about one another. It's definitely dysfunctional in other ways, but I don't think that part's bad. Yeah, I think everybody's, got their own thing. Porn is fiction, so you fictionally know the fictional sex people. Fly me to the moon. Oh wait, no, don't do that. Don't get yourself copyright struck. No comment check.
To date.
Fuck Diablo 3, but I'll try Diablo 4 for sure. Oh, I just saw somebody playing it this morning. I don't know anything about it.
People, I think that's kind of fucked up. It's obviously not your fault.
Being chronically ill during the pandemic, plus all the constant transphobia in the UK, is definitely doing a number on me. Yeah, like, I'm trying to be more forgiving with people, because I know that this is hard. And I know that people aren't who they would normally be. And, when I care about a person, it's really hard for me to stop caring about them, even as they're hurting me. Even as they're doing verifiable harm to my material conditions, it's really hard for me to stop caring about a person. And that's what hurts most of all.
But you'd be better off if, like, you talked about these things that are important about you. Not like as a disclosure, but like because they're important about you. You should feel comfortable talking about things that are important about you, people who you're dating. Like, honestly, like, from the very fucking beginning, you should be comfortable with these things. An example of, like, a personal thing that happened to me fairly recently, like 3 or 4 months ago, like, I went out with someone and she didn't tell me that, like, she was a vegan until, like, we were literally about to
fucking bitch. No, just kidding.
Order food at the bar, and
that vegan bitch.
I understand that, like she probably thought that, like, people
BPD struggles. Yeah, God.
Would judge her if she had told them that. But it's obviously something that's very important to her that I think she would benefit from telling people beforehand, because it's
I'm not an angel at all, okay? I'm definitely not perfect, okay? But like I just there's something about, like, being hurt that makes me not want to repeat the hurting, right? If I can help it, right?
Well, it's a thing about her that, she engages with every single day. She eats vegan food every single day, blah, blah, blah. She thinks about this sort of thing a lot. It interests her a lot. So,
wait, is Midland, like, is that, like, the panhandle of Texas?
Why not, like, work it into...
Wait, which one's the panhandle? The panhandle's the thing, like, up there, right? It's the tip top, like, that square thing, right? That's the panhandle. Is that what Midland is?
Initial conversation instead of, like, saving it until the date, and that way you can filter people who are fucking...
I have cousins that live around there, I
asshole
think.
Shitheads out, and be better off for it before ever even meeting them. Like an awkward sort of
Oh, the devil hoodie,
during an actual date with someone. And this is not for their benefit. It's not about ethical disclosure or morality. It's about benefiting you. It's about your own sort of self-interest. You shouldn't have to hold back who you are. And it's not because you're misleading the other person. It's just because, like, not doing so will help you to sort of connect with people who are better for you, who are right for you, rather than people who are fucking shitheads who are going to, like, think less of you for things like being trans or being Jewish or being a vegan even, right? And this goes for basically anything, not just those 3 things, okay? It does go for basically anything. If there's something about you that you feel like you have to hold back in order to go out with people, my advice to you would be not to hold it back. At least if it's important about you. Like, there's some...
No, I mean, like, let me be a little bit more honest, okay? Like, I say that I still care about them, okay? That doesn't mean I'm not angry. That doesn't mean that I'm not hurt. That doesn't mean that I don't feel betrayed, okay? Like, all those things are real too, and it's so hard to hold both of those emotions at the same time. That's what I'm really struggling with, right? Is that I can't turn, like, I can't turn it off, like maybe you should. Maybe if somebody hurts you, you should turn that off, but I can't. Or at least it takes me a while to do it, right?
Things that you definitely want to hold back, you know, like
vegan is
I
the
guess,
new trans.
just not relevant.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if you have
God.
2 buttholes, yeah, you don't really need to tell people about that. I guess it's probably not a huge important part of your identity, though it might.
I know a little bit about like human anatomical variation. Have I ever heard of 2 buttholes though? No, I don't actually know that. I was about to act like 2 buttholes, that's a fake thing, about Empanada's joking about that, but like legit? Like, oh my god, people come in all shapes and sizes. That could be real.
It might raise some weird questions later. But fundamentally important things about who you are, you should definitely...
Pee from your butt?
I do pee from my butt. Like, you should definitely...
Wait, but is it your first butthole or your second butthole that you pee from?
Bring them up beforehand.
Is there one for poop and one for pee? That's how it works. That's how... Wait, but then wouldn't that mean that women have 3 holes? Blasphemy. We can't say that women have 3 holes.
Or at least try to work them into a conversation in a natural way. Because, you know, this is a part of getting to know the other person, is knowing these things about them. And in this way, you can filter out people who are wrong for you. So I think the whole framing here of disclosure is very wrong in the first place. The way this question is phrased and the way that people like Destiny and
the front butt and the back butt.
The Brave Bros talk about disclosing your trans identity is wrong in the first place. It's not about a moral obligation on the part of the trans person.
I don't know if I've told chat this, but when I got explained like sex by my dad, you know, because that's like how explaining sex works in my family, is that if you're considered a boy, you get explained it to it by your dad, and if you're a girl, you get explained it to by your mom. But my dad like was explaining it to me, like was saying the thing of the like, okay, so like, you know, do you know where babies come from? And I was like, yeah, because the stork brings the baby and it's like flies in and it's like and drops it down the chimney, and you're like, oh, we got a baby, it comes down the chimney, right? That's where babies come from. No, that's actually not how babies come from. Is it from God? Does God give you God gives you the baby? You go to church and God's like, here's the baby, and you're like, thank you, God, you're so nice, right? No, that's not how it works. Okay, so how does it work, Dad? Well, the man and the woman lie very close together, and okay, well, the man puts his penis in the lady's butt. In the lady's bottom, I believe he said. In the lady's bottom. The man puts his penis in the lady's bottom. My dad described anal sex as the procreative activity. That's where babies come from. Because he realized, as he was explaining sex to me, that he hadn't explained vaginas to me, and he wasn't sure if I knew what a vagina was. So he just said bottom. The whole area is the bottom area, somewhere in the bottom area, right? I don't know. It was really funny. He's actually kind of cute in that way, like that he got embarrassed while he's trying to explain sex to me.
It's more about the trans person or the Jewish person or the vegan or whatever other, you know,
way to never give mom an orgasm.
Important facet of your identity that there
food babies
is feeling like they need to suppress an important part of who they are when they shouldn't feel like they have to do that. It's going to be better for them if they don't do that at all, because they're going to end up going out with people who are far more compatible with them. So yeah, now let's watch Xanderhal, and I'm going to try not to rant as much. It's already so long.
Rantception, be rantception.
Even if he doesn't touch you, that could make his embarrassment when you reveal that you're trans, if he's like then embarrassed by that, turn into murderous rage potentially. Like, you have to be really, really careful.
You love a burrito very much. I can relate to burritos are good.
Careful. Now, ideally,
oh my god, chat, you're making me really hungry. You're making me so hungry.
Would say it before even meeting if you have that opportunity. If you're just talking. Xanderhall, what is your thought on what to wear at a first?
Like, all I ever eat is like oatmeal and potatoes and tofu.
Date. Most guys think dressing
and like yeah, like cabbage or broccoli or something.
Fancy leaves a good impression, but that doesn't apply to a lot of first dates. Let me tell you this, okay? It depends on where you're going, okay? You have to know where you're going on the first.
Chat, if any of you had to like live with me, you'd be like, she's weird. She's fucking weird. That chick eats weird stuff, right? She eats the same stuff all the time, and it's weird.
day. If you're going to a nice restaurant, then you dress
that empanada, good burrito.
Nice. If you're going to a casual place, you dress.
And it's not that I'm a minimalist, because a lot of people think that. They're like, oh yeah, she's a minimalist, that's cool. It's like, no. I am not a minimalist. I just have like 0 spoons. I feel weird disclosing being agender because it's generally treated as if you have an imaginary friend. Oh god, yeah, like that's what I really like. This came up excuse me, whoa, burp. This came up recently on Twitter, okay, where and I'm not gonna mention the name, okay, because I'm not trying to contribute to any dog piles here, but some you know, a trans person was kind of complaining about you know, non-binary trans people saying that their struggles were harder, and they were like, but you can just, you know, basically because this person, if they didn't say anything, would pass as cis for, you know, asex, right? So this person said, you know, you're wrong. We have it. You don't even know. Like we have it way rougher. Like and like this is a bad conversation to ever have. If like, who has it rougher? This is never a good. I can't think of an example of a good like reason, a justification to be like, let's figure out who has it worse, right? I don't know, chat. It's like I don't know. It's never been like it never has a good outcome, it seems like. But anyway, so like they were posting this. They posted on Twitter, and they pissed off a lot of people, and they got dogpiled. And like I definitely understand why this is a source of pain for non-binary people, because if you're non-binary, not only are you not accepted by society, but your gender isn't known, isn't acknowledged, isn't there's no space for it, right? So like I mean I'm trans, but I'm a trans woman, and cis people know what a woman is, and I can fit into that slot, right? So yeah, no, I don't think I have it worse at all. Yeah.
Casually.
I'm not sure what like a nice restaurant or a casual place really means. Look, my advice to you would be do not ever go on any first date that isn't a bar.
The metaphor was really bad. Oh, I don't know if I ever read the original tweet. I just saw all the commentary on it.
Okay. Never go on no coffee dates, no restaurant dates, only a bar.
I'm consuming.
Okay, and the reason for that is because bars are the most conducive to conversation. You can stay in a bar for as long as you want. You're not limited by food. You know, if the date's going well, you can order more drinks, or you can not even order more drinks. You can just sit there talking. At a restaurant, like the tempo is sort of decided by the food, by like how much you're eating.
Yeah, that is the weirdest thing on a date. Like I always get into these long conversations with whoever I'm on a date with. And then when like, you know, you have to order or your food arrives, it's like wait a minute, no, we're busy. I don't know what I want to say. LGBTQIA 2S plus love and solidarity all the way.
Like, oh, you're just sitting there. Bars are designed to be meeting places for talking. Restaurants are more focused on actually eating. And
oh, hey, so chat, BPD got brought up earlier, and I feel like I want to talk about, you know, personality stuff at some point. Does anybody know good resources for that? Like, if anybody's got good resources to recommend, because like I said, I'm not a therapist, I'm not a doctor, you know, I'm not even a med student, no matter what the fucking copy pasta says, right? Right? I don't, you know, I'm not a authoritative source on any of this stuff, but I really would like to find some good sources to learn more about, you know, a BPD and other you know, personality. In fact, from what I've heard, they're thinking about like changing the name. They're thinking about that maybe these things don't need to be called disorders anymore, because what we're talking about is something that doesn't, like, you know, you don't treat it with medicine and it gets better. You don't, like, you know, it's the way people are, and that's not a disorder, right? That's people. Yeah. So they're considering taking the disorder part off of the designations, right?
Cafes are fucking terrible. No, cafes are awful. You can't really talk in an engaging way in a cafe. Cafes are very quiet places. Bars sometimes have loud music. Loud music is good because it enhances privacy. With loud music, you can sometimes the music is too loud. That's true, but that's the fault of
bar. Good, maybe. Club's a little iffy. Like, I said I thought your shirt was cute. What? I said I thought your shirt was what? Yeah, bars, clubs. I mean, I love dancing, but like it's so hard to talk in a club.
The bars make things more private because you can.
And the weird thing about so am I weird for this, chat? In a club, I'm not looking to score. I'm not looking to have sex. I'm not looking to go home with anybody. If I'm in a club, it's to dance. And I'll be like, I'm not saying that I would say no necessarily, like, right, if the opportunity presents itself, but I mean, I can go to a club or to a party, like a warehouse party or something like that, and dance my ass off all night and never even think about hooking up, right? And I'm still having fun. I don't consider that an L. I have BPD. The way I describe it is, I feel like I am in a sunken place. I wish there was a way to get rid of it. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't want to tell you, about your own life experience. I just wish that society had more room for people to be different ways, both in terms of neurodiversity, in terms of communication, in terms of socializing. I wish society had more flexibility to allow more people access.
Only hear people who are closer to you. And
because I know some people with BPD, and I've heard about their experiences, and the way that they get treated, the way that they get regarded, even by medical professionals, is horrendous. And yeah. Hey, what's up, Max Idol? Med Circle is a good channel for that kind of stuff. Yeah, nice. The sunken place from the movie called Get Out. Oh shit. I need to see that. I haven't seen I've been so bad about movies.
That helps to reduce.
I know basically the gist of Get Out, but
inhibitions. It helps to get people acting more like themselves. Like never, ever, 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 ever. You want to?
I feel that, Blue. I have CPTSD, and my depression is really bad at the moment. Very discombobulated and adrift.
Coffee date or a restaurant date on the first.
If you like horror movies, it's great.
That is my advice. Second date, restaurant or whatever, that's fine. You're already connected with the other person. I think it's fine then, but the first date, you want it to be as conducive to conversation as possible. If you
So he's saying bar best, coffee shop second best, restaurant probably not a good place for a first date. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. What do you think, chat?
To meet someone in a bar, I don't know, what's something wrong with you there? It's no different than meeting someone at a restaurant or a cafe. Most bars aren't literally just a bar. Right? They have tables with chairs where you can sit there with the other person. In terms of
Umar, I said that I was going to try not to be mean to Xanderhal here. I think I was mean to him enough in a video I did already this week. So, also, and as much as he, I'm sure I have justification to be however to Xanderhal, right? But I don't know. I don't like going off on one person too much. I'm gonna try to avoid that in the future, right? It just brings up bad memories. Well, yeah, that's right. We just need Xanderhal to say bitch, I love going dancing at a club, not really for hooking up, just for having fun.
It's the same thing as a restaurant. Nothing about it is particularly weird compared to a restaurant other than...
I was spoiled, chat, because I grew up in the Midwest, and the Midwest has got a tradition, and the tradition comes from the fact that if you're in a small town in the Midwest, there is not shit to do, okay? And so for that reason, people, would throw warehouse parties, they would throw parties out in the middle of the woods. They would throw just wild fucking parties. And so I came of age, I guess, you know, just like going to parties every weekend and dancing my ass off for like 8 hours, right? Until the sun came up, basically. And so like that's normal to me. And like, oh my God, I do not get that experience. Like, you get kicked out of a club at 3 a.m., right? My variety of mental health issues might have me down, but I got a cat for Christmas and she gets happy and greets me when I leave my room. It makes things easier.
The environment.
Yay, science.
And sort of the tempo. And yeah,
I say chill pub works, busy sports bar, but not so much.
Bar is also less of a commitment. Like you drink one beer and leave.
Sports bars scare me. Is that weird? I'm like scared to go in sports bars. It just feels like, for some reason, I think that the audio. Oh my God, this is so weird. Because I know I'm viewed differently by these guys now, but like, the guys that I tend to expect to find in a sports bar are guys that like would have beat me up or like bullied me in high school. Like, right? Maybe they see me a little different now, though. I don't know.
Time when I go to a bar, right? Like, we don't order food immediately. We each order like a beer or something. And if things aren't going well, I'll just fucking up and leave after the first beer. I don't fucking give a shit. After like
in the before time, Science Museum was a science museum? That's fucking genius. You could actually have a conversation. And if you can't think of something to talk about, there's stuff there. You could talk about dinosaurs, for instance. The amazing my cat definitely cheers me up. Oh my God, I've thought about getting a cat. It's just that like I feel like I'm not even taking care of myself very well right now, and I worry about my ability to take care of a cat until I'm a little bit more settled down and I have my finances straightened out a little bit more, and I'm not constantly getting attacked
30 minutes to an hour
on the internet.
If things are going better, if conversation is at least flowing, you can order food. A restaurant, like you go there,
like honestly, chat, if it wasn't for getting constantly attacked, I think I'd be okay financially by now. Like I was on route to be okay financially. And I gave that all up when I spoke up to debate bros about trans rights.
Order, you get a drink to start while you order some food or whatever, blah blah blah. Coffee dates are also very shitty. Go to a bar always. No restaurants, no cafes. Save that shit for later. Cafes aren't loud enough.
And I don't know if people realize what they're doing when they're attacking me, but they're putting me at risk of not being able to take care of myself. I'm in a really fucked up situation where like the skills that I have aren't trades that I can practice until COVID gets under control.
You can't really talk about inhibitions. Restaurants are too regulated by the tempo. And also another thing is that a little bit of alcohol helps a lot.
I feel like Bad Empanada knows a lot about going out, right? Maybe I just don't go out enough.
To like sort of get
a restaurant called Uno's. It was my first date to go to. Wait, Uno's? Is it a pizza place? Or that's like, wait, no, that's in Chicago. That can't be the same place, right? Because I know Chicago and New York pizza, that's night and day. Those aren't even the same food. They're totally different. New York pizza, Chicago pizza, so different. I did the right thing. Don't question myself.
Like reduce anxiety, which is also very good because
well, I'm just scared.
It's normal to have nerves when you're first meeting someone. In a cafe, there's going to be none of that.
Still with my parents. Sure, my mom does names me, but hey, a cat can be on pet insurance through my dad's work. That's neat. Nice.
If anything, coffee makes...
Uno's Pizza. Wait, is it a deep dish place? There's an Uno's in NYC? That sounds like blasphemy.
Makes a lot of people...
Like, if it's the... Wait, is it the same place? The deep dish... Like, okay, so chat, if it's the place... Okay, so I've been to... Wait, was it in Chicago? Yeah, Chicago, right? Wait, maybe this isn't even a Chicago place. Maybe it's a Chicago-style pizzeria, but it's not... Have I ever been to a Uno's in Chicago? Maybe not. A little furry friend. It's great, yeah.
More anxious. And, what do you have? Like a fucking light playlist and an environment where people literally work on their laptops in, right? You can't really speak. You can't laugh. You can't talk in like a regular speaking voice or raise your voice. If you need to.
Yeah, you gotta have... I don't even think I have a quiet enough voice to really hang out and talk in a cafe. I feel like I would piss people off.
In a bar, you can do all of that.
Deep dish. There were 2 in the village. They closed when gentrification happened.
In a restaurant, the time like there's that.
There used to be an Uno's in your dinky Midwest town. When I lived in a dinky Midwest town, there was like a pizza. It was like a mom and pop place, right? And I think they had both kinds. Like, I think you could get a thin crust if you wanted, but they specialized in like Chicago style. And they also had calzones. It was so good, but like, oh my god, I was like, you don't, okay, so deep dish pizza. If you don't know, what we're talking about is kind of like a medium layer of dough on the bottom, like almost a thinnish layer of dough, right? And then right above that, there's a mountain of cheese. There's a mountain of cheese, right? Just whole layer of cheese, right? And then we put another crust over that, right? And then on top of there, we put tomato sauce and maybe like whatever kind of meat or whatever, and then cheese. So there's this big ass layer like this, chat, of cheese down at the bottom, and then there's a bunch of sauce up here, and then there's like more cheese up here. So like it's a lot, and I gained so much weight eating pizza like that.
And also your time is like sort of regulated. The tempo of the day is regulated by the food. Eating sort of is, you know, something that inhibits speaking. No, it's just not very conducive.
It's true.
At a bar, you know, you get there, order a drink or something, chat to the other person with music that in a good bar will not be so loud that you can't hear each other, but will be loud enough that other people can't hear you, which really...
Isn't this different in different countries, though? Like, I went to France, and bar culture, cafe culture, like, oh, it's so different than in the US.
Helps to like just let you fucking speak how you want to speak normally. I mean, if you're reduced to talking about the food
it
on
sounds
a date,
so yummy. Oh my god, it's so good.
Because the conversation isn't easy.
I was like addicted to that cheese.
Then leave. You're on a bad date. You're not connecting with that.
I kind of like New York style pizza. I'll be honest. I grew up with Chicago style, but I actually kind of maybe I even prefer what I like is the thin crust. Like the thin crust New York style. Wait, is all New York pizza thin crust, or is it just like you can get it with a medium or a thin crust?
That person.
Because I gotta have that crispy crust. That is, oh my god, the crispy crust pizza. It's so good.
Conversation isn't flowing the entire time.
You're making me hungry, chat.
Especially because on a first date is like when things are the, you know, this new person, you just met them. You have so much to fucking talk about. All of your life you have to talk about. All of their life you have to talk about. You know nothing about each other, or at least what you haven't addressed beforehand in texting. That is the time where the conversation should be flowing perfectly the entire time. And if it's not, that is a good indication that you're probably not going to connect with this person on more than a superficial level. Another point for fucking not going on a restaurant date isn't the food. Man, this food is great. Wow. Not very interesting. But yeah, like on the face of it, as I said, only go on a bar date on the first date. Do not go on a coffee date. Do not go on a restaurant date. Second date, sure. First, no. First is such a great opportunity to like just get to know the person.
I legitimately thought that this was going to be a roast. I mean, that's not where B's going. I think that B's just using Xanderhal's advice as a launching off place, jumping off point for his own advice. So I'm going to take the roast out of it.
Form a very good base of like at least a good knowledge of compatibility.
Lest Xander think he has reason to clap back
between you. And conversing is always in any relationship, not just...
But Xander, if you're looking to clap back, you need to go a few videos back, okay? There's one you can clap back on. It's not this one. I'm not going to be mean to you here. So, yeah.
Just romantic relationships, the most important thing, basically. Talking to someone, talking to people, friendships, family. You know, that's how you connect with people in a fundamental way. So that's what you want your date to be structured around, and that's why going to a bar is the best way to do it. Anyway, let's watch fucking Xanderhal
I feel like Bad Empanada brought to you by the National Bar Council or something, right?
And God.
But there's a floor, and the floor is pretty high. The lowest I'd ever say that you should be dressing for a first date in terms of like clothing, unless the person that you're talking to is like different and they've specifically said like what kind of clothes they like to see you in or what they want you to wear.
That is really weird. If anyone said that to me, I would be fucking weirded out. Honestly, like if someone tells you what they want you to wear, that is fucking bizarre. I don't even know. I don't even know how I would
on a first date
react to that, because that is like very weird. Like that's just bizarre.
Like if you're dating somebody for a long time, maybe, I don't know, but then you should get to tell them what to wear too, right?
The lowest
needs to go both
tier
ways.
of clothing I'd say that you're going to want to be wearing are going to be like a nice polo shirt.
Look, if they have nerves, and those nerves are not being abated by literally speaking to you while drinking a fucking beer or something, they're not going to be abated ever. Like, those nerves, yeah, they're there for everyone, right? But they go away as you talk to the person more, as the conversation flows and flows and flows. It's not like you're going to have a first date where you, like, sit over a meal for 2 hours and then the second date is going to be better. That's incredibly unlikely.
And, like...
I feel like my chat is just a bunch of incels who, like, are trying to, like transpose, like, what they think things are like onto how things actually are. And it's just not.
Lowest tier of clothing I'd say that you're going to want to be wearing are going to be, like, a nice polo shirt and, like, khaki pants.
Shirt? What is a khaki pant? Are those chinos? Khaki is a color. Oh, yeah, he means chinos, basically. What's the difference? These look like chinos to me. I don't know.
With dress shoes.
I completely disagree with that. A polo shirt is casual. It's
okay,
like,
so, like, chinos is a word that I've only heard in 70s music. Am I wrong? Are chinos still a thing? Like, I've only ever heard that from, like, old music, right? Like, I thought people, I don't know, it might be called different things in different places, right?
T-shirt. A polo shirt is a...
BE negging the chat, right?
Casual shirt for rich people.
Hey, please, babe, how will I know it's you unless you wear a gigantic red flag? Look, you gotta do like Vosh and come in red, white, and blue block, right? To let your you know, your dating partner know that you're dating partner. That's a weird thing. Let your date know that you're a patriotic Antifa super soldier in red, white, and blue block. Chinos are a style of pants. Used to be associated with Latinos. Now it's more Hot Topic. Okay, so it's a brand? I thought it was a brand.
Rich people who think that they're too good to just wear a normal fucking t-shirt like a normal person.
It's like beige khaki trouser.
Normal people don't wear polo shirts. So I find that weird to recommend that. You don't have to wear anything more than jeans. Like, don't go in fucking like sweatpants, but you can just wear jeans.
Weird chaps.
Jeans, it's fine. Last date I went on, I mean, I'll fucking show you what I wore on my last date. Hold on. I literally just wore the same fucking jeans that I wear every single day. Random black Levi's jeans. And I wore it fucking awful. I hate this fucking... A shitty old button-up that I bought for $10 from Cotton On...
Secret Halo!
...in Australia, like 4 years ago. Okay, it's awful. The only reason why
I feel like I should explain those levels. Okay, so we got Weird Champs, we got Secret Halo, we got No Com. Oh my god, can I even remember what's in all of them? Weird Champs, you definitely get the emotes. You get the emotes for Weird Champs. You get your like, you know, your chat read for sure. Like, right, even if it's going really fast, I'll make sure to read your chat. What else is in there? Oh yeah, like members only chats. So what does that mean? I guess if it gets really busy, that I could turn it on to members only, and then only Weird Champs and above would get to talk. It was like really, you know, like if the chat was just moving too fast or something. Then Secret Halo, we're gonna do members only streams for that one. Oh yeah, and you also at each of these levels you get like access to videos that other people don't, like, right? So there's videos right now that are available but only for upgraded for people that are members, right? And then yeah, there's like more to Secret Halo. Oh my god, I'm not even doing this right. Jody, if you know the benefits that you're getting, no comment, we're gonna do a no comment chick wallpaper, so you'll get that. If you want to use wallpaper of no comment chick, Vamps is gonna design that for me. I know, right? And then you get to tell me what to do, and I will follow you on your social media. In fact, if somebody upgrades to no com, and you're like, I'm on Instagram, no comment chick, why aren't you following me there? I'll be like, okay, I'm making an Instagram account just for you, right? I raised you anti-Donna style cowboy. Dressed like a cowboy.
I wore this because I'm so fat from COVID that my good shirts don't fit me anymore. I wore these, okay?
What?
And
so BE's making the point, like, so I think Xanderhal's like, yeah, that was a weird thing about Xanderhal's dating advice is he's like telling people to kind of dress up, right? And BE's like, nah, you don't have to do that. And I favor BE's, thing. I don't know. I guess if somebody took me somewhere nice, I would dress up. But if it's just like hanging out and stuff, like I would probably wear some pretty normal stuff, right? I didn't want to spam it, but clicked the wrong button and it couldn't upgrade. Oh my god. A good first date place would be like an arcade. Oh, like a oh god, what is that place? What is that place? Dave and Buster's, right? Like that kind of thing? Is it kind of loud though? It feels like Dave and cuz I only really know about Dave and Buster's cuz Contra went there on acid. Yeah, Contra went to Dave and Buster's on acid. And it made me convinced that I don't want to go to Dave and Buster's on acid ever. Okay, that's some fear and loathing shit right there. I've never actually dated a person, only online. Yeah, here's my deal, okay? So in college it was always pretty easy. And I just sort of, like failed out of my med program, right? So or not just, but like just 6 months ago, right? But like, so in college it was like super easy, and now I'm finding it's like weird, like, right? Because in college you can sort of get to know somebody just by hanging out, and that's like my preferred method, or just go over to their place and make some food, or have some coffee, like, right? Like living in the dorms, it makes it so easy for you. And it's probably a little harder to date, right? Because if you're going off campus, then you gotta get in the car, and you know what I mean. It's like my where I was living in the dorms, like we didn't really have super near like to us like walking distance restaurants. So
these are basically sneakers that look like dress shoes in a way.
Very old arcade seasides. Oh, like in Steven Universe. Has anybody seen what I'm talking about? The arcade in Steven Universe?
Like they kind of like a hybrid. Yeah, it's not what I would wear every day, but it wasn't remotely fancy.
I actually don't judge people by their clothes. I just don't.
It was mostly just comfortable clothing that I felt okay in, that fit me decently. And I especially made sure to wear shoes that I could actually fucking walk in. And then literally on the second date, well, we didn't really have a second date. I mean, officially at least. But like the next time that I saw the person, I just wore a
like if somebody showed up to a date with me in an ugly yellow shirt and an ugly yellow t-shirt, a horrible mustard colored yellow t-shirt, I probably wouldn't even notice.
T-shirt and jeans.
Especially, and if they spilled mustard on their t-shirt, I wouldn't notice that either because it'd be the same color. That's a probably good thing to wear on a first date, right?
With regular sneakers. Nothing special. And she didn't care. Like, I've been on dates with people who show up in a fucking t-shirt and jeans, and I don't care. I don't expect anything from anyone on the first date. Or on any other date. I don't...
As a teen hanging out in the village, drugs were everywhere. You could walk into a coffee shop and somebody would have a briefcase with everything imaginable. Damn.
That's not why I'm there. I'm not there.
See, I would have been in trouble if I grew up in New York City. Oh my god, I was such a party kid. I was every fucking weekend, I would like, I would take something and dance my fucking ass off, like, right?
Because I'm trying to impress the other person, and they shouldn't be there because they're trying to impress me either. Like, yeah.
I thought that Xanderhal was going to get roasted too, yeah, but BE's basically using Xanderhal's video as a jumping off point to his own advice. So, yeah, I renamed the video. Oh, wait, let me make sure I saved that, right? Because I want to change that. Yeah, before Xanderhal finds this and is like, no, comment chick's blowing me up on YouTube again. No, Xander, we're not blowing you up today. We're just watching BE apparently give dating advice that's different from yours, but BE's not really spending a lot of time dunking, so and neither am I, right? I've already dunked on Xanderhal once this week. I don't need to do it twice. I overdress for most occasions because dresses and flats are easier to put on than sneakers and pants. Yeah. I wish I was more comfortable. I never think I look good in dress clothes, but I mean, I probably do. I don't know. or as good as any other time. I was a party kid in high school. The friends knew where the parties were. Crew parties were. Oh yeah, yeah. If you know, oh yeah, that's the best. If you, especially if you know people that are like with a promotion, a production company. Oh my God, they'll just get you in their party and shit. They'll just bring you in the back door. It's so good. It's so good.
Don't just.
Oh yeah, and you fucking hang out in the VIP area too. That's like, oh, that was so weird though. That was so weird. Oh my God, I had so many weird experiences.
Show up in like
I knew DJs and shit too. Like, I don't know how, but I ended up getting to know like all of my favorite DJs.
a t-shirt and sweatpants or anything
I
like
smoked weed with them.
that. Like maybe put in a tiny little bit of effort, but at the end of the day, it's not the
And
most.
chat, unironically, a DJ once did save my life. A DJ actually saved my life at one point. And it wasn't from anything. It wasn't from like, I wasn't on ecstasy or anything like that. It was a weird situation. It was a weird fucking situation. So, oh my God, chat, do I want to tell this story? I feel like this should be a members only story. Should I save this one for members only, or should I tell you to give you an idea of the type of shit I might discuss on members only? I'm getting Vietnamese and watch the live stream. Be jealous. I am jealous. I'm jealous and I'm hungry. Meow.
Most important thing. Don't like overdress. Don't dress like much more formally, I guess you could say it, than what you do every day. Like
one of the bands just let you in. That happened with my friend. My friend was we were going to a party, right? And it was like a big party, right? And so they had security, and we were used to security not really caring, not really patting you down, not really looking for drugs. But my friend had something on her, right? And they found it and they kicked her the fuck out, right? And she had to do that. She had to hang around to the back exit until somebody was going in, and she just kind of like, talked him up, and she got in. As your lawyer, I say save it. Yeah, I probably should save it.
you can essentially, most of you, if you have sneakers.
No, my childhood was wild, and it's because I grew up in the Midwest. It's because of the boredom of the Midwest. I'm convinced, because when I came out to the West Coast, when I moved, I expected everybody to party like we had, and they don't. People on the West Coast, they enjoy a party, they enjoy some drugs, they enjoy dancing, but they don't like overdo it the way that like me and my friends were used to. So it was a little weird, right? I was thinking I was coming out here and I was like, this is where people are really gonna party, and it's like, no, dude, people like that was a factor of just living in such a boring place, right? Such a boring Midwestern,
I have new sneakers now. These would be totally fine. Wear your fucking Vans. As long as.
Damn, bad Empanada. Back at it again with the black Vans.
They're
Did I
not
say it
worn
right?
out. As long as they look okay, just wear your fucking everyday sneakers. No one cares. But yeah, I would say don't approach
True towns with nothing to do have crazy more drugs. Yeah.
dating, as I said earlier, don't approach dating as a conquest.
No,
Don't-
and I feel like you're more like, you don't have like the selection. So we never had like a dude with a briefcase show up. Like it would be like, you go to the party and you're thinking, I like to do some acid tonight, and all they got is ecstasy. So there you go. Or something else like GHB, or like those drugs I was afraid to take. I don't think I ever partied on like ketamine or anything like that, right? I was pretty much comfortable with like shrooms. Oh, that's right. Let's do the Mia Mulder thing. We're talking about drinks here, okay? So I was only comfortable with absinthe. I wasn't comfortable with other drinks. There we go. Thank you, Mia. Thank you for showing me the way.
approach it as if you're trying
Does chat know what I'm talking about? The Mia Mulder video
To,
about drinks. She's
impress
got a
the
great
other person.
she's got a great video about drinking.
Like,
and different types of drinks,
you want to represent
which is definitely what I was talking about just then.
yourself as you've represented yourself up to that point. You want to just, people say be you, and in a way that's true.
Hey, Impact.
Like, I wouldn't go in just a t-shirt and jeans to a first date, unless it was like something weird, but I mean, as I
Hey, Buffy.
said, it's a bar. But I also wouldn't go to a bar in the first place in a t-shirt and jeans, where I would wear jeans and my regular sneakers, but I would usually put on a button-up at least. Approach it in that same way. Though I do think like there is kind of an advantage, particularly if you're dating cis men, to just
Yeah, I mean, she's got her videos are longer, right? But yeah, like I think she's great. I think she's really cool.
dressing as casually as possible. Put in as low effort as possible. Don't wear any makeup. You know, wear a t-shirt and
don't wear any makeup. Okay. Okay. Hey, bad empanada, don't tempt me with a good time.
jeans. Don't put in any effort for them at all. I think literally just through doing that, if you're not a cis man, if you're someone who dates cis men, you can filter a lot of the shitheads from the very beginning. I don't know, I don't understand how this happens, but there's a lot of stories out there of like guys who like literally like cannot comprehend the first time they see a woman without makeup or something, or like not like who hasn't put like an hour of effort into her appearance before a date. And I think it would be advantageous to filter that sort of person out by just not putting in that hour of effort before the date. Because the fact of the matter is, that's the effort the average guy is putting in. You know what I do before I go on a date? I slightly comb my hair and beard. I put on a fucking a button-up shirt, which is literally the only thing different to what I do before I go out normally to shop at the grocery store. And then I go.
So in other words, you look less like Destiny than you do now.
Go to the date. That's literally it. So women should do the same. Well, yeah, I mean, of course I shower, but I hope showering is fucking implied. I hope you don't have to tell people to shower before a date. Like, I would hope that you've already showered.
But bad empanada, girls don't have BO. Just kidding.
Earlier in the day, and you don't need to do it before the date. But yeah, that's my advice. Let's go back to more Xanderhal.
Lonnie, I know that you're not into that, but I'm from Florida, and that was the go-to. I'm from Florida, and that was the go-to. No polo shirts ever. Polo shirts are a nice shirt. It's a nice shirt.
Polo shirts are just like really bad.
Niche creators stop talking about other things challenge.
Hey, shit, rich people buy because they want the Ralph Lauren brand name. It's a fact. Like they don't look good.
Listen, I don't know. I feel like there's some kind of like there's some kind of generational thing happening here. Now with Xanderhal, okay, let's say this, okay? Everybody knows that I went pretty hard on Xanderhal in the Bad Bunny video, right? But I will say that Xanderhal is not a hype beast, okay? Xanderhal is not covered head to toe in Supreme, and you know, this is not Xanderhal does not scalp Supreme clothing. Yeah, like I mean, I don't know, like you know, he's a younger guy. He's gonna have different tastes, right? That's the one thing that I'll defend Xander on. It's like when the attack basically comes down to he's a young guy, and it's like, yeah, he is. That's not, you know, that's no slag against him.
There's no situation where a polo shirt looks better than a t-shirt. They're t-shirts for rich people. They serve the same purpose.
It makes you look like you've
non-toxic trans people.
A polo shirt is not more formal than a t-shirt.
Put some effort into your clothing.
No, a polo shirt does not make you look like you put more effort in.
Okay, no, so some people were saying this about Xanderhal's description of a good like outfit to put together for like, you know, that he would put together. It sounded a little bit like a Proud Boy uniform. And no, he didn't say Fred Perry, okay? At no point did he say Fred Perry, but yeah, he said polo shirt and some khakis. That's kind of unfortunately become sort of like an alt-right you know, uniform at this point.
At all. Just buy a fucking button-up shirt of some description and put it on. That suits you well.
Bummer.
Oh. Don't put a polo shirt on in any circumstance.
I mean, I don't like polo shirts, but you know, whatever floats your boat. This is probably what you wear in Florida. This is probably pretty normal for Florida. What Xanderhal's talking about.
As an autistic person, what's the best way for me to tell if someone is actually interested in me or if they're just messing around in a way that comes off as flirty?
Look, these questions like that. That's a good question to ask of someone who's autistic. What does Xanderhal know about this, man? Xanderhal's not going to be able to tell you this.
Flirtatious. Honestly, Megamania. So here's the thing. I want you to weigh your options here. Let's say you think a girl or a guy. I'm going to say girl because most of these worries are not as big if you're a girl. I'm sorry. Women have this privilege. It's just true. Squad W, my brothers. Anyway, so let's say there's this girl and
that sounds like a Best Buy employee uniform.
And you know, you think she might be flirting with you. My recommendation is just ask if they're flirting before you proceed. Say, are you flirting with
the vape? Xander needs to stop vaping. Oh, yeah. Wait, does he vape like pot or does he vape like, does he vape like, what did she say? What did she, oh my God, I'm trying to remember. What was Mia Mulder's code for that? Absinthe. I can't remember what it was. Does anybody remember? The orange juice was like... Has anybody seen the video I'm talking about? It's called... She talks about drinks, right? Different drinks. Because you're not allowed to talk about what she's actually talking about on YouTube. They'll you know, destroy you in the algorithm. It's wild how brands and looks become so synonymous. like Von Dutch trucker hats and Burberry's were supposed to be very fancy, but became oh yeah, right, yeah, that's true. That's yeah, I've read about the wait, oh my god, Teresa Jordan, is that her name? I think has a video about like kind of like the class politics of the UK, and how like the like the chav stereotype was weaponized to to shit on working class people. T, that's right, T, it's T. That's what she said.
And if they're flirting, they're gonna.
He vapes juice. Wait, juice? Like as in like, it's not, and it doesn't make you anything. It's just flavored.
Never ever do that. You should never do that. Most people like would honestly prefer that you don't ask them and don't realize that they're flirting with you, than that you ask them and they have to answer you.
Yeah, but that's like
people
advanced.
Want flirting to flow
I don't
naturally.
know. I mean, I feel like okay, Bad Empanada's giving the advanced version. If you're just starting out dating, you probably do need to so gross and yeah, yeah. But yeah, like I mean, you're right, Bad Empanada. It's just that like, don't most people learn like? So yeah, when you're comfortable with dating, you can kind of play with that. Like maybe the person's flirting with me, maybe they're not. In fact, maybe they don't know. Maybe they think you're kind of cute and they're curious and they're testing the waters, right? Yeah, flirting, even flirting, sometimes it doesn't even mean interest. It just means it's a form of play, right? But I can understand why, especially as an autistic person, you might prefer for that stuff to be less like ephemeral and I don't think that's like an unreasonable thing to ask, right? I mean, yeah, granted it will be considered awkward, but maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it shouldn't be considered awkward, right? I don't know.
And they don't want you sort of interrupt the illusion. Like they would prefer that to flirt with you and for you to flirt back. What I would say here, just having thought about
like that's the game, yeah. I mean, that's what flirting's about, right?
For an entire 10 seconds is that if you think someone is flirting with you, maybe flirt back.
Yeah, flirting's like you dip your toe in the water. You're not sure.
And try to
flirting on accident. Yeah, you can also flirt in a way that's like funny, that isn't serious. You can flirt in a way that's like, that's the idea. Okay, so flirting is kind of like a vague post, right? You make a vague post and people sort of get what you're thinking, and they might even guess what you're really saying, but they're not sure. And if somebody tries to pin you down and you don't want to be pinned down, you can say, "Hey, I didn't say that," right? That's what flirting is, right? Is you're testing the waters, but you don't want to be tied down to it, right? You're not sure.
Gauge the reaction. If
I have no idea how to flirt. I know. I'm like, Oh, here's one thing. I actually have no idea how to flirt either. What happens though is that I flirt without meaning to. I sometimes probably don't even know when I'm flirting, right? It happens, and it does happen more when I'm interested in somebody, but it's just like a pattern of acting that I get into, right? All general dating advice is always pretty purely for able and neurotypical folks. Yeah.
It seems to you they're still flirting with you. Maybe they are.
And I feel like social anxiety is something that should be talked about, right? Having a great conversation can be mistaken for flirting if that happens to me.
Who knows?
That happens to me.
It depends.
Yeah.
Like, are we talking about dating here, or
let me just try the this 1.5 Entente. Wait, what is that? Vape juice?
Like just meeting random people? Because if you're on a date with someone, like a one-on-one date in a bar, as we said, you only go on dates in bars. Okay, never anywhere else.
Or else Bad Empanada will neg you.
Fair to assume that if it seems like they're flirting with you...
Am I flirting now without knowing? Do I flirt with chat? Probably. Sometimes. Yeah, probably.
They probably are.
But not now, right? Right? I can't always tell, though. I can't always tell.
In other situations...
Yeah, it's really unconscious for me.
I don't know. I think it's a lot safer to not ask someone, ever. Because if you get that wrong, it could turn things to be very awkward.
Ooh.
But I mean, this is advice for autistic people, and for autistic people specifically, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I don't have that experience. And I find it very weird that Xanderhal is being asked this because he doesn't know. I don't know. Why is he talking about this? Why am I talking about this when we don't know?
To say something like, if they say no...
This. Wait a minute, let's talk about this. I know why he's talking about this. I know why he's being asked. So here's what's happening, okay? There's an unspoken, unconscious hierarchy. A social hierarchy, you might even say. And in that hierarchy, neurotypical, considered to be attractive, socially confident... a person who is dating someone, or at least has had a lot of dating experience, is considered to be above, autistic person trying to figure shit out, right? So that's why this happens, is because we live in a society that puts us in a hierarchy like that, and the person asking him is like, well, he's above me in the hierarchy, he's more successful, he's doing better, like, I'm gonna ask him, right? And they don't even, it's really easy to kind of like, think that like somehow, I don't know, it is, it's a really confusing thing that there's flirting and then there's flirting. Is it possible that you've already seduced us all without knowing? Oh my god. Maybe?
You stop. No matter what, you stop right there if they say no. Once you've heard the word no, it's over. But if they say maybe, that's yes. Maybe when offered that question means yes.
It's just, I thought...
Wait, what was the question?
I find it very weird how, like, Xanderhal is acting like asking someone if they're flirting is a normal thing. It's not normal to ask someone if they're...
Flirtmaster NCC.
Flirting. This is how you can tell that he...
It's not normal, but I don't know. I feel like if it works better for you, then maybe you should work on normalizing it, right? Maybe it's worth, maybe it's worth like kind of fighting for, right? Like calling people their correct pronouns isn't normal either, and that's worth fighting for. So why not an accommodation of sorts, right?
Has very little dating experience. I've never asked someone if they're flirting. No one...
Maybe is not yes. That's true. That is very, very, very true.
Never asked me if I'm flirting.
That means yes, continue.
Oh, are they flirting? That's the question. Okay.
When it comes to flirting, not when it comes to...
Well, I mean, like if you say like maybe, then that's a maybe. That could be a yes.
Did you want to fuck? But when it comes to like flirt...
But part of flirting is that you're not trying to be committal. Like, right? If you wanted to be committal, you'd be committal. You'd say something more upfront, right? But either it's not the right time or you're not sure, and so instead you're playing in between. You're playing in the subtext. Yeah, it's just like subtext, right?
Like just talking and sort of like banter, then that means yes, like continue flirting. I'm fucking with you. I'm reeling you in, I'm playing with you a little bit, right? And from there, you just kind of have to gauge it out on a case-by-case basis. It's kind of hard for me to answer that question.
Oh yeah, it's a cute noise for sure.
Without knowing your exact situation.
Yeah, when did he turn into fucking 10-inch shorter Eminem? What happened there?
But that's the advice that I'd give. Where should you go on a first date?
Didn't they already make this joke about... Yeah.
You don't want to go to the movies. And you don't want to go to like a sports event or a show or anything like that. You don't want to go to a place where you're going to sit in the dark and be quiet together and watch something. You don't want to go that. You don't want to really go with that. I honestly recommend like coffee, dinner, lunch, or a walk in the park with food. There needs to be food. You need to be...
Wrong. Everything completely wrong. I already went over why this is wrong earlier.
Oh my
it's all
God.
wrong. This is the advice of someone with very little experience or success dating. Like, if you're like a fucking Mormon, okay? Sure, go for a walk in the park. You want to meet your life partner in the Church of Latter-day Saints. Absolutely go for a coffee date. You want to see if you actually, you can actually hold a very good flowing conversation with someone for hours on end. Go to a bar.
If you're a guy, you got to be paying for food in the first date, unless the girl insists otherwise.
Literally never do that. Never do that. Never fucking do that.
Maybe means
never,
maybe.
ever.
It's a well-known phrase.
Ever, ever.
Going
Never
off Sigma.
pay for food on the first date. Never pay for anything on the first date. 50-50. You pay for what you eat. You pay for what you drink. Never do that. For one, if they expect that of you, this is how I know he hasn't dated, unless this is an American thing. In Argentina, it's not like this at all, at least with anyone who I've ever gone out with. In Australia, either. There's a difference between paying for someone's food or drinks or whatever because you want to pay for them, and doing it because they expect you to. Okay, those are two different things. Like, sure, if you want to do it, and you can, sure. Doing it because you think they might expect you to do it, that is weird. And if they expect you to do it, I think that should be a red flag. I think most women, at least who are sort of nominally politically conscious, like left liberals or leftists or whatever, who, if you're watching this, I imagine that's the kind of person who you are, right? Most women will not want you to pay on the first date because it comes with implications. It comes with like this implication that they owe you. So most will make a point of not letting you pay, even if you want to. And that is on top of the fact that you shouldn't feel obligated to pay half, or you shouldn't feel obligated to pay for the bill at all. For one, because there's two reasons for that. One, that's fucking fucked up if they expect you to pay for their food and drinks. Like, this is not 1970, okay? You shouldn't be expected to invest any more in this date than they do. Otherwise,
oh my god, chat. Do I want to disclose something else sus about me? Like, okay, this was right after I had gotten like dumped like by my partner, like after being too sick to work for a long time, and I was in a really bad spot financially. But I've gone on dates before more or less because I knew that they would pay for my food. And it's not as bad as it sounds, like, right? That makes it sound like they didn't really have a chance, and I wasn't telling them they didn't have a chance, and I was just in it for the food. That is not true. That is not true, okay? They had a chance. They kind of fucked it up when they, like, tried to get me to eat meat, and they were like, I just feel so bad that I'm eating this delicious meaty dish, and you're stuck over there eating, like, eating like, rabbit food, right? Like, don't you want me to order you one of these, like, right? And I was just like, no. And then they tried to argue me. They thought that, like, I was on the fence on being a vegetarian, and they were like trying to explain to me like that, like, I grew up on a cattle ranch, it's fine, like, you my granddad loved the cows until we had to kill him, and he would always say they only had one bad day, and I was like, don't do this to me, because she had a chance. She had a chance, and she lost it right there. She lost it. Yeah. So yeah, it's not like but like, I don't know, like, this might be something that needs to be re-examined. Like, this is an old, like, convention, right? What did Xanderhal do now? It's just bad Empanada going over to Xanderhal's dating advice, and mainly what it is him using that as a jumping off point to give his dating advice. So bad Empanada is like, no, Xander, hold my beer. Let me show you how it's done, right? On all dates I went on where I paid, the other person gave me the money back later. That is your right as a woman. People have done worse things to survive. Yeah, like, I mean, it's the kind of thing that, like, I was just like, I wouldn't have been dating, like, right? Like, I guess I wasn't ready to date yet, because, like, oh my god! Here, but thank you for the subscription, XTR1. Thank you for signing up as a communist invading radical. Yeah, I'm glad that those stream alerts still work. We gotta get the Twitch ones fixed too. The most romantic date is to dine and dash. Oh my god! But don't do that. It really sucks for people working there. They often don't get paid when people do that. Yeah, like, I mean, it sucked for me. Ooh, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can get in trouble for that. I don't know. I understand people doing it. Yeah, I waited like, waiting tables was one of my major jobs. Like, that's one of the jobs that I've, done more than other stuff. So yeah, I know the pain. But I also know the pain of not having any money and, like, trying to fill your belly,
We already have something weird going on there that's not very healthy. And for two,
communists invading radicals.
If you sort of insist on it, even if you don't mean to, it can sort of imply to the woman that you are maybe doing it because you...
Oh yeah, what? Oh my god. Yes, that is Minnesota Mike. That is indeed Minnesota Mike.
You sort of want her to feel that obligation that I just mentioned. So all in all, 50-50 is the best way.
You've got the memes, and you know how to use them.
To go. Or not even 50-50. You pay for what you eat, you pay for what you drink. Split everything. And then, after the first date, sure, we can think about something else, okay? But overall, like, I think this is, like, very weird dating advice. Like, this is like the dating advice that I would give someone like who goes out with like random girls on Twitter, like the kind of girls who like.
I'm trying to think if I ever had like getting my food paid for me for like used as like leverage to get me to sleep with somebody. I don't think I did.
Go to like fucking Arby's with someone and film them and then post on their TikTok saying...
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier. Yeah, what works for one person doesn't necessarily work for the other person, so I steer clear of at least. Yeah, that's true. Well, think about this too. Okay, like, so our perception of how romance works, how like something like kissing works, right? It's kind of... Oh my god! Buffy Geek, you became a member. Thank you. I worked in kitchens when the 2 times someone told me that they had no money. I got them whatever meal they wanted. Yeah, I always tried to do that too. It was a little dodgy though. There were some places that like, seriously, there were some places that when I cooked, because I didn't cook very much. I mostly waited tables. But like if I were to give them more fries than the 4 ounces or whatever that's the brand standard, and you could probably tell where I worked by the fact that I just said brand standard, right? You could probably also tell that I worked for a... Wait, did I work for a corporate? Yeah, I think it was a corporate one. Anyway, so like, yeah, they would get on me for that shit. If I gave them more, like if they were like, you know, you sold this many, you know, orders of fries and yet we have, you know, this many ounces missing, like, right, they would really like, you know, kind of penny pinch on that stuff. First date dinner with my partner, we were both broke students. I said I was sorry, but we had to go Dutch, and they said they had never had Dutch food before. It was very cute.
Look at this fucking loser I convinced to go on a date with me to pay for my food. I would hope that you, the people watching this, have enough standards that you don't ever end up in that situation, okay? So overall...
Who's going to stop me from cooking the person a meal? I don't know. They always paid attention to, like, you know, they would try to, like, look at how much food was missing, basically. I don't know. I don't think... you know, nobody ever got fired over it, but...
On your first date, doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter if you're a man, a woman, an NB... trans, cis,
that is really awesome.
Whatever, you pay for what you order for yourself. If you share something, you each pay for half of it. Simple stuff.
And you need to do something where you're going to be able to talk and actually get to know each other. That's the point of a first date. You not need to be just going and seeing a movie. Like, that's just kind of... I think that's so cringe. Like, in hindsight, I so regret ever going on a first date to a movie with a girl. Like, oh my god, that's so...
That is true about movies. Never... Like, you go on a first... Like, a movie date isn't even really a date. Like, if you're at the point with someone where you can go to a movie with them and not feel like you're just wasting your fucking...
And also, like, I don't know. I don't go to movies. Like, I don't even have Netflix right now, honestly. I feel like the closest thing I do to this is, like, if there's something, like, if there's, like, a movie or something that we both want to see on, like, YouTube, like, you know what I mean? It would be like a home thing, right? But like I get that that's kind of like maybe too personal or too, you know what I mean? Being in your home with somebody is like maybe not what you want to do on a first date. Also, people get rounds in or take turns. Doesn't... Oh yeah, true. Dutch people put mayonnaise on their fries. I'm all in favor of that.
Time. It's probably because you're past the point of like having numbered dates. You know, you already have some sort of connection, and you're not really on this second, third date sort of thing anymore.
Oh shit, I gotta know though. I gotta know.
Jesus Christ. Dinner is usually a bit much, coffee or drinks.
Like, when am I supposed to have sex with a person? Like, right? What is too many dates to go on with a person without having sex with them? And you can be honest.
Or lunch is good. Yeah, something like that is also good.
I need to hear the real answer.
Nothing expensive. Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Drinks is the only way.
Too expensive for a first date, yeah. Like, I want to make it clear here, guys. Failure on a first date because something that is... Okay, so let's say you go on a first date with somebody or you ask somebody out and something about you that is true ends up preventing the relationship from happening. You get rejected or the relationship ends or you get turned down or you don't get a second date because of something about...
I mean, I wish that was it, but like, you know, like, I don't know.
yourself that is true.
I feel like
a true like thing about yourself that is, you know, a thing that you
do people really like if you don't have sex by the third date, do they really think like it's not going anywhere?
Admit like, okay, I maybe am like this. That's a win, because maybe you don't need to change yourself to get with a specific person. Maybe you're looking for a person who's okay with you being the way that you are. And
yeah, I went over that earlier. This is true. But I mean, ideally in most cases, like you've already sort of filtered these people before even going on a first date with them. I'll show you my Tinder picture. Hold on. I'll post it to Instagram first, and then I'll bring it up. You kind of that one that is posted. You see it. This one on the left. There you go. You know, you might have shitty pictures on Tinder, so you might want to fix that if that's you. Anyway, let's continue with the Xanderhal.
Maybe you've just taken a W, because maybe now you've just gotten through one more roadblock between you and your perfect partner. My first date with my last partner, we went to dinner.
Perfect partner. Aww.
He paid for dinner and drinks, and I paid for the cab and ride there / back. That's feminist. Listen to what your date is saying, pay attention. Oh yeah, definitely. I don't know, Crash Override. Women love food. And so do men, honestly. And NBs probably do too. I think everybody just fucking loves food. And the quickest way to anybody's heart is through their stomach. So, like, if you want to, like, make sure someone had a good time on a date, you get them food. Like, hold on. I want to make it very clear here.
I mean, ideally, they would have a good time because they're talking to you. Last, like, first date that I went on with someone, I think it was, like, in August. I think we ordered fries. We didn't even have a meal. We just shared, like, a thing of fries and nothing else. And it went great. Because we just talked. That's the idea.
I'm abstinent personally, so I don't know how normal people do it. Yeah, my advice is that you have as much sex with a person as you can. Yeah, I just, like, I know that it's weird because, like, I have, like, a natural, like, desire to get to know people better before doing something like that. And, like, but I also know that, like, that people can take, like, that as, like, a low-key sign of, like, non-interest, right?
Ideal thing, right? If
I love that gendered saves.
If the most enjoyable thing about the date is them liking the food, I think it wasn't a great date. Probably fucking sucked, and you should probably maybe not even go out with that person again.
Do not let a girl go hungry on a date, okay?
Oh my god, this
Do
is
not
so
let
weird.
a girl go.
That's so fucking weird. He sounds like a fucking masculine macho man. Oh, I have to pay for the meal, and I must take care of this girl's stomach. Dude, I'm pretty sure she can handle herself. She won't let herself go hungry. You know, I'm pretty sure she can probably feed herself. You know, if she wants to order food, she can do it. Just such a dumb, weird idea.
Like, B's probably right, but, like, oh my god, like... Wait. Are we talking about video games? X likes, I mean, also Y likes and Z likes too?
Seeing this is what I said, like, this seems to me like someone without much experience talking about what they think dating is like without having really knowing.
It's all about communication.
This is like such a fucking like teenage way of looking at things here, honestly. I must feed her. She can feed herself, man. Come on.
Hungry on a date.
Don't let a girl go hungry. Every grandma ever.
And if a guy is letting you go hungry on a date and you're a girl, then he's not a good dude, and he is not doing a good job of being on a date with you.
That's so weird. How are you supposed to know that she's hungry? How are you supposed to know what she wants to eat? Is it on you to fucking stuff food into her mouth? Like, here comes the airplane. Woo! No, what's going on here? This is so weird.
I need to mention, like, give a hint that you're hungry and stuff like that, and say, hey, I'm a little hungry.
That's not a hint. That's you telling him. If she's a little hungry, why doesn't she order fucking food? Is she a child? What's going on? Are you dating a toddler? I mean, probably is. He's Xanderhal, for fuck's sake. Man, what is going on here? Like, it's not your obligation to fucking feed someone you're in.
Look, I'm no fan of debate bros either, but that was like a little much. That was a little much, okay?
They're an adult.
Wait, is there that I think you're mixing up Xanderhal with another leftist content creator, yeah?
They know when they're hungry. They should know what they want to eat. It's not on you to help them out with that.
But, like, if he's, like, not getting you food, if he's like, yeah, sorry, don't really want to get food, then, like, he's not doing a very good job at taking you on a date, is he?
Why is the guy taking the girl on a date? That's another thing. This is very transactional sort of conquesty view of dating. You go on a date because you want to talk to someone and see if you can connect with them. You don't go on a fucking date because you want to.
I say the inviter pays so the guest doesn't have to worry about shit. Zan is a MILF stan. Not. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, Zan's a big MILF enthusiast.
Provide for them and make yourself.
Oh, here's what I don't get. Okay, so MILF, like, right? Is that just like any woman with kids is a MILF, or is it like a certain age to be a MILF, right? Let the other person know that you want to take the time to get to know them better. Then maybe I just put demisexual in my like fucking like profile or something, right? Then they know you're not interested, and you can both take things at a patient pace. Patient pace.
Like a good masculine manly provider.
That's good advice.
Who's a potentially good candidate to form a traditional nuclear family with or something. This is just weird. Everything about this is wrong. Don't do any of this.
Oh my god, here's good advice.
That's how I hit on guys. I'm like, would you like to form a traditional nuclear family with me? And
if you are eating at, like, you're getting lunch or dinner or breakfast or some, food or something on any date, and you get the opportunity to order that food, order the least messy, most easy to have good manners thing to eat possible.
I think, like, generally what you do on a date, if you're a fucking adult, on a date with another adult, right, is what you do is you each order what you want.
No, Xanderhal. You order oysters. That's what you do. Listen. Just let your date order whatever she wants, right? But you get oysters, and you sit there with your oysters, like slurping them down with like lemon and stuff, and just like looking at her like, I'm sorry, Chad. I'm sorry I couldn't. I just imagined this date, this like horrible date where the other person's like, oysters, that's what I got. And they're like making a big deal about that.
Or if you want to share something, you talk about it and then you pick something to share.
Is that even true about oysters? Are they actually an aphrodisiac?
Yeah. That's the thing that, like, what is this thing about ordering for the other person? That's bizarre to me. Like, these people are approaching this in a very sort of, I hesitate to use this word because it makes you sound like a Tumblr user, but a very problematic, traditional sort of way where, like, the man takes charge of everything for the...
Listen, Bad Empanada, there's a lot to unpack here. There's genuinely a lot to unpack, so yeah.
Woman.
Go off.
The helpless woman who's just there, like, to be led by the man who's trying to impress her and to conquer her or whatever. Like, this is, like, an excellent example of how not to date. If you want to date poorly, if you want to approach things in a way that is unhealthy for...
I think a lot of those sorts of things are just posh and expensive.
Both you and the other person, do what he's saying here. Do what his chat is saying here. This is all wrong.
Like, maybe instead of eating... Like, maybe you go to get breakfast. Maybe instead of getting, like, a big fucking omelet and...
Wait. Who goes on breakfast dates? Does this happen? I mean, it's perfectly valid if it does. I'm like, not trying to hate on it.
Like pancakes with sticky syrup.
Oh yes, pancakes, right?
For the date, maybe instead you get like scrambled eggs, bacon, and hash browns. Something that's like literally just...
What?
Okay, theoretically. If I'm going on a breakfast date with a guy and he wants to have sex with me, he's gonna be better off with the pancakes than smelling like eggs and bacon when he tries to kiss me, okay? Yeah.
This is who goes on a date, like, in a diner for breakfast. I'm so weird.
Brunch, yeah, there we go.
From a movie or something.
Edible with simple bites from a fork that's not going to, like, have a high likelihood of falling into your lap or onto your shirt and getting it all greasy. Nothing.
Yeah, blissfully unaware.
It's going to get your mouth all dirty. Like, just, yeah, you guys, yeah. Man.
Oh, yeah, you hooked up the night before would be the only scenario I will... Oh, that's actually a good, like, oh my god, I don't know. Like, is that weird, though? Because a lot of times when people hook up for the first time, they don't really want to spend a lot of time together afterwards. And, I don't know, it's always been weird for me. I mean, I understand it, and I guess I kind of feel the same way, but I don't know, like, getting breakfast, like, that's not a bad idea.
Manners are really important, like, really, really be important. I turned down a free turkey dinner from my insurance company because I'm vegan. What a mistake that was. That wasn't a question, but thank you. Clingy, watch out for clingy. It could be an unhealthy relationship. Yes, guys, do not be afraid to terminate a relationship if you're seeing red flags. If you're seeing those red flags and you feel like...
Brenner, it's a bold strategy. Cotton.
Maybe it's time. It might be time. Don't wait for it to get too bad, because There's some guys I know who've had women ruin their lives, like legitimately. And
it's so weird how can't guys be clingy to?
I've never been on a breakfast date. Do you know what would be a good date though? Is a breakfast for dinner date, right? Maybe not at Denny's. Where would it? Oh, like IHOP. Yeah, IHOP would be acceptable. Just because I worked at Denny's, right? I don't want to relive that part of my life. It ruined the food there for me too. Like I can't eat Denny's anymore. It's gross. This could be after the club. Oh, okay. Yeah.
What?
Wait, that's weird. Yeah, because like I never thought of that. Like going to get food instead of just going to somebody's place.
Only guys and women. You can definitely see some very not so latent misogyny going on in this video.
Oh, you were still awake when the breakfast place opened. That works.
Women who've had guys ruin their lives, vice versa. I've had guys.
The very next sentence he clarified.
I've met women who got killed by guys, who guys got them killed because they were in a relationship with them, and it was just not. And the guy drank and drove, and now she's dead. She was on my swim team. There have been guys who've had their lives ruined by relationships with certain women. Don't do the whole I can fix thing. The red flags are red flags for a reason. You need to evacuate that shit like it's the Death Star, and it's about to explode.
Yeah, and this is what I said earlier about filtering. Ideally, you wouldn't get to the point with someone where they can like have you something that you feel
I gotta get more tea
because of you wouldn't let that happen. It's a big part about approaching things in a sort of healthy way and respecting yourself before anything else. Being very self-aware, especially, not just like getting with someone for the sake of it.
Stage 4 clinger abort mission true. Huge red flag, by the way. If they haven't seen Lord of the Rings and they're not interested in it, you need to dump them on the spot. If you don't think there's any way you can convince them to consume any Lord of the Rings movie at some point, then there's no point in pursuing the relationship. Thankfully, Lonnie has agreed to watch one Lord of the Rings movie after I finish those. Oh, we will, Lonnie. We will. I don't think you know how dedicated I am to the Lord.
Okay, so that sucked, though it was at least a pretty decent jumping off point for me to actually give you guys some real good advice rather than some like 22-year-old inexperienced guy. I'm not shitting on Xanderhal for being inexperienced. We were all inexperienced once. I probably would have given awful dating advice if I had given you it when I was in my first ever relationship too. But like, it's just not good advice. It's the advice of someone who's looking at things in a very sort of conquesty sort of way, in a very sort of traditional gender role sort of way, and not in a way that is good for himself or the people he's going to be going out with. God, that took a long time.
Way too many Denny's in high school, yeah. Waffle House after a concert at like 3 a.m. is the closest thing to a breakfast date I could see going on. Serial one-night standers will ditch a breakfast date morning after you... Oh no, what are we doing? No. We're not trying to watch that.
I can't wait to watch this. Xanderhal dating advice. Now...
I feel like I saw something. Oh my god, why do people... Okay, what... Can somebody explain... Do we need to watch this? Okay, so there's a Hans of Hark here. There it is again. There's a Hans of Hark here drama. I kind of thought earlier this week that this wasn't actually a drama, right? Because it's about xenogenders, and I guess Hans is like... debated a bunch of people, and there's like a bunch of cringe. Oh, hey, Anne. Meow. There's also a Vosh video on Jussie Smollett. But yeah, like there's like, okay, so I guess it was a... God, what the fuck happened? Like, Hans is still kind of on the xenogender stuff from RGR. You want to see the full coverage? Yeah. And Bosch has come around on xenogenders. I'm assuming maybe because of Demon Mama, you know, right? And her influence on him, because I know they've debated this before, and Vosh was on the other side of it. It seems like Vosh, you know, changed his mind, and you know, good for him, right? And good for Demon Mama. But so like Hans is still on this, like, you know, kind of like, really, xenogender is helicopter a valid gender then, you know, like Hans is on that kind of trip, right? And the CIA trusting talk. Wait, that was, oh god, who was that? Who was trusting the CIA? Rose Wrist, right? Was it Rose Wrist? I mean, let's take a, oh god, that's like a Chud Logic one though. Like, what are they? What's the actual source material? Because I know this is gonna be like, I don't want to watch too much Chud Logic, right? We've already watched Chud Logic once this week. Oh my god, that's 2 hours too. Oh, I love this album. I love this album right here. Thank you for recommending it for me, YouTube. I'll have to check that out later. I don't know. Can we watch Garud? Is Garud one of those? Do you think is Garud one of those bands that would I get copyright striked for? Garud. What is this? Did he really? Oh my god! Did he?
It's all about the take economy. It's all about having an opinion, having to have an.
I feel like Theory Plebe came up with this concept. Theory Plebe used to say the take industrial complex.
A strong opinion.
I'm pretty sure that Theory Plebe doesn't like me anymore because I'm too much of a SJW or something. I don't know.
In one way or another, even when you have no clue what's going on. But I'm really against this idea that I and that others need to have
Hans
an
is
opinion on
different.
everything.
Yeah,
For me,
okay.
it's like, it just annoys me, right? I don't want people to care about what I have to say just because I'm the one saying it.
So these are both debate bros, and Hans is kind of like a Destiny type, right? Hangs out with Destiny a bunch. You know, has kind of farmed a lot of drama, like basically trying to make himself big with, like, you know, drama and stuff like that, right? That's Hans, right? And then Haas is the guy from Infrared that started out as, you know, I mean, from what I heard, Infrared was a lot different when it started out, right? It wasn't as fucked up. But yeah, Haas is now like a kind of a third position fake tanky. That's the best I got, is to typify Haas. Third position fake tanky debate bro. That's what he is. He's really more of a, like, you know, conservative, right? In a Marxist Leninist shell, right? There's very little like actual substantive Marxism left in what Haas is talking about. But yeah, Hans is probably right-leaning centrist, I guess, is the best way to describe Haas's point of view. Hunter is going very hard on a pro-CIA, almost claiming them as the true Wikipedia source.
I want people to care about what I have to say because what I'm saying, you know, makes sense. It's a good argument. It's backed up by good evidence, you know, stuff like that. You know, big streamers, for example, Vosh, Destiny, these guys are take havers, right? Their role is to tell their audience what to think. Doesn't matter if they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They have to tell their audience what to think. And then we get to like
So I guess it sounds like Bad Empanada's been spending, you know, paying some attention to Xanderhal.
most pathetic of them all, who are the ones who try to imitate the take haver.
The question, chat, is will we have a Xanderhal video on Bad Empanada? Is that going to happen?
And fail miserably at it. That's your Xanderhals. Like, at the very least, Vosh and Destiny's viewers care about what they have to say. No one who watches Xanderhal cares about what he has to say. No one is under any fucking illusion that he has anything to say about anything. People would watch a Xanderhal video because it gets recommended to them, and it's like, basically, he's watching something.
Chat, I'm starting to feel bad about, like, calling Xanderhal the weakest of the debate bros now. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me, honestly? I shouldn't feel bad. This guy was like, you know, this guy was my friend a few years ago, okay? And when somebody came to him with some shit he should have been sus about, he farmed it for fucking drama, okay? I haven't talked about it, and I don't really see the point in talking about it, right? I'm not trying to do, like, not trying to make the same mistakes as I did back in the Dylan arc and cover every single person that talks shit about me. I'm not gonna, like, do that, right? But yeah, like, I got every reason to just say burn him, right? But I don't know. It feels weird. I don't know. What's wrong with me? Yeah, I mean, if he buys me food, I'll stop talking shit, okay? And if he stops having bad takes, I'll stop talking shit, but...
And you watch it through him because you're too lazy to go and find...
Why do I feel fucking... Oh my god, chat, this is messed up. There's something wrong with me.
The actual video yourself. That's Xanderhal's channel. Like, no one would ever watch Xanderhal because they want to see what Xanderhal actually has to say about something. It's like, you know, they go to Xanderhal's channel. Let's check it out. I mean, they don't even go to his channel, probably, most of them. There's like a Xanderhal video shows up in your recommendation, and it's like, you know, you see, like, when he's debating someone, he gets very little views. This is honestly, like, worse views.
Everything is grist for the debate, bro. Milk, sadly,
than I get on my second channel with 5 times fewer subscribers that I just post stream clips.
Is Xanderhal buying food for us? Xanderhal, get in here and buy me some food, because you said you like to buy food, so yeah, buy food. How long has Destiny been around? Destiny is legitimately probably the first... Am I right, chat? Is Destiny the first political streamer? So here's Destiny's arc as far as I understand. Way back in the day, Destiny is a pro StarCraft streamer. He's not great at it. He's not a champion. He's not the best, okay? But he plays StarCraft, right? And people know him from that. So he starts streaming. He starts doing streams, and people watch him stream, right? And, you know, streams become popular. And at some point, for some reason, he had that debate with JonTron, right? And I think that's where he sort of entered into politics. And so he is the OG Bloodsport debate left person, right? He's obviously not a lefty, but he's left adjacent, or at least he was back in the day. He's becoming more and more right wing, it seems like. The first white prominent head, at least, yeah.
Once a week. When he does get...
Yeah, I may be wrong about this. There may be other people that have, like, really blazed the trail, and then Destiny got the credit for it, but...
Views, it's like, Lauren Chen? I wonder what she said. Chris Chan? I'm going to click that video because it's about Chris Chan. That interests me. Sigma Male? That's a funny meme. I'm going to click that. No one's clicking because it's Xanderhal, okay? That's the difference between Xanderhal...
Does anybody click because it's Irene?
...and Vosh. Other than the fact that even though Vosh is an idiot, he's 10 times...
That's the other problem with Debate Rose. Some of them were the first bread tubers, and they pushed the alt-right creators to the curb, but then they became hella shitty.
...more intelligent than Xanderhal. People watch Vosh because he's Vosh. People watch Xanderhal because...
Yeah, I used to watch Total Biscuit, probably, I was, like, really young. It was before Gamergate, right? Because, I mean, and I didn't even realize that Total Biscuit got caught up in that stuff.
Because YouTube serves you a thumbnail, and it's like, I wonder what happened in that.
I don't know why it was, but I really liked watching StarCraft back in the day. I really, like, I thought I could be good at it. I thought I understood the strategy, and I was like, and I tried to play it, and I don't have what it takes to be a StarCraft player.
He's definitely posted something on Twitter about Afghanistan. Probably glowing. I don't look at Twitter anymore.
You're an edgy, right-wing leaning libertarian.
Something tells me the Afghan people aren't as thrilled about the Taliban takeover as left Twitter would have me believe. Could you please explain to me why everyone just dropped their fucking guns the second that the US left? Why the Afghan military that outnumbered the Taliban 10-1, 5-1 at the lowest possible estimate, just
oh, that's right. Total Biscuit
gave up the second that the US left. It's because the Taliban is more popular than you want to believe. You think these people represent everyone in Afghanistan? It's like saying that because during the fall of Saigon to the North Vietnamese at the end of the Vietnam War, that because there were scenes like this in Saigon, people desperately trying to get out. That doesn't mean that they're representative of the overall...
Oh, that's right. Blizzard is, yeah, complete dumpster fire.
Afghan population. What that means is that the people who, like, you know...
Oh, Destiny was an edgy right-leaning libertarian. Oh, that's right. I heard about that, yeah. I'm definitely thinking of someone else I was hearing about. There's a cult leader called Destiny, and well, that's a great name for a cult leader.
Taliban has beef with, you know, stuff like that. They want to leave. You know, same thing that happened
Chat, what would
in
my cult
Vietnam.
leader
Does
name
that
be?
mean that they represent
If I was a cult
the majority
leader,
of their population?
what
Obviously
would my
not. We know
cult...
that from Vietnam. And here, you know, if you see this and you think that these people represent the entirety of the Afghan population, you have to be completely off your fucking rocker. If these people represented the majority of the Afghanistan population, the soldiers would have fought for the government that you think should have been upheld. Now, I'm not saying that these people shouldn't be allowed to get out. The US created this situation where there's all of these fucking people who live in metropolitan areas now who've like just essentially been living for the last 20 years as if the Taliban will never take over again. These people should be getting evacuated by the fucking USA. It's their responsibility. But that doesn't mean that like they're automatically representative of everyone else in the country. The fact of the matter is that the Taliban is far more popular than any of us even fought. Like these people, they talk about the Afghan people. Never any fucking argument for why these people represent the Afghan people. Do I think that like at the end of a military occupation of another country, everyone who collaborated with the occupiers deserves to die? Of course not, no. But that doesn't mean that these people are representative of most of the Afghan population, okay? And this guy's gonna say that he was correct. He was cancelled following his video about what would happen when he pulls out in April. Now, what did he actually say in his video? He said that the...
Oh, that would be my cult name. Yeah, I guess it would be.
Afghan state would be militarily defeated by the Taliban. That was his...
But an oracle's not, like, powerful, right? Isn't an oracle just, like... get high and get fucked and get visions? Isn't that what the oracle does? Like in Greek, you know, oracles?
Basically his thesis, right? One, that was...
Like, you're not, like, in charge of shit as the oracle, right?
The claim, and that this would be a bad thing, that essentially maintaining the civil war in Afghanistan until some sort of negotiation between the two sides could be facilitated. That was his take. He didn't mention anything at all about the fact that the US under Biden had flagrantly violated the terms of the earlier agreement made with the Taliban, that their adhesion to was a requirement for the Taliban beginning talks with the Afghan
Oracle can see the future.
Government, okay? Even aside from that, you didn't predict this stuff. You didn't predict this stuff, you utter moron. Pretty much no one predicted, not you, not anyone,
Speak for the gods like a prophet.
that the Afghan military would literally just say, okay, we're not fighting, we're going to go join the Taliban now. Fuck this, we're going home. No one thought that would...
Does chat know what the meaning of that is? Like right, the Oracle of Maya? Because, like, unfortunately, that's become part of the NCC copy pasta, right? And there's some really weird ideas that have nothing to do with the game Persona 2 Innocent Sin that are part of the anti-NCC manifesto, right? And that's probably the first thing I should push back on from that piece of trash. Is that the game is not about killing yourself. You don't. Yeah, that's maybe Persona 3 that you're thinking of. I don't know. They shoot themselves, right? But it's not a real gun or whatever. That's how they awaken their persona. The idea is like they have to be unafraid of death or something in order to bring out their persona. So, yeah. So the Oracle of Maya in Persona 2 is like a prophecy that is like basically talking about sacrificing someone, a virgin, for the evolution of humanity. That you know, basically it's, you know, taking advantage of an innocent person for your own benefit, right? Is like, that's what the Oracle of Maya is. And it's presented in the context of being part of In Lakash. Now, so if anybody heard that name before, In Lakash, does that ring a bell to anybody? So In Lakash is a real thing in the real world, right? In Lakash is supposedly like it derives from Mayan culture, and it's a simple poem, I guess, that's just the gist of it is that, like, I am another yourself and you are another myself. Whatever I do to you, whatever I do to you, I do to myself. Whatever you do to me, you do to yourself, right? That's the real Oracle of Maya, right? But in the game, everything's twisted and distorted, and rumors become true. Like, in other words, if you start a rumor about someone, it can become true. So if anybody's wondering why I chose that name, that's why. That's what I felt like. And the truth of the matter is that the real oracle is in our hearts. The real oracle isn't about, taking advantage of people. It's about acknowledging our oneness. And that is something that's really missing from this online space. Is it something like from oh yeah, no, it's from a game. Yeah, it's from a game. Well, yeah, the name Oracle of Maya, yeah, it's from a game. The poem itself in Lakesh, like, right, it comes from a real poem, and it's a strange choice too, that like they take something that's real, that all it is the golden rule, or like namaste, or like, you know what I mean. You can find a lot of parallels to, the idea of I'm another yourself, you are another myself, in a lot of cultures. But the idea is that if you start a rumor that this beautiful ode to solidarity is actually an instruction manual for it's actually an instruction manual for benefiting yourself at the expense of someone who has no means to resist, then that becomes what the oracle is. And I feel like I'm still trying to get back to that world where we're all together. And yeah, I mean me and my mods. This hurt me a lot, chat. And like changing my name to Oracle of Maya over, Halloween, like that was how I dealt with what was happening. That was how I dealt with being hurt by people that I still cared about. So yeah. I'm sorry.
What happened? You didn't think that would happen, and your argument was also that the reason that this happening would be a bad thing, right? And by the way, his argument here was based on bringing up the fucking Google Maps of Afghanistan, looking at the Wikipedia article for Afghanistan. Do you think that
Okay, wait. So Cowboy Bebop was good. I haven't seen. Hey, Frederick. So Cowboy, yeah, I haven't seen the new Cowboy. Well, actually, I don't even think I've watched much of the old Cowboy Bebop either.
Good analysis of what would happen, or you just came?
Yeah, but thank you everybody. Like, right? Thanks for understanding. Like, I don't believe that like video games are real life or anything like that. I don't think that like, playing the video game, like, there was a while where I would joke around about like, we'd play the video game and something would happen in Twitch politics that was like similar, and I'd be like, oh, that's like, but in reality, like, there was like the urban legend that the game was cursed, right? And that, if you played it, unspecified weird stuff would happen, right? But I really think that like it wasn't that like life changed because of the game I was playing. I think that I chose a game that corresponded with what I was dealing with in life. And you find that like happening a lot, that the stories that you consume, like that you unconsciously pick, like that they have something to do with you and with your life. And so like the whole idea of an oracle or, you know, like tarot or like divination or any of that kind of stuff, like it's more about you know, tapping into your unconscious than it is about like some kind of magic or you know, affecting the physical world, the material world through unseen means. And I just want to say this because, you know, like there is a narrative out there that I fucking lost my mind on a video game. When in actuality, you know, I kind of found understanding and meaning, you know, through through playing that game, right? So yeah.
Up with like a random take based
Have I seen OA?
on essentially nothing, based on like a desire to have a take about something. And
Arcane is good. I wish it wasn't transphobic. Sight gag in the first episode. Oh, there wasn't a transphobic sight gag in the first episode, and the antagonists weren't all visually disabled coded. It's a masterclass in animation and sound design. Nice.
like accidentally, sort of, in a really roundabout way, were right about one single thing, which is the Taliban taking over. Nothing about the way in which it happened, nothing about the consequences for that actually happening. You know, because you were making an argument. You weren't just making an argument that this would happen. You were making an argument that what would happen.
Yeah, it kind of sucks because, like, yeah, Cowboy Bebop was like a long series, like a long animated series, and it sounds like they're not going to do all of it then.
In a specific way, which would be a military defeat, and this would be a bad
that does really suck.
thing relative to the Civil War continuing.
But yeah, chat, I'm not gonna be like Oracle of Maya much longer. Like that was another thing, is that like when you change your name on Twitch, and if anybody's on Twitch, remember this, okay? You can change your name once every 2 months. So don't like try to, you know, like you can't do that like on you know how like on Twitter you can just change your name, or you know what I mean, you can sort of like for Halloween, like people make their names like spooky versions of themselves, right?
The US occupation continuing forever. I think it's suffice to say that my
Netflix original called the OA. I think you'd relate to it after hearing what I just shared.
My boy Xanderhal here. My little 20-year-old boy. My little boy who can't grow a little bit of a mustache, who's got no little lip, who's about 5'1". My little boy
This is getting mean.
here. He's desperately trying to paint himself as some sort of correct take haver here, and I don't know how anyone could read this and think that he had the correct take at all. It's like, for example, if someone was to say that Evo Morales is going to do a coup in Bolivia and overthrow Janine Áñez's government, right? And then after Janine Áñez's government lost the elections and the Mas took power legitimately, you know, through regular means.
Oh, that's gonna, yeah. Every time somebody says the Xenogenders debate, somehow I read it as the Xenogears debate. But yeah, Hans gets to go on a full NB-phobic world tour, I guess. Oh, theoretical physics and the weirdness totally resonates with me. That sounds like fun. The original Cowboy Bebop was like 26 episodes plus. Oh, okay. It's just spaced out. It was just spaced out so long.
And that person said, "You see, I was right. They did take back power." Well, I mean, sort of, technically, yeah. As in, like, the force that you...
I mean, that was kind of like something that should have been, like, predicted, right? It's...
said would take power, did take power, but not even remotely in the way that you said. And you haven't really done anything to show that the consequences of this are even remotely what you would say they would be. Like this idea that the US was protecting women's rights in Afghanistan, it's just absurd on the face of it. The idea that the Afghan state even had particularly progressive views on women's rights and that it even managed to enforce them in the vast majority of the country is obviously absurd. As I just went over in the segment on Afghanistan that I just did, these people are just take havers. That job is to put out a
Take
video and get a
havers.
little bit of AdSense revenue off it. Maybe get 2 subscriptions. That job is not to care about things. They don't care about things. Their job is to sort of comfort their audience with the idea that like, aha, I had a take. Retweet me, give me Twitter likes, watch my video where I gloat about how my take was correct without actually explaining the many ways in which it was incorrect, and which my actual argument has not been proven in any way, shape, or form, because I never actually dealt with the reality on the ground in this country that I was talking about, because I don't care about that. All I cared about was looking at a map on Google Maps and a Wikipedia article. Listen up, guys, I got a take. Gotta have a fucking take. You know, I run this second channel of mine, like, essentially based off the idea that what I'm doing here is a joke. I freely admit that I run my second channel. Like, what do? I stream once a week, I talk about dumb shit, and I make clips out of it. And I freely admit that this is the bottom of the barrel. It's the reason that I do it is because it makes me money. It also gives me like an opportunity to talk about things that I can't really talk about on my main channel. Everyday stuff, you know, day-to-day news and stuff. So I guess that's there as well. That's also okay. But mostly it's because it makes me money. I turn on my stream for 2 or 3 hours. I talk about something, I make a clip from it.
Hey, BE, on the off chance that you end up watching this, if you got time, I'd love to talk to you about your model of content creation, because it actually sounds kind of interesting to me.
You know, put in maybe 10 hours.
I'm curious about why, like, obviously you got a separate channel for this stuff for a reason. I'm curious about why that is.
Hours of work, and I can put out like 4 or 5 little stream clips. But to have that be like your entire stream, like the entire essence of your online being, the entire essence of your online personality, just that. Having a take and making a clip of it, That's gotta be so fucking depressing, man. Like, I've challenged Mr. Xanderhal here 1,000 times before. He's the weaseliest little coward you could ever possibly imagine. He will never talk to anyone knowledgeable about anything unless they're far bigger than him in terms of profile, and he thinks that even if he loses, he can get something out of it. Lauren Southern, for example, great example. Hassan is a millionaire doing that, yeah. Am I sending shots at Hassan? I don't think that Hassan is sort of a take-haver guy. I think Hassan is more of an entertainer guy. At least Hassan is right about a lot of things. Like, he's like one of the few Americans who are correct about US imperialism. Yeah, I don't think like just reacting to videos, like going over the
Does BE have any self-awareness?
news, is particularly having a take.
Veneno?
I think if you're going to watch the news, it's probably better that you watch the news through
Sensei.
Hassan than watching it directly, because at least you're going to have it filtered through someone who can help
Oh
you
my
to
god, what happened to my
criticize it.
chat?
You know, obviously, don't just take his opinion on as your own. At least
Where are you?
watching someone who's
Where are you,
criticizing
chat?
it can help you to think about it yourself.
Chat.
You know, even watching the news filtered through fucking Destiny
There you
is
are.
probably better than watching it yourself. I don't know if Destiny
Sensei has
watches the
propaganda.
news, but if he does, it's better. Because, you know, at least you can think about what he's saying and be like, I disagree with that. He has a good point there. Rather than just having the news given to you raw. But Xanderhal isn't that. As I said, Xanderhal is not a Vorsh, he's not a Destiny. You don't even watch him because you want to watch him. You watch him because he just shows up in your recommended, or like he said something so stupid that it's funny, so you just have to see it. Like, honestly, if he's watching this, like, Xanderhal, buddy, think about what you're doing. Is this what you want to do? Is this it? Like, it can't be fulfilling. It probably makes you money, but do you really just want to play Minecraft and then put on a Minecraft show?
Does he even play Minecraft anymore? I feel like Xanderhal doesn't really play Minecraft. I don't know. I haven't watched Xanderhal in forever. Like,
And put out like a 2-bit fucking take on something.
Hey, chat, what do you want to bet, though, that if I went into Xanderhal's chat someday, I'd still have mod? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet?
Do you think it'll get you 7K views rather than the usual 3K? That can't be it, man.
Don't worry, Xanderhal. I won't,
And I gotta say, if Xanderhal ever wants to come on here,
I'm not the type to jump in chat and try to blow somebody up. Like,
Xanderhal ever wants to have a
in their own
great fucking
chat.
debate about anything about his Afghanistan takes that he was supposedly correct on, right? You were correct, man. Should be really fucking easy to defend them live, right? You basically win by default. I'm by default wrong then, right? Come on stream, we're gonna have a great chat about it. Think of all the views you get. Think of all the big AdSense cash you get. Think of all the new subs you get, man.
yeah, like a long time ago, Xanderhal made me a mod, and I was still a mod for like ever. I don't
Think of all
think
the big cash.
I don't think he ever looks at his mods. So like I was like still mods. I was still mod even after I was like, you know, on the other opposite side of things than him, criticizing him, right? I wager one succulent Chinese meal.
Money involved in that. You know, I want to do it because I think it'll be fucking hilarious. But, you know, I'm telling you why to do it in, you know, a way that you'll understand, a way that you
yeah,
know.
that's one thing worth canceling NCC for. No, like I told you, like, you know, like, I mean, there was a while that I like, I was way too much of a, like I was way too friendly with these debate bros, right? I thought I could influence them somehow, you know? And like obviously I found out that if you actually challenge them on anything of substance, then they find a way to hurt you for it. They're not looking for they're not looking for advice on their takes. They're not looking for pushback.
Will it actually appeal to you?
They're looking for sycophants. And that's a really sad thing, because I've seen some people that I really respect appear on platforms that have nothing to do with their purported ideologies, right? Appear and, you know, acting like they're okay with people that they're definitely not okay with, right? And it's just careerism. It's just purely fucking careerism, and it makes me sick. It makes me sick to my fucking stomach that people will do that shit, right?
Another
like you wave some mainstream credibility in front of a supposed leftist, and they jump on it, and they throw their friends under the bus.
Southern moment.
It's gross.
Platform the evil Nazi bad Empanada. Think about it, bud. You know, what do you have to lose? You are, after all, an intellectual brain genius. It would legitimately be absolutely fucking hilarious. I can't express enough how much I fucking hate take streamers. News streamers are one thing. I know that there is overlap between news and takes, but take streamers is one thing. Like, what does my...
What about drama streamers, bad Empanada? Do you like us?
Favorite streamer think about that? Those sorts of streamers.
Do you like drama streamers like NCC?
That's the worst thing in the entire world. I watch Hassan because I want to fuck around. It's fun. I don't watch him because like, you know, he's gonna tell me what to think on every fucking thing. Though he is right about most things, but that's not so much a part of it. I mean, obviously it makes me more likely to enjoy watching a stream that I agree with him. But, you know, I don't go there because I want him to tell me how to think. And more streamers need to tell people that, you know, you shouldn't give a shit what I have to say about anything. That's not why you're here. You should think critically about everything that I have to say. Though if you do, I'll ban you. If you do think critically about everything that I have to say, you'll be banned immediately.
All right. I just had to see that. I had to see what that was. Okay. I kind of want to cover the Juliana. So Juliana Pena is fighting Amanda Nunes tonight. There was some amazing shit. There was some amazing smack talking from this woman. And I was commenting, if the people talking smack about me talk smack about me the way that Juliana Pena talks about Amanda Nunes, I would absolutely have them on for a debate. I don't care who they are. I don't care how toxic they've been to me, right? If they could match her fucking just chutzpah, oh my god, I would love that. But they can't. Okay, so chat, where are we gonna see this? Okay, so the Hans Xenogender, I guess, is what we're typing in. Can we avoid watching it on Hans's channel? Okay, that's Xanderhal's channel. And Xanderhal's potential drama? Oh, this is the panel that wait, is Lumi Ru on this panel? Yeah. 2 months ago, and it's Lumi and Vosh, and I guess maybe that's why Bad Bunny wasn't super comfortable with Vosh's argument against. Okay, so that's debating a fascist. Good look, Xander, good look. Insane leftoid. Insane leftoid. Okay, so this is going to come with Chud Logic commentary. This is the debate it came from, and then... God damn it. So we're either going to get the debate proper, which is... or we're going to have Xanderhal or Chud Logic talking over that.
I think we might be miscommunicating a bit.
No.
No. Hold on. I'm gonna stop it here. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna.
So, Chad, is this for the not Chud again? I won't subject you to Chud again. I would never do that. So is this the original? Is this the original extra crispy kernels recipe? Is that what? Does anybody know? The new San Andreism, the one about the family, right? The way people have been ruining Kellogg's scab site. Nice. Oh my god, yeah, I heard that Kellogg's is not doing well though. They can't actually make cereal. They found out that without their union workers, they can't actually make cereal. The scabs are not making cereal. I know what you did last stream, yeah. But does anybody know, is this the original? Is this the beginning, or is the original the one with Aiko, and this is the original? Okay, I'm gonna put this on for now. I gotta go grab some food, and I will be, oh yeah, and tea. I can't forget the tea. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you in the competent hands of somebody that definitely did nothing wrong. Even more so than NCC.
I'm gonna reflect and talk with people.
Absolutely.
And
thank you.
reflect my
Fine. Get your
positions.
dumb ass out of here. You literally are talking all this shit, and you come on. You can't fucking defend any of your fucking shit because you haven't fucking thought it through. I have. My position is completely fucking consistent. And I will argue for the rights of fucking trans people. And you are fucking pathetic that you will literally harass me for fucking months with this shit. Come on, get basic fucking questions that you probably haven't even thought about because you're in your fucking basic ass bitch Twitter bubble and you can't fucking answer them. So you sit silently. Because you can't refund the question, now you're just gonna fucking dip. Yeah, fucking run away because you can't defend your dumb ideology. I'm really fucking sorry. I'm gonna be here fucking base this argument for the rights of fucking trans people because people who are trans cannot choose not to be trans. Alright, where do you want to start then?
Well, I want to start with why you think xenogenders and like and neopronouns are like destructive to society or harmful in some way.
I think they harm trans people, and I guess if you have an issue, you should take it up with Vosh as well because he agrees with me. Even though
well, Vosh said that in a broader sense that it can harm the movement towards gender abolition. But he didn't say that should then lead to us invalidating xenogenders.
No, but do you understand if someone says, hey, it's harmful for trans people, but I'm going to do it anyway because like lunatics like you and their audience are going to come after them, isn't the same as saying, hey, this is bad. So do you think if something's bad that you probably shouldn't do it, and you saying, I'm actively going to do the wrong thing, or what I think is wrong and actively harms trans people, is probably a bad move just because the people from your audience are going to like come after you for it?
It depends on how for one it depends on how you define that harm and how much harm it really does in the long run, because say we are even to allow xenogenders and all that stuff to exist, there are mechanisms by which our language would evolve to eventually allow for those things to exist without any like clunkiness or general like what's the word, general ease. So a lot of this like utility stuff and like pushing for, oh, it hurts trans people because it still holds up like these gender expectations or whatever. I mean, language is fluid. It can morph and change over time. And so I don't see this as a particularly like great argument against, xenogenders.
I think it is, and part of the reason why I say it's like utility-based like argument. Here's what I fear in regards to xenogender stuff, right? So, stop me if I'm wrong, xenogender people identify with something, whether it's a helicopter, which apparently is super fucking valid, or whether it's a cuttlefish, which is super fucking valid, but they're not actually those things. They're just in like a preference, a way that they express themselves, but they're not actually those things.
Generally.
Cool. And then but a trans person, like a trans woman or a trans man, they actually are the thing that they identify as, right? When someone says, I'm a trans woman, they're not saying I'm a man that identifies with women. They're actually a woman, correct?
Oh my god, so what did I miss?
So what do you mean by like actually a woman?
Okay, so we're gonna deconstruct womanhood. Great. Okay, so do you understand that if we say they are valid, and xenogender people say this themselves, that we've like literally accepted that, hey, trans women are women, right? Are trans women now?
Generally, yeah.
Generally, yeah. Are you invalidating certain trans women?
No, I'm just saying that yes, that's typically how like transitioning works.
Okay, then you don't have to like say like generally. You can just say yeah, trans women are women. All right. So, but xenogender people will say this themselves that they're xenogender. They're not actually the xenogender. Correct? They're not actually a fucking helicopter.
Oh no, but like that does.
Okay.
So
then here's my question, Al. If they're both trans, right? How?
Right.
In what framework that is consistent can this say like will it not allow people to attack the validity of trans women and trans men by saying, oh, they're not actually men, like trans women aren't actually women and trans men aren't actually men. They're just people that identify with the opposite gender. Feels like Blanchardism.
Wait.
Chad, I know entirely too much behind the scenes stuffs about people's day-to-day operation. I can't really impart that knowledge to you, but it's amusing me that Hans is talking about Blanchardism. Anyway, so yeah, so what he's saying is that trans men are men, trans women are women, therefore trans deer must be actually... That's his line of logic? And so therefore believing in xenogender is actually being anti-trans. Oh, I get it. Okay, that's wow. Wow. It's not that's not great and interesting considering the vibe of the video with St. Andrew St. Andrewism being about youth liberation. They do mention Andrew corrected some of their ideas about youth in the video. They use she, they. Oh, this is Khadija. Great, but heard a weird take recently. She said something like that she thinks trans people should wait to make permanent decisions about... Oh god, that's the funny thing though, is that like not going on hormone blockers is a permanent decision, right? And that's the reason that the hormone blockers are given, to give them time to make the decision of whether they want to go through that puberty, you know, that or not, right? And if they change their mind and they're like, oh yeah, no, I actually do want to go through like the puberty that, you know, my factory installed gear is giving me, then yeah, they can still do that, right?
You can say pretty much the same thing about women, like cis women. Like cis women typically identify as women, but there's nothing inherent to...
There's a lot of information about irreversible damage from transphobes, which sucks.
Being a woman, there's no...
So Khadija goes by is it they them?
There's nothing that in essential
Hormone blocker is more reversible than puberty.
essentializes down to being a woman. It's just something that we socially construct.
What is the social construction? I'm sorry, I'm getting super triggered. What is
Okay, so Sansol? This is Sansol, right?
social construction?
Is this a clarifying question? I would think Sansol would know what a social construction is by now, but maybe Sansol's just asking a clarifying question, saying like, what is your definition? What do you, when you say social construction, what are you thinking of?
I'm not going to engage with the moderator. I'm sorry.
All right.
If you're gonna moderate, I would much rather engage with the person.
This because you guys have obviously a different definition of what social construction means. So can you define what a social construction is?
Typically, a mechanism by which we I don't know. It's really hard to define, but like something that we create as humans to serve some sort of social function. Yeah, something that we create, like a concept we create to create a social function within our society.
You think that's the only thing? So if they're entirely arbitrary, like
Sansoi versus Mayo Park here.
100%.
Wait, it's not Sansoi on the other side though. As far as I understand, it's Sansoi versus leftist owl, right? And then Hans versus leftist Hans versus leftist owl, and Sansoi is the moderator, right? So they sound like, you know, they got the reaction like they were entering into the debate, but it sounds like really what they're doing is just asking a clarifying question to make sure that people aren't talking past each other. The irreversible damage argument is almost entirely the minimization of trans men into transphobic mindset of oh god. Oh my god. Yeah, no, that shit is toxic. That is so... We watched was it like a Jesse Gender video talking about the author of Irreversible Damage had done a PragerU video.
Right? And we could reshape them at will if we just had like the wherewithal.
Yes, because our conceptions of gender has...
So they are. So they're entirely arbitrary. So then tell me, why can't someone who's experiencing dysphoria just think they're like the proper gender and no longer be dysphoric if it's 100% arbitrary?
So there's a difference between gender dysphoria and identifying it with a xenogender, because gender dysphoria doesn't always have to be.
I'm not saying just gender dysphoria. I'm saying, right, how, if they're 100% arbitrary, why do trans people exist? Like, if you can just be the different thing, if you can just, you can just fit back into your like whatever like gender you start with. Why can't you just do that? Why do we even like? Because essentially, because you're saying if it's 100% arbitrary, then like being trans is a choice. I don't think it's a choice. Is it a choice?
Wait. So what if it's a choice? If it's a choice, so what?
Because if it's a choice, then you can just choose not to be trans. Like, then why do trans people even exist? Apparently, like, they experience a lot of discrimination. Why don't they just choose not to be trans? And if we're talking about,
there's a
socially constructed things that are 100% arbitrary.
There's a difference between gender dysphoria and being trans. You can be trans without gender dysphoria.
Yeah, I understand that, but why don't you? I assume it still bothers people who don't have gender dysphoria to like be misgendered, right? If gender is 100% arbitrary,
typically yes, because they've been socially conditioned to be that way.
If it's 100% arbitrary, why can't they just throw off the social conditioning? Why can't they just like go beyond and stop being?
I think you're conflating arbitrarity with being.
We're watching a dumpster fire. So this is the xenogender. Like, I didn't think this was a real drama. It didn't seem like it was going anywhere. It seemed like something that Hans wanted to force, like some kind of confrontation with Vosh. Vosh is not interested in talking to Hans. I wonder why. Yeah. And then I guess Hans is also getting so ironically enough, like Vosh won't debate Hans, but Hans won't debate Brother Malcolm. Brother Malcolm wants to talk to Hans about xenogenders, right? Brother Malcolm is spoiling for a debate, And like, as much as Hans is like, Fosh, you're too afraid to debate me, you know, he's apparently too afraid to debate trans person on trans issues. So, you know, that's a thing.
Able to do something. Like, arbitrarity doesn't have anything to do with
hot cis on cis action.
just being able to...
Actually, I don't know anything about the gender identification of the leftist owl. I don't really know them. If you like super long form content, Cass Eris tears that irreversible damage book apart meticulously. Yeah, Cass Eris has got the long form to long form. Like that, Cass Eris is serious. And the Peterson videos are really good. She actually did Jung. She actually talked about Jung working her way up to, you know, sort of as a background video before she got properly into the 12 Rules for Life.
Say something different or be something different. It's
you literally said that like all of gender is arbitrary. And like, are you saying that there's some like underlying thing of like realness to gender?
No.
Okay, cool. Then you are saying it's 100% arbitrary.
Okay, so Hans's argument is like, okay, so social construction, right? 100% arbitrary, right? And I would say no. I would say that social constructions arise out of societal needs, and they aren't necessarily good at changing with the changing needs of society, right? And with gender, you've also got like a power differential between. Well, I mean, you've got basically the negation of any role outside of male and female for one thing, right? You've got an artificial binary of post, right? And a lot of trans people don't want to fit, don't feel like fitting into that binary. And so he's asking then, if it's, you know, arbitrary, then what's the need for physical transition, right? And I don't think he's denying that there's a need for, you know, medically assisted transition. I think that what he's questioning xenogenders, like based on this. He's questioning non-dysphoric. I could be wrong about this. I don't want to mischaracterize what he's saying, but it sounds like he's characterizing like non-dysphoric trans people as, you know, I don't know if he's doing that. Let me not put that on him without being sure, because that's kind of a that's kind of a spicy take. And so like his basic thing is either you know, some trans people need to medically transition, need to change their, you know, physical and like biological processes via medical intervention, or it's all arbitrary and it's all a social construction, and it's and I think what leftist owl is, well, actually, leftist owl hasn't really gotten into their argument, but I'm guessing like the obvious pushback to this is the idea that being trans doesn't mean the same thing to everyone, right? It's not about dysphoria. It's not about not having dysphoria. It's about changing, acknowledging a role that makes sense for you, gender-wise, and that's what makes you trans, right? People try to use the traditional binary gender framework on newer, more complex understandings of gender. Yeah, that does seem like what's going on, right? That you've got two different frameworks, right? And they're in flux. There's one that was ascendant previously, and there's one that's making more sense to more people now. And so like what Hans is trying to do is take those two without really recognizing that they're two different strains of thoughts, and finding contradictions between them, which, you know, if he thinks they're one thing, then it's a contradiction within it, right? And say, haha, contradiction, got you.
Arbitrary. So then why don't they just change it?
But that doesn't mean it doesn't have effects on people and have, you know, impacts on people's psyche.
Why can't they just change their mind though? If they're experiencing,
they can, and we should accept them to be that way.
So you're telling me that someone can just choose not to be trans, like they're trans, they're experiencing dysphoria, they can just stop being trans.
No, because the way our society.
So you're saying we can.
There's also a very old LGBT paradigm that has a lot to do with the fight for marriage equality, and that is the arguments there hinge on the idea of sexual orientation not being a choice, right? And so what I was noticing with Riley's argument way back in the Demon Mama Riley debate, right, was that Riley seemed to be trying to hold on to that, and people like Demon Mama are trying to move past that, and that was the essential difference that I saw there. Not all trans people are the same. Why do cis people want to determine who is and isn't trans? Yeah, also seriously highlights the limits of debate, logic, and devices, and also, like, I don't know. Like, this debate thing is like a market. It's a genre. And like, it needs fodder. It needs things to debate about, right? It needs controversial issues. But it doesn't seem to recognize the difference between just a controversial issue, a difference of opinions, and you know, people's right to exist, people's identities, and things that, like, maybe don't belong in that context. And, you know, that's the essential problem I have with Debate Bros.
Convert them out of their trans. You're now saying that it's possible that we can just convert these people out of being trans.
No, it's one thing to reflect back what somebody says, what you think you hear somebody say to them, but it's another thing to put words in their mouth. And I think it's the latter that's happening here.
No, that doesn't logically follow. Just because just because someone develops PTSD or something like that, doesn't mean they can, like, reason themselves out of that PTSD. It's a reflex that their mind has developed.
PTSD has, like, physiological features about the disorder. You understand that, right?
Sam Sonsol, shut the fuck up. This is my conversation. Like, you want to talk to me, we can talk to me.
I know. Well, let me.
So the other people on the call are, I don't know anything about Leftist Owl other than, I guess they're a leftist, you know, I would assume. Sam is Sam the Human, Sonsol is Sonsol from Twitch. I want to point out that, you know, these two are, you know, Twitch politics people, so they're associated with that server that famously, you know, has a big influence from Lauren Southern and her mods, right? So the one from the Merrick, if anybody remembers the Merrick tweet a while back, like, where it was like, why is Merrick on a server where Lauren Southern is community leader, and Merrick was like, community leader's just a role, what the fuck, you know, like, what did I do wrong? I'm just on a server with Lauren Southern. What? I'm not sure if that's Sam the Human. I'm guessing that's who it is, though, just because, like, I know this friends group, and yeah.
Let me address that point. PTSD.
I feel like, okay, so what happens in Twitch politics is this, and when I say Twitch politics, I mean politics on Twitch. I'm going to distinguish that from Twitch politics, capital letters, meaning the Discord server, Twitch politics, right? So, and they named it that way generically on purpose to become like the Kleenex of, you know, political servers. Like, that was the idea. Much like the politics server is named the politics server, it's not called Doobie's House of, like, you know, pseudo-intellectual, fash-adjacent fuckboys. But, oh, I shouldn't have said fuckboys. You know, it's fuck me, Chad. I don't know what I'm saying. It's it's called something generic so that people will think of it, okay, this is the Discord for politics, like, right? And they want to be the default. And they've done a lot to become the default, including, chat, blackmailing other political servers out of existence, giving them an ultimatum that says, if you want to not be banned from our server, which is the big server, then you need to close down your small server, and you need to either give us admin on it, so it becomes ours, or you're all going to be banned and you're never going to be able to participate in politics, right? So this shit is sus on a number of different levels, right? And yes, before you ask, there is a connection between the two servers, right? They are somewhat the same people. Does that mean they're exactly aligned? No. Does that mean that, like, the admin of the politics server controls the, Twitch politics server? No. But they, it is generally the same, a lot of the same people, right? What I noticed was that people like Sonsol, who when I met Sonsol was a SOCDEM. Like, I didn't agree with Sonsol's politics on a lot of things, but Sonsol was all right. Sonsol seemed like a good person. But the way that Twitch works is it's social, and it's not social in the way of, like, I like hanging out with, it's fun to be with, it's like, why don't we, you know what I mean? Like, it's not genuinely social. It's social in a careerist aspect, right? So in other words, making friends, social links, that they benefit you materially. So they become transactional as a result, right? And because of that, the idea is the more friends you have, the better. The more social, the more people you're networked into, the better, right? The better you're going to do, right? And because of that, people on Twitch often, even leftists, don't really pay attention to, like, who they're networking in with, right? And they can get, like, within 2 or 3 shades of Kevin Bacon of somebody like the Frog, right, without really realizing what they're doing. And when they're in there, when you're in a social group, when you're in a social network, things start to look different, right? The people that you're around form, who you are. They form how you see the world. And especially in a server like the Twitch politics server, where expressing openly leftist positions will make you an unpopular person, because that's how it's socially engineered, and that's the purpose of the server in my mind, is it becomes a mode of control. Not total control, but some control, right? And so that's why I've had to cut off people like Sonsol, because I just can't trust anything that is that networked in to political entities that I don't want to have anything to do with, right? Whereas the rest of them, it'd be like, no, but Doobie's okay. I've never heard him say anything, like, openly, right? And it's just like, okay, dude, like, and for me, it's not even about anybody's politics, right? I don't know what Doobie's politics are, like, for sure. Nobody does, right? Because he won't say, which is sus in and of itself. But what I do know is the effect of his platform, and that is to pull Twitch to the right. And that is to exert influences on, panel shows like Prime Kai and Dylan Burns, and it's just it's a power thing, right? So yeah, that is, like, I mean, I don't know about Leftist Owl, but the rest of them are that crew. So even the good side in this debate, right, it is a little sus.
Yes, has physiological effects on the body, but that is something that is created from a traumatic event, and something that has affected that individual. And that's what I'm getting at. Is that gender dysphoria isn't like this physiological thing that happens due to...
Who started it? I think it was Samantha Banana. I don't know. I think Samantha. I could be wrong.
Gender being like a real thing or whatever. It's based on the social structures that we've created and all the gender...
Yeah, and this is Sunsol regularly brought on the Killstream co-host and Lauren Southern's mod onto his stream. And that's the thing, is when you know people and somebody says, hey, that guy's a race realist, right? And you're like, Flamenco? No, I talked to Flamenco. Flamenco's nice. I know that race realists, they're not nice, right? And if you try to make this argument, like, right, and this happened to me, in the drama, like, somebody said that I was basically saying that these people are all Nazis. I've gone out of my way not to say that these people are all Nazis, because I don't think that these people are all Nazis. I don't think Sansol's a Nazi. I don't think Hans of Harkir is a Nazi. Doobie, if he ever wants to state his actual like political affiliation, I'm not assuming that is, National Socialist, right? So no, I haven't really said anyone's a Nazi, okay? What I'm saying is that the effect of this platform and the goal of this platform is to move Twitch politics to the right, and I'd say it's been very successful in taking, good-natured, good-willed sockdems like Sansol and making them tools in this clout network and targeting streamers who stand up to, sort of the rightward shift of the Twitch political atmosphere. So, yeah, and making people like Flamenco acceptable, right? Like, people should know Flamenco's a race realist. People should know Flamenco's the co-host of the Kill Stream. But it's that kind of thing that if you get somebody in on a social level, people will care more about the fact that they know the dude and he doesn't seem like that than the fact that actually, no, that's literally like he was a co-host of the Kill Stream. This is what the Kill Stream's about. You know what I mean? Race realism. You know what I mean? Like, all this shit is, is known. But people like Sansol, who I don't think in a different situation, and this is where, like, I've gone past hard on Sansol and people like that in the past, people like Ico Rules. I feel a little bit bad about that because it's not them that's the problem. It's the water they're swimming in. It's polluted. And it's taking them away from who they actually are. It's a socially engineered space in many ways designed to encourage designed to discourage genuine leftism and designed to encourage more of a rightward trajectory, right? And that's my problem with it. Not that I think that everybody there, not that I think it's crawling with Nazis. That's the other server. That's the big chungus that's crawling with, right? And that's only a function of the fact that it's a free speech zone, right? And so that's not forbidden as long as they don't like do certain things, they don't get banned. So yeah, that like important stuff to explain here. So like I'm sus of these people, but I'm not like, judgmental. Maybe I was more judgmental of the people involved in it before. In a lot of cases, they are just useful idiots, right? And a useful idiot still has to be seen as different than somebody who's complicit in what's going on, someone who knows what's going on, someone who understands what the server is about, because that server was designed for content creators to join and not know what it's about and not know what it's doing and not understand and just feel that slight push of like, I said something kind of left wing there and I got way, massive pushback there. And then I say something like, oh, these fucking leftoids, I tell you, and you get, applause, right? So that's the, that's what we're dealing with. I don't know much about Sam the Human, other than that he's associated with these people, right? And assuming this is Sam the Human and not some other Sam. Because I don't know if you know this, but Sam's a kind of common name. BPF, it seems like a good guy. That's fucked up, isn't it? The dude's got it right in his name. The dude has it right in his name. So, you know what my experience? Let me tell you a little bit about my experience with BPF. And that's the person that Deemstar's just mentioned, okay? So, I was streaming one night, and who shows up in my chat but BPF? And his name was literally, like, Big Papa, like, everything was in there, right? It was, like, that was his name on Twitch, right? And I am like, I know who you are, but I don't know what you're doing here, but I can guess. And my guess was that he was there to farm drama. He was there to start some kind of conflict. He was there to get me to like go off on him, insult him, and ban him. And then he was going to use that, as content in some way. So I was like really nice to him. I was like, oh, hi, how are you doing? And like eventually, one of my mods just banned him, and I didn't really think much past that. But like what I didn't want to do was like get in an argument with the guy and stuff. But then I found out later what he was actually doing, and this was only from watching a debate that he had with Dylan Burns, right, about trans rights. Dylan debated big pop-up on trans rights, yeah, and lost badly and embarrassingly. And so what he'd been doing was he was going around and hanging out in different trans streamers' streams and establishing that they got donations, and then establishing that the donations weren't going to surgeries, weren't going to, you know, gender-affirming surgeries. So he tried to use that as a talking point in the debate. Like, right? Trans person gets money. Trans person doesn't get boob job. Yes, trans person spends that money on food. It's a pretty simple answer for that conundrum, BPF, right? But yeah, that's what he was doing, and I don't know if he's Dylan's favorite guest. I've never seen Dylan bring him on the Hippy Dippy, but he did debate him. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. I don't want to misrepresent anyone. Okay, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just sharing my knowledge.
Expectations we created.
That's what stopped you from going to Dylan's channel.
People
yeah.
in this way.
But Al, do you understand by saying that there isn't something inherent, like internal, to give some justification to the gender?
I'm not saying
no. Shit. Let me fucking finish. I'll let you talk, and I stop them from yelling at you. You're welcome. I'm such a nice fucking guy.
You really are. You're the nicest guy I know, Hans.
So.
You're a total sweetie.
If it's a choice, which you explicitly said it was, you said, what if it was?
Other race realists on a few weeks ago, was that JP... Oh, no. He didn't end up debating JF Garepe, but
a choice.
Somebody else?
Is being trans a choice or not, Al?
Bro, so it depends on... depends on what you mean. Wait, no.
Hey, Hans, motherfucker, explain free will first, okay? If you want to ask somebody if something's a choice, tell me what your model of free will is. Do you even believe in free will? Because if you don't believe in free will, like a lot of people don't, then there is no choice. Okay? What do you mean by choice? What do you mean? Because that's important.
No, I'm not gonna have you RGR me on this. No, depending on this on the situation.
Oh, you asked him why and he just blocked you?
It can be a choice.
How?
But if let's say someone
This is Hans. I don't want to see Gretel.
doesn't have gender dysphoria and decides, I don't really care one way or another if people perceive me as a boy
It was some nobody.
or a girl, I'm going to be non-binary.
They weren't named Mio, were they?
That doesn't require gender dysphoria or some sort of discomfort with their gender.
But again, like
oh yeah, they were Politically Provoked's favorite guest before they had their big blow up, and Samantha Banana revealed. What the fuck did Samantha reveal? At first it looked like she was exposing Nazis, but I'm pretty sure that's not exactly what was going on. It was probably some interpersonal shit that she was like, you know, just
don't have a preference that they want to go to. Why can't they just change their preference? Why can't they just make the choice to not do it? Why can't they just choose not to do that?
Some people do. Like that's what non-binary. A lot of non-binary.
Hans is trying to debate the gingerbread witch into letting him out of the cage.
People do.
So I have a question then. So I have a question then. So if you're saying someone can choose to be trans or not trans, right? If they are trans, you can just choose not to. Would you be in favor then? Would you say allow people who want to choose to change themselves to get some assistance, right?
I almost feel embarrassed about knowing about this shit. I almost feel like it implies a certain association by me, right? I guess I got out of this scene when the, when the Twitch politics Discord was gaining influence.
Sorry, say again.
And I was probably one of its first targets, to be honest, right? I do have, well, we'll have to share that later, right? But there's some evidence that they hosted watch parties of nocommentchick, which were just designed to, shit on me and consolidate hate against me and really make fun of anyone who defended me, right? And that's the kind of thing that goes on that thing, right? You literally can't say I like NCC on this Discord because NCC stands are sus.
Conversion therapy, dumbass. I was gonna say it, but I'm gonna let you fall into it, but specifically, why, if it's a choice?
So Hans is arguing that you can't say that you can't say that gender is a social construction, but also say that trans people sometimes need to medically transition. If that makes sense, or they need to change their. So like he's saying, okay, so it's either a social construction, in which case it's arbitrary, and you shouldn't need to change anything, right? You should just need to change the social construction to fit yourself, or it's not arbitrary, and therefore these other, like, I think he's attacking xenogenders, right? So like he started off with like, okay, so trans men, they're men, right? Yes. Trans women, they're women, right? Yes. Okay, so trans deer, is that a deer? And that's what he's trying to, that's kind of the rhetorical grounds he's playing on. Two people who know very little about trans people arguing. I don't know anything about leftist Al though, so I mean, I don't know. For all I know, like, leftist Al could be trans. But if somebody else knows, let me know, right? But yeah, definitely. I thought I was a libertarian once upon a time. Past are so cringe.
Why do people choose to be trans?
Well, for one, I never said that broadly it's a choice to become trans. I'm just saying it can be, and that even if it is a choice or isn't a choice,
can everyone? You can't say like it's a choice for some people and not for other people, and then say it doesn't matter. It does fucking matter. It absolutely.
No, it doesn't. How does it matter whether or not it's a choice?
Because if it's a choice, then why do I have to respect something if they can just change it? If they can just choose not to be trans, why do I have to respect their gender?
Not everyone can necessarily choose to be
Why
trans.
not? You said it's 100% arbitrary.
Because
so
like,
they can
because
fucking
like
change.
I said, because as I said before, some people suffer from gender dysphoria, which is classified as a mental condition.
But if gender dysphoria is 100% arbitrary, how can gender dysphoria just they can just like?
I never said gender dysphoria was completely arbitrary. I'm just saying it's a result of our arbitrary gender expectations.
So you're saying if we abolish gender dysphoria doesn't exist?
It might exist somewhere.
How can it exist if gender's abolished?
It can exist with someone being born with a male body, but wants to have female genitalia or something like that. That could still possibly exist.
And how is that like? So that's not gender dysphoria then? When that's just like sex dysphoria. They just want to have like a different organ.
Yeah.
So gender dysphoria would not exist under like gender abolition.
Not as
I guess that's strawberry blonde. I guess redhead, that counts.
we understand it, I guess.
As we understand. Okay.
I hate when people need a reason to respect other people. See, this is the thing too, is that like the way that Hans argues is very mechanical. I will say something for Hans, okay? And that is that I think that a lot of what he's talking about, like when he says, like, he's saying things that make it sound like he's more hostile to, trans people than he is, right? In order to prosecute this argument. And, while I will grant that I don't think that Hans has any conscious antipathy towards trans people, that this is one of the reasons why debate bros suck, is because their process of getting to the truth, goes into these spaces where, like, we can't tell if you're an ally, right? Like, you had to twist yourself into a pretzel to do that little logical thing of, like, and what you're really doing is you're looking at two different models of gender, you're conflating them together, and you're saying these things are contradictory. Yes, the two different models are contradictory. That's true. We've got an older model, and we've got a model that seems to be in ascendancy, okay? And yes, they don't work together. That's why they're two different models. That's why they weren't combined into one, right? That's what we're getting. But I mean, like, generally in debate bro culture, all you got to do is go in and find a contradiction and say, aha, I won. And that's what Hans is doing it. And I feel like it's getting him into trouble with trans people that in a way that's not necessary. Yeah, because I don't think that he has this kind of like, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I'm being devil's advocate here, okay? For somebody who doesn't like me, for somebody who's been terrible to me, for somebody who I have no reason to fucking give a fuck about. Like, I want to you know, be as good faith as I can and not make assumptions that I'm not 100% sure of. Because, chat, I know what it's like to be accused of something that you didn't do. And I don't want to repeat that on other people, even if they're Hans of Harkir.
But it would still exist. So even though gender is completely gone, people still have gender dysphoria. So does that mean there's some underlying thing that makes gender like not 100% arbitrary if like gender dysphoria can still exist under like gender abolition?
Sorry, say again?
If gender dysphoria, which is...
And I think that something useful that might have been brought up, right, is that like when we say gender dysphoria and we're talking about uncomfortability with a certain body arrangement, with a certain I'm trying to think about how to say this, like a certain setup, like, you know, certain genitalia, certain secondary sexual characteristics, right? Then, you know, maybe that would be better termed as sex dysphoria if we're gonna go with the model of like, you know, sex meaning roughly the sex is a reduction of the biological diversity in the human species, right? We reduce it down to the most common, you know? Oh, this is the first intro to this guy, Hans. I feel like he's hostile to trans people. He sounds like he's hostile to trans people, but I think that's just the debate bro shit in him distorting, you know, like I said, it forces him to twist himself into pretzels in order to do that, right? And I think that's where that's coming from. I am being extremely devil's advocate, though, right? I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. But, yeah. Oh, how he talked to Riverboat Jack. Yeah, that was gross. That was... Okay, so I have a huge problem with the Riverboat Jack debate, with the Demon Mama debate. I think that stuff was disgusting. I think that was horrible. Like, that's another reason. And I think that's the reason Demon Mama didn't want to be part of the debate scene anymore, right? That's what got Demon Mama off the debate bro train to the extent that she's actually off. I mean, she still very much rocks the debate bro aesthetic, right? That's, you know, that's what she got big doing, right? But she you know, is rightly cautious about dealing with people like this that are just practicing. I would call what Hans did in those debates politics of personal destruction. Just basically Hans attributing viewpoints to Demon Mama and to Riverboat Jack that they didn't hold in order to get them canceled is what happened. Yeah.
Very much tied to a person's gender.
But like, I mean, maybe there is a point to be made there that like what we call gender dysphoria, if you're talking about being uncomfortable about your body, you know, that might be more correctly termed sex dysphoria. I'm a little, but again with the caveat, chat, that sex is not actually bimodal. Okay. And it's a bit of a social construction itself. It does have a biological basis, but it's reductivist and it is somewhat arbitrary. I think it fits into the rubric of being a social construction.
Still exists under, if we fully gender...
Yeah, because if you want to have a debate, you know, and this is me, devil's advocate for debate bros, if all you want to do is go and have a debate, you know, go and talk about something you disagree about it, okay, go hard on it, say, I think you're fucking wrong, Hans, that's a stupid viewpoint, and you can get a little bit mean, right? But then when you turn it around and say, yeah, Demon Mama, you want kids to Roblox themselves. Yeah, Riverboat Jack, you want kids to... You want like a cop not to be able to stop a kid from Robloxing themselves, like, right? That is just dog shit. That is just fucked up. But like to give Hans a little bit of credit, he didn't make these rules. He's just following them. This is the shit that Destiny and Vosh set into motion, okay? And until we get out of that paradigm, this is what people in this debate sphere are stuck with. Chat. Oh my god, how's everybody? Okay, anyway.
Abolitionist aside, like our society, then
does
does that not mean...
One other thing about Hans, he fucking hates anarchists. And that seems to be a pretty popular viewpoint among his team, right? These are some anarchist haters.
There's something inherent to like the gendered experience of like people. If they can experience this, if they can experience dysphoria even when we've like abolished all the social constructions of gender.
Sorry, I'm thinking about this. Because we're talking about something that might...
Because under that system, why can't they just choose not to feel it? Because again, I'm asking you 100%, Al. If someone has dysphoria, because like say, oh, I'm a man, but I feel as if, but I feel actually like my real gender is woman, right? And I'm experiencing dysphoria. Why can I not just say, hey, my true gender, because the choice is man, and then dysphoria gone?
Sorry, say that again.
So, if gender is 100% arbitrary, as you said.
Destiny and Vosh didn't start it. They got it from Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder.
People can choose. If I'm a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm experiencing dysphoria because I'm actually a woman, right? So let's say I'm a trans woman, right? Why can I not just choose my preferred gender to be man and then no longer experience dysphoria anymore?
Like, the one thing I will say that I appreciate about debate, in general, is that, like, I do think it's useful to walk yourself through some of the logic of this sort of stuff. I just think that the format is contrived, and it's contrived to serve the algorithm. It's contrived for maximum conflict. It sets up an artificial situation where what should be a discussion where people might learn from, becomes a confrontation and, in some ways like I don't know what you'd call it, like a play-acted fight or something like that, right? And it ends up kind of stilting the conversation in a way that I don't think is productive, in a way that I don't think lends itself to interrogation of one's beliefs, right? But I don't have a problem with, with trying to trying to pin down the logic of this. It's just like, when you do that, you got to make sure that you know what you're dealing with. And I think what Hans is missing here is that he has accidentally conflated two different models of gender, and he's found a contradiction between them. And if you see it as one thing, then it's a contradiction with itself. And in debate bro logic, in debate, in the way that this works, is if you find a contradiction in something, you can say, fuck that thing, right? You can say that thing's wrong.
Why can't I do that?
Because gender dysphoria is a specific condition. Like, you're
I don't know. I don't know if I might have said something about that in a past stream. I don't know if Hans is really on. I don't know if this has anything to do with steroids or other drugs or anything else.
You're conflating gender dysphoria and gender identity very hard in this.
No, I'm
this
not.
Right now.
Or you can just say,
yes, you are.
No, or
yes,
you
are.
Or you could say that people quite literally have an actual preferential identity that does not change. And if they aren't there yet, it's because they don't.
So then this is kind of an argument for Riley's model of gender rather than Demon Mama's model of gender, where there's like an objective, femaleness and an objective maleness and an objective non-binariness, right? That there's like, that these things exist independently of society and its constructs.
Know it yet, because essentially what you're saying is that you can both.
He's full natty. You saw that then.
Turn
yeah.
someone trans and turn.
I think you're right. That is what I said. He's full natty. So I still support that. He's full natty as far as I know.
Cis. If you're saying it's 100% arbitrary, that's what you're stipulating right now.
I don't think so, because as I've said before, gender dysphoria is a separate issue from
not even talking about
from
dysphoria.
gender identity.
We can drop dysphoria if it makes you more comfortable. Someone who just wants to be like a trans woman, right? Wants to be a woman. Why not? Why don't they just choose to be a man instead? Or if I have like a again, this is another argument as to why I feel like this is really fucking bad.
Like I said,
I will point to the lack of respect for individual autonomy implied in Hans's argument. And Hans, that's why I'm an anarchist. Alright? I think that sort of thing is valuable. I don't want assholes gatekeeping me and telling me, well, there's no real reason for you to say that you're a woman. You can just be a really feminine man. And like, I don't know. Like, that's not what he's, I don't know if that's what he's saying, but like, I feel like there's a disrespect for the when it's stated as a choice, then it's like, well, why can't you just make another choice? And it's like, hey, because I don't want to. How about that? Is that enough reason for you? Because this is the core of this is a disrespect and de-emphasis of the subjective experience as being the source of our identity. And for me, that's crucial. That's non-negotiable. Okay? I will fight you for that.
Can I finish the question?
No. Why is Hans concerned about this in the first place? That's just, well, because he's a debate bro. So debate bros have to debate, and this is a debate, and he's going to debate the debate with the debate bros, and it doesn't really matter what the subject matter is if it, if it has to do with somebody's, identity. It's no different than if it's like an argument over, like, which type of jellyfish predominate a certain area of the Pacific Ocean, right? It doesn't matter. It's just a debate. It's arbitrary.
I know you're afraid of the question. Like,
it's fungible.
So let me just fucking finish it, please. Like, so the question is, even without dysphoria, if you can choose your gender, why don't we just take all the people who don't have dysphoria and say, hey...
my main issue with the dysphoria as a gender, xenogender, non-binary person is that the thing that is being more androgynous would probably ease... The things that would be more androgynous would probably ease it. But I am also afraid that it would lead to more people asking whether I am male or female, and that makes me dysphoric.
Like, if they're experiencing problems, whether it's, say, social ostracization or, like,
I mean, maybe there's multiple types of dysphoria, right?
Personal, internal struggles. Again, you can still struggle, like, being a trans person without dysphoria, right? I think we can, like, it's pretty clear about that. So why don't we just say, hey, just change your preference, and because of 100% arbitrary, you're no longer that.
The jellyfish thing is crucial.
And you should feel fine.
Hans, like I said, you're confusing arbitrarity with the ability to do something. Those are two completely separate things. Just because gender is arbitrary doesn't mean I'm all of a sudden gonna choose to be a woman. Like
moderator time.
No,
I'm gonna
shut
jump in
up.
here.
Okay.
Define what arbitrary means. Muting.
Arbitrary.
He's not understanding what choice means. Yes. It's like asking a bisexual person why can't they be straight. It doesn't work like that. Yeah, exactly. And there's like a deference to the society's ability to categorize people against their will, right? Well, why can't you just be this? Well, why can't you do you need to do that? If it's just arbitrary, you should just like stick with what you got. Like, that doesn't sound very arbitrary. You know what I mean? That's pretty forced.
Hold on.
No worries.
That's somebody being forced in a certain direction, and it's the same direction that the tradcons are forcing us in. So
normally, like, when they say it, like, you can say that it's the dictionary definition that most people use, say, oh, it's based on like random choice.
They have an option to craft snowfolk, gender neutral for the win.
It's a personal whim. It's not.
That is based.
Like, based on a system or like.
Oh my god, Chad! I want to play some Minecraft or something.
Right? It's like, so if my bedtime is arbitrary, I'm not going to sleep because, let's say, it's getting dark out or because I'm tired. I'm just like randomly like like, you know, rolling a dice and going to bed. So when we say that it's like arbitrary and you can do whatever you want, I still dislike the idea that you can choose to be trans or choose to be cis. Because again, what's like if so you like again like question, right? And this goes back to the utilitarian thing. If a Republican says, "Hey, your schools are going to try and turn my children trans," and we say, "No, that's impossible." I'll say, "No, that's impossible." You'll say, "Actually, it can turn them trans." Which again, I have no issue with being trans. Sorry, like with the kids being trans, but you understand from a utility-based argument that like right now, that's really, 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 really fucking bad.
Hold on, I'm gonna go get something to drink.
All right, take your time.
So, if you ever end up in this situation, right? And like, I'm gonna try not to. I'm not planning on having any debates, right? If I debated anybody on anything, it would probably be a meta debate on debates themselves or something, right? But for those who do, and I don't like, you know, look down on anybody for doing that. Like, I thought I could make a difference doing that. A lot of people try to make a difference doing that. I don't think you're bad if you want to, you know, debate one of these bros, right? Although I wouldn't advise it. But remember that something like getting up to get a drink of water in a crucial moment, that'll be taken as a admission of defeat or something. That'll be taken like this is a very gamified environment. This is a very like you know, there's like a, it's all competition, right? So yeah, I mean like like something like just somebody being like, "Hey, we've been talking for a long time. Let me get a drink of water." Like becomes like, "Oh, you don't have an answer for that, do you? Oh, yeah, that's right. You take too long to answer something." Like chat when irrelevant. When we were talking about the thought experiment, right? I thought we were talking about a conceptual idea of like, well, then you know, if you say that, you know, gender comes from what somebody's subjective experience is and how they identify that subjective experience, then what's to stop somebody from saying, okay, well, I feel black, so, you know, and and doing a Rachel Dolezal, right? And like, I thought that we were talking about a thought experiment, but then irrelevant out of nowhere bust out with, well, so wait, do you think blackface is wrong? Do you think blackface is bad? I was surprised. It was extremely bad faith and out of nowhere. And from somebody who at the time I was dumb enough to respect, right? And I took a minute to just like, wait, did you just ask me that? Did you actually just do you think that maybe I am pro blackface? Do you think that I'm pro Rachel Dolezal? Do you think I'm team transracialist? I don't think he does. But he tried to imply that. And it surprised me, and I was like, do I think that blackface is okay? No, right? And people actually took that as she took too long answering that question. She obviously loves Rachel Dolezal. She's probably got Rachel Dolezal in the other room. She's fucking Rachel Dolezal. Yeah, no comment chick. She's got Justin Trudeau. She's fucking Justin Trudeau on one side and Rachel Dolezal on the other. That's what I got from those assholes. So yeah, get ready to be treated like shit if you choose to engage with one of these guys, yeah?
Hey, Han?
What's up, buddy? How am I doing?
I mean, that would have been the bad faith debate bro thing to answer with. Like, irrelevant. Do you think that my identity as a trans woman is akin to blackface? Oh, really? Are you sure? Because that sounds like what you're saying. I could have fucking thrown that shit back at him, and I almost wish I had.
I'm going to Roblox. I'm actually...
Don't Roblox.
I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to pour myself a shot of vodka. I'm going to become an alcoholic because of this.
Is this leftist Al still?
It's fine, dude. You can just choose not to be an alcoholic. Alcoholism is arbitrary.
You anarchists think that everything is arbitrary.
I'm out of nicotine. I have no alcohol. Fuck my life.
I don't understand why it's so hard for people just to say, hey, there are internal preferences that really don't...
It's Sansoy. So Sansoy's just not enjoying this argument. Well, I mean, that's based.
Don't change.
Nothing wrong with that.
I don't know why it's so hard for people to just accept people as they are and let them live their fucking lives.
That's a great... You're getting it. Were you here the whole time?
So again, like, although I'm not comfortable with the Sansoy's friends group, I think that, like, you know, hanging out with Flamenco is really fucked up. I don't think Sansoy himself is, like, you know, like, obviously, you know, that's a base take, Sansoy, right? You know.
Were you just Googling? Were you not actually getting water? I'm curious.
And Sansoy was my friend before Twitch politics, and ostensibly, you know, saving for Twitch politics being a thing would still be my friend, right? Saving for all this, like, just right-wing subterfuge is really what it is, right? I'm not saying Nazi, I'm saying right-wing, okay? I don't think there's a lot of Nazis out there. I think there's... Flamenco's a race realist, Big Papa, you know, he's got that in his name. Like, they do exist, they are out there, and you people are way too comfortable with them. But unlike certain person, Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club, I do not believe that necessarily somebody that is, you know, is friends with somebody like that is like that themselves, right? Although, you know, yeah, they're, you know, if you're in a social environment, that's going to affect you, right? And that's what I'm worried about, is being in this social environment where shit like that's accepted kind of subtly pushes people to the right, and that seems to be by design. You know, if one debate streamer is comfortable with Flamenco having Flamenco on, then other debate streamers will do that, right? It's a social mechanism. That's what these people are really good at, exploiting social mechanisms. If you actually look at it, it's not that much different than the kind of network exploitation that you'd see in sales. It's not really that different, right?
No, I was actually going to go get water.
Okay, so can you answer the...
I'm going to go get water.
What are we supposed to say?
What?
If you can choose to be trans, why can't we say, like, argue for people to say, like, one, I don't have to respect it because you can just choose not to be trans. Or I don't have to respect someone being cis because they can just choose to be trans instead of cis.
Well, so if people can't choose to be trans, then how do you explain non-binary people that don't experience gender dysphoria?
If they can't choose to be trans... Say that again?
Like if people can't choose to be trans, how do you explain non-binary people that don't have gender dysphoria?
Then they just don't identify with...
I'm so sorry. I don't know if I can actually host this fucking conversation because there's some weird No, hold on. There's transphobia coming out of this fucking person. All right? This is really
Jesus,
fucking weird.
Bro. All right, fuck. All right, Lefty L. I'm gonna unblock you and we can have a conversation elsewhere, okay?
What?
Right.
Wait, what just did...
There's just like an unimaginable... Really quick, you can come and talk to me afterwards, Sal. The things that you are saying are transphobic as fuck. I don't know if you understand that, but you do not...
Did I miss something? Did Leftist Al get blocked or something? Sansoy is just soy, but I think that was Al. Okay, so that was Al saying... People don't choose what makes them feel good or bad. Oh my god. Yeah, there it is. That's...
I don't think you understand
what
the implications.
This debate is missing, basically.
Things that you're saying. It is actual transphobia, the things that you're saying. It is unbelievable that you would come in here and try to fight with Hans about him being a transphobe while regurgitating these...
Oh, wait. Who's saying this? Is this Sam? Saying this to Owl? Can anybody tell... Who's talking? Oh my god. See, this is the other thing. I know y'all like to just do this thing where you're on screen and you're debating on, you know, like it would help to at least have a little Discord icon or something. I should roll back a few. Yeah, that's the only way I'm gonna understand it. Oh well. To each their own.
All right.
There's just like an unimaginable... Really quick, you can come and talk to me afterwards. Coming out of this fucking person. All right.
If they can't choose to be trans... Say that again?
Well, so if people can't choose to be trans, then how do you explain non-binary people that don't experience gender dysphoria?
If they can't choose to be trans... Say that again?
Like if people can't choose to be trans, how do you explain people non-binary people?
I got up to get water.
That don't have gender dysphoria.
Something.
Then they just don't identify with
I'm so sorry. I don't know if I can actually host this fucking conversation because there's some weird No, hold on. There's transphobia coming out of this fucking person. All right? This is really fucking weird.
Bro. All right, fuck. All right, Lefty L. I'm gonna unblock you and we can have our conversation elsewhere.
Okay, wait. So Sansol is saying Lefty Owl is being transphobic. What? I missed that. I thought like Sansol was going off on Hans. Oh my god. I did. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, what's going on here?
I'm going to pour myself a shot of vodka. I'm going to become an alcoholic because of this.
And that's Owl.
It's fine, dude. You can just choose not to be an alcoholic. Alcoholism is arbitrary.
Stupid anarchist. Stupid.
I'm out of nicotine. I have no alcohol. Fuck my life.
I don't understand why it's so hard for people just to say, hey, there are internal preferences that really don't change.
I don't know why it's so hard for people to just accept people as they are and let them live their fucking lives.
Internal preferences that really don't change? Did you just say fuck off to all gender fluid people? Is that what we're doing?
It's a great... You're getting it. Were you here the whole time? Like, were you just Googling? Were you not actually getting water? I'm curious.
No, I was actually going to get water.
Okay, so...
No, I was actually talking to my mods. They just try to give me the... Quick, I gotta defeat him. Give me a good argument.
Can you answer the utility argument then? What are we supposed to say?
What?
If you can choose to be trans,
The utility
why can't we say, like,
argument.
argue for people to say, like, one, I don't have to respect it because you can just choose not to be trans. Or I don't have to respect someone being cis because they can just choose to be trans instead of cis.
Well,
But did you see where you went to first, though, Hans? Did you see where you're automatically, like, almost pulled to was the other way around? Like, you can just, anyway.
If people can't choose to be trans,
He did pull it out of the fire, but...
then how do you explain non-binary people that don't experience gender dysphoria?
If they can't choose to be trans... Say that again?
Like if people can't choose to be trans, how do you explain non-binary people that don't have gender dysphoria?
Then they just don't identify with...
I'm so sorry. I don't know if I can actually host this fucking conversation because there's some weird No, hold on. There's transphobia coming out of this fucking person. All right? This is really fucking weird.
Bro. All right, fuck. All right, Lefty L. I'm gonna unblock
Wait,
you.
did anybody get that? Who's Sansol saying that it's being transphobic? I thought Sansol was going off on Hans earlier, but maybe he was actually worried about what Lefty Owl was saying.
Have a conversation elsewhere, okay?
All right.
There's just like an unimaginable. Really quick, you can come and talk to me afterwards, Lefty Owl. The things that you are saying are transphobic as
The things that who is saying? Oh my god, I'm so confused.
fuck. I don't know.
Does anybody know?
If you understand that, but you do not. I don't think you understand the implications of the things that you're saying. It is actual transphobia, the things that you're saying. It is unbelievable that you would come in here and try to fight with Hans about...
Yeah, it's Lefty Owl. Okay. That's who, wow.
him being a transphobe while regurgitating these dog shit takes that are...
Did Lefty Owl accuse Hans of being a transphobe? Did I miss that? Did that happen, chat? Was there any implication? Was there any attack, made on Hans as being a transphobe? I didn't hear one. I definitely heard the other side. I definitely heard Hans attacking Lefty Owl.
So fucking transphobic, I don't even feel like I can have them on my show without it being like really...
But just have Flamenco on instead, Sansol. I'm sure Flamenco won't say anything transphobic.
fucking bad. Alright?
Or have BPF debate Flamenco on it, then there'll be guaranteed to be no transphobia. Hey, I heard that BPF had a trans panel, right? Guy can't be transphobic if he had a trans panel.
I'm hopping out for a second.
All right.
Okay, then.
Okay, Al.
So Sansoy is the one... Sansol, sorry. We'll say Sansol. Sansoy is Infrared's name for him. We just think it's hilarious that Infrared called him that, so, It's not really a slag against... I'm not actually calling Sansol a soy boy. because there's nothing wrong. Soy is based. Anyway, yeah, wasn't leftist Al just saying, simply saying that gender is a social construct? Am I missing any? Well, see, this is the thing. In a debate, right? They don't just want to say, haha, there's a contradiction in what you're saying, right? You're wrong. My view is superior. My take is superior. They want to say, actually, your point of view could be used to justify Rachel Dolla's no comment chick, and so you believe in blackface. And we're gonna even clickbait with that.
Understand that if we say that it's entirely arbitrary and it's complete choice, do you have to?
I'm not saying that every decision made about gender is a choice.
But you just said you can change your gender. You can be trans. You can choose to be trans.
Yeah, you can.
How?
Like, as I said before, non-binary people that don't experience gender dysphoria. If that's not like a choice, then I don't know, how you can, classify that.
They just don't.
Like
they just don't identify with either gender, and that's their preference, is not identifying with either. They didn't choose that. Like, they just didn't identify with either.
Wait, but if I like chocolate ice cream better than vanilla, then, like, did I choose to get chocolate ice cream, or do I just inherently want to get? I don't know. Like, I mean, technically, it is a choice, and it is based on my internal subjective experience, right?
And how do you explain destiny then?
Explain destiny. Nobody can explain destiny.
So
exactly.
No.
That about destiny.
To the point where his preference is just non-binary. He doesn't prefer man. He doesn't prefer woman. So he's just like, hey, my preference is to really identify with neither of them. That's still a preference. And if he could choose to be one or the other, then I wouldn't have to respect his non-binariness, because it's a choice. He can choose to not be that. I can just say, hey, I don't have to respect.
This is 100%. The two of them have a different idea of what choice means. And even though it seems simple, we all know what a choice is, right? Not in philosophy, right? We're talking about free will here. All right. So some people don't believe choices even exist, right? So, but like, depending on, like, you might mean something different by choice. Like, even if you don't believe in free will, you might think of things in terms of choices, and you might define them differently. I believe that's what we got going on here. Leftist Al and Hans are defining choice in a different way, and they don't realize it, I guess.
Again, you can use this on cis people too. Like, if you're worried about me being a transphobe,
wait.
you could be a cisphobe.
Wait. People can choose what name.
Again, did anybody call Hans a transphobe? Like, I said that he was saying things that would sound to trans people to be transphobic, but I was really, I was super devil's advocate about that, saying that he doesn't necessarily mean that, right? But, like, did leftist Al ever imply that Hans was transphobic? Did I miss that? It's right. He doesn't have to respect other people. His position is super common, especially within the logic bro sphere. What's my stance on free will? Oh my god. I think it is theoretically possible. How about that?
What name they have? They can change their name. Are you going to suddenly?
Are you really saying that names are the same as gender?
No, I'm not saying that they're the same, but I'm just drawing a parallel.
Okay, but like, it's completely like irrelevant. Like, it's superfluous.
Not necessarily.
Explain.
But it might only exist in discrete instances, right? But I don't know. That's not something that I hold logically as much as just something that I feel, right? Is that most of the time the choice that we're gonna make is kind of like the dice are loaded, right? Most of the time, like, we're getting pushed there by, processes, whether, neurological, biological, or combination there. Well, I mean, they're all biological, but like, right, we're getting pushed there. But like, I think that it's theoretical then in a situation where all things balance out, that maybe if there is something else that could tilt the scale, then maybe it could tilt the scale. But like, I'm not saying like a soul or anything necessarily, right? But that's what I mean about it being theoretically possible. I think, yeah. I wonder why people don't ever, like, I never hear that mentioned, the idea that, like, free will might exist but be rarely exercised, right? That we might all be kind of stuck in like a flow, and that there's only certain times that that you can disrupt that flow or you can direct that flow. But if that's true, then those times are, like, you know, almost magical. You know, if maybe we only get a few choices in life, right?
Like if I choose to go by a different name and change it legally, and then someone constantly calls me my previous name, like that's kind of a dick move, right?
I lean towards determinism. Yeah. Like, I mean, I feel like a lot of stuff seems determined, but I'm not convinced that all of it is.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call them transphobic.
I wouldn't either.
Especially if they could just change their name. If you could change your name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're under no obligation to call me Hans. You can call me dumbfuck. You can call me asshole. I don't have to call you out. I can call you fuckstick. I can call you idiot, right? But I don't think either of us would be considered transphobic for not doing that. But what we're saying is that we're invalidating identities because,
right?
And I would say what we're doing that because people can't choose what they choose to identify as. They are either trans or cis or non-binary.
I don't really believe that, because I think people's identities change over time.
In what way?
In every way. Like, I don't believe half the stuff I used to believe. I used to be transphobic, and that changed.
But that's not your gender identity.
Like, yeah, I understand that. But I've also you know, become less, like, attached to the idea of being a man. Like, I think that's changed over time.
Okay.
In one paper of Gestalt of untold factors that have continued, one page of a Gestalt of untold factors that have and continue to influence us. The thing about neurobiology, you decide yourself, and the conscious decision comes later. And also, here's the thing, like, I mean, like, we gotta admit that, like, we're using language. Language is a map. Language is not a territory. Language does not correspond to things, to material things, right? Language points and gestures at material things, at best.
Someone says that there are static parts of our identity and some are transient parts of your identity and states and traits. So if you're just saying, hey, I no longer strongly identify with X.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That's a good way to say it. Subjective experience of ourselves can change, but they can't be forced to change by torture or repair. What do they call it? Something therapy? Do
you understand that if I could say, hey, how about you just keep feeling like X, I don't have to, like, respect your new thing because you can just change it. It still invalidates, like, the existence of people who absolutely need their, like, things validated because they can't change.
This is what sounds like transphobia, but I think that it's like Hans saying, making an argument of, like, this is what a conservative might say. We need to be able to defeat. It's a very Riley argument, right? It's like, you need to hold my viewpoint in order to defeat this conservative viewpoint, right? Conversion therapy, yeah.
Because I think some people cannot change.
The question is whether the identity changes or we just learn more about our identity. My personal experience is the latter. Conversion therapy, yeah. I forgot what it was called. I haven't, like...
Sorry, great message.
It's okay.
Has anybody seen... There's this, like, movie called But I'm a Cheerleader. And it's, like, this girl that got sent to like conversion therapy camp, and it's funny because her excuse for like when they send her off to conversion therapy camp, she's like they're like, you know, you got to get rid of these lesbian feelings, right? And she's like, but I can't be a lesbian, but I'm a cheerleader. Like I don't know, somehow the cheerleader thing is an excuse.
And even if it's like, even if you like your preferences have like changed, that's still like an unconscious choice, right?
Great movie.
You're not like,
I mean,
you're saying like,
it's a really cute movie.
Like my preferences have changed so much, and like for a lot of people who are trans, they like
I think you can learn more, but I also think that for some people it really does change. Yeah, that's the thing, is like I haven't experienced like a change, but who am I to say that it doesn't happen to other people, right? Or even to me at some point, right? I completely agree with Jody. I only realized I'm a gender fey trans woman at 34, but I totally see I've always been. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. I just like, after meeting so many people with different experiences and different, you know, ways of codifying their experience, you know, it's all, you know, part of the subjective, experience of being human. Like I feel I'm always really reticent to impose my experience on others. So
they grow into it over like the course of like their lives, right? But like there's still like that progression. They didn't just up and one day and say, you know, I'm gonna be trans today. It's like it was like a long, steady process of like them like figuring out their identity. They didn't just say, I'm trans today, I'm cis today, I'm a man today, I'm a woman tomorrow. Like, no, that's not what they do. Your identity.
Well, the thing is that if someone, you know, ended up doing that, like just you know, deciding, hey, I want to be a man today, hey, I want to be a woman tomorrow, I wouldn't have an issue with that.
Okay, I know you wouldn't have an issue, but you understand that people who cannot change, that like people like saying the baseline that people can just choose to change is extremely.
That's not what he's saying. He's not saying you can just choose to change any time, right?
Like invalidating, because
no.
And like I don't think that leftist Al is even saying actually I don't know their pronouns. I don't think that leftist Al is even saying that, like, you know, it's a choice in that sense of like, you know, wake up, what kind of shoes you want to put on today, right? It's like more that like, you know, it's arguing for a fluidity. It's arguing for. I don't think Hans is a bigot. He just doesn't know what he's talking about, and therefore puts his foot in his mouth. Yeah.
I'm not saying. So, yeah, people can.
I didn't know that I was non-binary until I knew that there was such a thing as being non-binary. But I definitely was non-binary before, even back in childhood. Yeah, I mean, like that's how I felt. I have met a few trans people though that do think of it as that they were a boy when they were younger and now they're a woman. Like I have met some people that actually, you know, say that, and I just want to kind of hold some space for them.
Choose to change, but I'm not saying that's like inherently good or inherently bad.
I'm not. I would say that it is bad because of like the utilitarian effects of like what that means for the discourse. Because if everyone can change, then literally every person can just say, dude.
Well, it's not like can change, like, you know, like I could be like somebody could be like Big Papa Fascist could come in here and say, no comment, chick, I know you need money. I know you're you know, I know you're like worried about money. You're worried about being able to, you know, like afford to live until somehow COVID is over and the like fitness industry is like a real thing again, like, right? But so here's $10,000, but to get it, you have to convince yourself to be that you're a man. You have to, like, you know, like I couldn't, you know, do that. Like, or I don't know. I don't think that a person, you know, who does like make a quote unquote choice could do that. It's not like that, like, could stop on a dime and choose either one. It's like I don't know. You'd have to ask somebody that, like, you'd probably have to ask somebody who sees themselves that way, right?
Or sorry, dude, ma'am, whatever.
Like Ozma?
What have you. You can just be different. I don't have to, like, in any way change the society for you. We don't have to do like affirmative surgeries, affirmative like medicinal treatment, right? Because I want people, say like trans people, like who want hormones or like say like bottom surgery or like sort of like a affirmation surgery in like other ways to be able to get it. I assume like on healthcare. But if I can just say, hey, fucking like fix it, that feels like a utilitarian argument to say, hey, anyone who like has like any issues in terms of like the gender issues that they can just like feel away and choose to be something else, then I would just say fucking choose to be something else. I don't have to fucking pay for your shit anymore because you can just choose not to be trans.
I think there's a distinct difference between, you know, choosing to be trans and dealing with gender dysphoria.
Say it again.
I said that I think there's a difference between choosing to be trans and choosing to alleviating gender dysphoria. I don't think that being trans is the end all, or I don't think gender dysphoria is the end all be all of being trans.
I'm not saying it is either. People can be trans.
But you're implying that through your argument. You're saying that the existence of people who can choose to be trans.
People can't change at will. They're acting like we have more control over our feelings than we do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is if your feelings change, then like you can change, right? You know, if you felt like a woman at one time in your life, you know, your subjective experience, right? And now you feel like you're non-binary, or you know, like then like that's the kind of change that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about changing my feelings, right? Somebody changing their feelings. They can't make them change the way they they can't. Sometimes they can't. And what's the oh god, the way I could never relate to my cishet friends' relationships for decades before my wife came out as trans so much makes sense in retrospect. I think even if somebody took the deal, unless you could see into their experience, you couldn't say they changed. Just that people who detransition and go back in the closet. But what if it, like, because I think of a detransition as being like somebody who says this was a mistake, or even a lot of times people shouldn't do this, or at the very least like they say I'm not trans, I thought I was before, but you know, right? Versus somebody that's like saying, okay, I felt like a woman, I transitioned to be a woman, and now I feel like that's changed. I feel non-binary, and I'm going to do this, this, and this to like, you know, to affirm that, right?
Invalidates the people that don't choose
If you're trans in the Matrix, you're trans in real life.
to be trans, which it doesn't.
That's what Irene described. What I described sounded like Queen Ozma of Oz, who was a boy in childhood, but a woman later on. That wasn't in the part, the one that got made into, right? Because okay, so if people don't understand, Wizard of Oz is not just the story that you've seen in the classic movie, right? There's what, at least 4 novels or something of Wizard of Oz, Return to Oz, Wizard of Oz, right? And I don't think that we got, no wait, we did see Queen Ozma, didn't we? In the Emerald City. Was that Queen Ozma in the movie? Queen Ozma is in the movie, right? Discreet from people who detrans for life. I have friends, and a lot of the friends I know that have detransitioned, they said, I think this was a mistake, I think that being trans isn't real, or whatever, you know, I think that like traditional values are better. And what it was that people in their life didn't accept them being trans. And so they changed their, you know, stated, you know, gender identity to appease those, you know, those people in their life, because that is one unchecked hierarchy that we deal with, is social hierarchy. Every day our autonomy is violated, not by any sort of hard power, not by a gun to our heads, but as the aggregate forces of those around us socially. And I think that part of being an anarchist is finding ways to defend autonomy from that. You know, I've experienced this has been a big part of what I've learned, you know, streaming, is there's a lot of people that given a chance will, you know, will take that away from you. And they've got to be pushed back on. Lots of novels. It's a very lengthy series of books. 14. Oh, so more than Narnia then.
Can everyone change their gender as they wish? Can they choose their gender at any time? Because that's what it means when it's 100% arbitrary. If you say it's not, then you're.
Why does everything have to be like? What is up with these like, the emphasis on the binary of like it's 100% or 0%? It's like, okay.
I don't think everyone can. Like I said, there are people with gender dysphoria, and they can't really control that. But I think other people can. I think, you know, like I said, there are non-binary people that just, you know.
If gender is like completely arbitrary, why can't you just change your dysphoria, like so that you're not dysphoric anymore?
Well, because gender dysphoria is a mental condition that we've shown that that doesn't
because you like because you feel like you have to be something like the gender that you're like you weren't assigned at birth, or like what have you, or you identify with a gender, right? You're a gender that you are not like you don't feel like you're presenting as, or like you don't feel like as if you are, right? And that's like part of like getting like helping people deal with like dysphoria is like, you know, validating that, saying no, you actually are. You feel it internally. Most of the time people are either presenting it or they're wanting to present as it. And yeah, we're going to help those people. But again, my question is if gender is arbitrary, why do those people choose?
Nothing's wrong with someone choosing. It doesn't invalidate anyone. I don't know why these people need such clean lines. Because their minds have been formed by that social hierarchy, right? And they can't imagine life without it. Sadly.
To not just have their preferred gender be the one that doesn't give them dysphoria.
Well, technically they can. They
can. Left the owl loves it. He just said it. Everyone, you heard it here first. If you have dysphoria, just fucking change your gender. Choose your gender to be the one
just
that you don't feel. Yeah, that's literally what you just fucking said.
No, they can choose to have surgeries, et cetera, to reaffirm their gender identity.
You just said that they could choose to be the gender, so they don't have to worry about like feeling dysphoria.
I mean, I think you said that, like, you know, as I think you're misrepresenting what. Okay, anyway.
Well, no,
they don't need the surgeries. They can
I'm not saying
that.
No.
That's literally not what Leftist is saying.
No, I'm saying they can choose to reaffirm their gender by getting those surgeries and transitioning socially.
Why can't they just choose not to do that though? Why can't they just choose to have like the gender that doesn't give them dysphoria?
Because it's not. Oh my god.
What do you mean?
They could, okay? Let's say it this way. They could choose that, right? But it's the same as you choosing to, let's say you hate seafood. It's like what society was like, no, but like all we have is seafood. We don't want to do any other food. Like that's we're living out on the sea now. We're doing seafood, like, right? You know? And you could choose to say, okay, I guess I'll eat shrimp for the rest of my life, even though I hate shrimp, but you're going to be pretty fucking miserable. Just like you could choose to adopt a identity that is convenient for your fucking society, right? That's easier for your society, but you wouldn't be fucking happy. How hard is this to get? How hard is this to get?
You're saying, if you're saying that gender is 100% arbitrary and people can choose to be
this
different
is the goal that Hans was working towards,
right? Because again, I think we can both agree that gender dysphoria isn't.
These attitudes also make life worse for cis people because it closes everyone in.
It isn't like when you end all be all of being a certain gender, right?
Demon Mama and Riverboat Jack, yeah.
So you can just say,
finding it hard to be charitable, Haas. I want to be fair to everyone. You're not the only one he has that effect on.
Just choose to be a different gender that alleviates your dysphoria. As opposed to doing all the complicated medical work and all the complicated like surgeries and all the complicated stuff. Just choose the gender that doesn't give you dysphoria. Why don't they just do that? That feels so much easier. Or
listen. Okay, here's the deal. If evolution was real, then why aren't monkeys still turning into people? Huh? I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to take a shit, but it's just like that's the level of argument we're dealing with here, right?
And the only other option is they can either do that because gender is a choice.
Either evolution is real and monkeys should constantly be turning into people, or evolution isn't real and
you can
and God made the world 6,000 years ago. Wait, is it 6,000? How many years ago? New Earth's creation?
At any point in time, and I can alternate between being
checkmate, atheists.
A man, a woman, non-binary. Like
tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that, Mr. Scientist. That takes God.
Back and forth like every second of every single day, or they can't.
He's crowing with victory a moment ago.
Underlying there,
yeah,
and us saying that gender is a choice and giving the false impression to people who don't understand that's a choice that they will literally try. We are giving the best argument possible for the fucking conversion camps. You realize that right now, right? By saying that gender is a choice.
Well, that's right, because everybody knows that Demon Mama is wait, what did Destiny say? Demon Mama's horrible for trans rights, or like trans advocates like Demon Mama put all trans people at risk or something. I don't know. It was some fucking shit like that. Like basically Demon Mama causes transphobia was like the gist of it, right? Her argument is so bad that it causes transphobia, and that's kind of what we're getting here. Is it 6,000? Oh my god, really?
People will literally just be like, you can just choose.
Good night, Sabrina. Sorry for the super long stream.
The quote unquote proper gender, and they'll force you to do that. And people can just choose.
If
missed the stream. Hey, you didn't miss much, right? I think there's more interesting stuff happening in chat, honestly. Okay. Is this how the debate ends?
Are we still here? Did my internet cut?
Wait, no, does reality still exist? Wait, are we still here? Is it like okay, just checking.
We're still here.
Oh no, we're
okay.
still
We didn't get sucked into the void yet. Ooh, I love this jellyfish.
Okay, so again, how do we if we agree that gender is a choice, how are we not just providing the biggest fucking layup imaginable for conservatives?
That's what conservatives are like. They're like, hey, leftist. Alley-oop. We're hitting those layups. That's a layup, right? This one? That's a layup, right? Where they do it with one hand. I think I know basketball.
People who don't like trans people just choose the gender you were assigned at birth.
Has anything ever existed? Hey.
Really, that's a thing you can just fucking do.
Hey. Wait, I'm trying to do. Wait, what is this? Hey. What is that from?
What you're saying right now, this actually feels kind of transmedicalist, because you're saying that we have to work.
Well, no, like I think it also is. I think we're kind of lost in the weeds and
Are we gonna get into Blanchard? You're fucking Blanchardian, aren't you, leftist owl? That's how we're gonna cancel. Leftist owl.
Seem incapable of answering, but you'll just call me a transphobe like in Twitter instead. So like, I find it very frustrating.
Is it the Fonz? I thought it was like Adam Sandler for some reason. Basketball is a sport, right? Yeah, because I'm not good at it. If I was good at it, though, basketball would be a way of life.
If you really wanted to just do the dysphoria thing, then we can
like Muay Thai is for me, right?
Hash this out first. So you're telling me that everyone who doesn't experience dysphoria can just choose not to be trans?
Can Hans just choose to have a different personality? Are we jumping the shark? Wait, is shark involved in this?
What?
So I'm asking, if we're not talking about dysphoria, right? We're not talking about dysphoria. Everyone who isn't experiencing dysphoria could just...
Can a shark jump itself, chat? Can a shark jump itself? Did a shark jump itself? Did that already happen? Did a shark take some pretty sus bait and end up jumping itself? Maybe that's the kind of thing we could do for What would you think about that, chat? What do you think about? Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what to do. Like, you know, we got to get enough members, right, to make this meaningful, to have, like, you know, members only streams. But when we do that, what do you think about just really kind of controversial stuff, right? Like the stuff that I usually don't do on my main channel. Yeah, we take on the drama, like, you know, head on, like on those. What do you think of? Does that sound good?
Choose not to be trans.
Jumping the shark stream?
You can just choose to be whatever gender they want, which includes...
Do sharks have free will? They would, but they're swimming in an ocean of perverse incentives, so no. That's my answer.
Includes just not being trans.
Henry Winkler always goes with Adam Sandler on vacations. Interesting. Are they related? Members get access to the files. Yes, we're gonna do that too. Although, like, I feel like yeah, the files, the actual files, like not the fake ones that you might have seen on other people's streams. That those images, like, they probably came from something, and you know, we got a hold of it now, and we're gonna try to redact it and then show you what's actually up there, like what the real files were, where did they stem from. And it's going to be embarrassing for some of these people if it turns out that they stemmed from mods posting links to videos and timestamps in a Discord, because that happens in their Discord too. And so I could go in there and be like, oh, let me make a dossier. Whose Discord is this? Oh, yep, link. There we go. Dossier. There we go. Just save all the files down there. Oh my god, this one's 356 gigabytes. Holy shit. Holy shit. What a stalker. Whose Discord is this? Lumiru? Oh my god, Lumiru's got dossiers on everybody.
I think we might be miscommunicating a bit.
No.
No.
You have been. I think so too.
No, hold on.
There were folders. They had names by them.
Hold on.
I saw that.
Yep. Take however.
I mean, it would have made sense if they corresponded to, like, Discord channels or something. You could at least say that's, like, representative of what was in the Discord, when it's just like, when it's made to look like something it's not.
Need to refrain this. Okay?
No, I'm gonna stop it here. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna reflect and
The files.
Talk with
Absolutely fucking thank you. Fine. Get your dumb ass out of here.
Yeah, we should do that. I've got all kinds of weird ideas, chat. I was, like, thinking of, like, setting up a, like, section of the Discord as Clan Ops, and then, like, maybe, like, within that part of the Discord, like, everybody could be named, like, an OG mod name, and we could just, like, LARP as, like, we're in the Clan Ops doing the bad stuff, like, whatever that. We could maybe figure out what the bad stuff is that I did, right? Via like LARPing, or I don't know. Like, I feel like Clan Ops just needs to be an amusement park or something. At this point, I feel like I need to make Clan Ops into an amusement park. I mean, it was made into like a CIA, like, you know, watch list or something. Let's make it into something fun.
You literally are talking all this shit, and you come on, you can't fucking defend any of your fucking shit, because you haven't fucking thought it through. I have. My position is completely fucking consistent, and I will argue for the rights of fucking trans people. And you are fucking pathetic that you will...
You're a warrior for us, Hans. We don't deserve you. Like, look, Hans is the hero we need. Hans is the cis savior we need. Not the cis savior we deserve.
Literally harassed me for fucking months with this shit. Come on, get basic...
Okay, so there has been back and forth on Twitter, I guess? Is that what...
fucking questions that you probably haven't even thought about because you're in your fucking basic-ass bitch Twitter bubble, and you can't fucking answer them, so you sit silently because you can't reframe the question. Now you're just gonna fucking dip. Yeah, fucking
There's
run away.
Gotta be something bad
because you can't defend your dumb shit ideology. I'm really fucking sorry. I'm gonna be here fucking based as fuck arguing for the rights of fucking trans people because people who are trans cannot choose not to be trans. Have a good one, buddy.
Yeah. Me admitting that I need to think more about it is totally an own. Okay.
This is what pisses me off about debate, bros. It shouldn't be, right? You know? It shouldn't be. And the competitive nature of it, like, skews the role of debate as a fact-finding modality, right? And which I think it could be if it was organically allowed to emerge from discussions. Debate should happen within discussions. If you are discussing something and you're at loggerheads, fine, debate it. But you don't have to think of it as a contest. You could think of it as a quest. It's co-op, you motherfuckers. It's co-op, okay? This is adventure time, and we are on a quest. We are on a quest together to find the truth, okay? What's wrong with that? You want to have fun? Let's have fun together. Instead of tearing each other apart with this politics of personal destruction, Hans. Hans, you could come and play in my Clan Ops theme park too. You know that? What world should we have in Clan Ops though? Like Adventure World, Tomorrow World. What are they in Disney? It's like
so true.
Like, yeah. Okay, buddy.
Go read more theory. Have a good night. All right.
Or it'd have to be grouped by like content creators, like Hassan Land. You know, I think like if somebody was smart, okay, and this is the one thing, like, look, I'm going to tell you my secrets here. This is what I'm afraid of, okay? I'm afraid that some smart, enterprising streamer is going to be able to look at my content. It's going to be able to look at my old content. They might even find a repository chat where someone who's a little bit obsessed with me has downloaded every single thing that I've streamed since at least April. They might even find such a repository on the internet, chat. They could go through that repository, and since I had that Hassan folder, they could find the cancel Hassan stream, right? Because that's gotta exist. They could find the cancel Anavoir stream, because that's gotta exist. They could find all these things, right? If somebody had access to such a large library of NCC's every single bit of streamed content, it shouldn't be hard. Wait a minute. Somebody does have access to that, and it is posted on the internet. And there does exist someone who's been obsessively harassing me since April, and as part of that has recorded and made available, actually I'm not sure if it's available, but she could make available every single bit of, you would think they would have found something on me. Shouldn't they have gotten my channel like banned by now? Like everything I've done. I can't hide anything. If I stream something, I delete something. No, it's not gone. It's there. It's recorded, right? That's my life now, right? If I accidentally leave the stream on after I'm done and I'm like fucking high on weed and saying some stupid bullshit and overstanding shit, right? You know, that's recorded. That's history. And like, if you present it to the streamer, they might even think that I put that on purpose, right? Yeah, she was just this is how she streams, like all fucking kicked back and smoking weed. Yeah, well, I mean, it's sometimes, but yeah, that's my God. Welcome to my world. Welcome to Clan Ops Land. Yeah, it's like Jurassic Park, but for like, sus mods.
All right.
And a very sus streamer.
Oh, that was so fucking fun. Thank you.
I know. I enjoyed it. I came. Okay, so that's the background, right? And then this is oh my God. Hunter Avalon, 12 days ago. Oh my God, no. What can we watch? Should I even try? Or has the stream gone on long enough? I almost feel like, chat, that we should move over to Twitch and play some games. Some games vidya. Wait, can I chat, I just wanted to know if I ever wanted to completely change my identity and say this NCC person is someone I don't even know. They keep on comparing me to this girl that I apparently look just like. but I don't even know who they're talking about. Some terrible woman on Twitch called NCC. Could I credibly change my identity with this here southern voice, this here Southern Belle debutante voice? Chat, do you think little me could get away with that? Do you think I could go full hog on the rebrand? Oracle of Scarlet. I'm going to change it to Oracle of Scarlet. There we go, chat. A great callback to an excellent moment in American history and American cinema. Yes. Yes. That debate was exciting and informative. Let's watch it again! Like a reverse rogue? Wait, what's reverse rogue? Wait, is Rogue Southern? Oh, Rogue is... yeah, right? Rogue is Southern. How do I know that? How do I know X-Men? That's X-Men, right? Rogue? Or is Rogue Sonic? Wait, there's a Rogue... is there a Rogue in Sonic? There's a Rogue, right? Is there a Rogue? There's a Rogue in X-Men. I know that. She has the cool hair. The base hair. The best hair. Rogue. She does seem cool as fuck. I don't know anything about comics though. I honestly. X-Men. Okay. But is there also a Rogue in Sonic? Or is that Rouge? Is her name Rouge? Maybe her name is Rouge. There's a Rogue in Sonic and another one in X-Men. Two separate rogues. I don't know about Sonic, but yes, X-Men can never love a man. What? Oh, in X-Men, she can never love a man? Oh my god. I've discovered my inner Southern Belle. That's right. It was in here all along, y'all. It was in here all along, just waiting to get out. Just like a debutante in West Nashville on a hot summer's eve. I don't know. She can't touch... oh wait, does it hurt them? Like if she touches them or kisses them, it hurts or something? When I was 12, I thought it was so deep. Oh, I keep on... okay, so you're talking about Rogue, yeah, okay. Rogue from X-Men, okay. When you were saying that for a second, I was like thinking of Rogue from Sonic, and I was like, oh my god, poor Rogue. She kills a normal human instantly. Whoa. Okay, so you'd have to be like some kind of high-level superhero. Wait, so does she never get like she can never touch anyone? Like does that ever get like does she ever get helped out in some way? Do they build a suit for her? A suit, then well, okay. A cotillion. Bring the two rogues together. Debutante O'Hara. Oh my god. Okay, that should be my, oh my god. Oh wait, you want something from Clan Ops, don't you? People were talking about Clan Ops. Okay, so one thing that got mentioned in Clan Ops, let me see if I can bring this up. Let me see if I can muster the weird champs. Oh my god, chat, I actually don't know, because it's going to take a special, like, it takes a special voice mod, too. Can we make this happen? And the problem with voice mod is it's like ever changing. Oh, did I delete it? Oh my god, I must have deleted it. Oh yeah, voice mod is basically a virus. I don't know. I don't like that program being on my computer. It does too many things without asking. Do you know what I'm talking about? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Voice mod? It's like a meow. God. Okay, so here's the principle. Like, right, I gotta get it. I gotta get some kind of program to make my voice, like, to change the pitch. To make this work. Oh no, my 14-day trial of Voxel Plus has expired. Fuck me. I wish that, like... I wish that, like, Vocaloid, like, software came with that. Okay, so yeah, what I've got for you, okay, and like if I can't set this up right now, I'll do it soon, okay? But I have a secret VTuber that was mentioned in the anti-NCC manifesto as being somehow sus. Like, right? I didn't, you know, link my account to that account, and it had like 3 videos on it, right? And they were all just kind of shit posts, right? But somehow that's sus. Do you see what I mean? If you take something and say it's like a manifesto or it's a twit longer and you fill it up with garbage, it's just like if you have like a, like, say I was like, I got all this like stir fry for you, right? And you're like, oh, that's a lot of stir fry. Yeah, sign me up. How much is that? I'm like, I'll charge you $20, but look at that. That can feed your whole family. And you're like, oh, hell yeah. And you open it up and it's like 90% cabbage. Did I really give you $20 worth of stir fry? Or did you just buy a shitload of cabbage? Well, a lot of streamers found themselves in the position of buying a shitload of cabbage. And I'm not even sure if there was stir fry in there. I mean, I'm sure there's something you could stir fry, but... maybe? You just, the thing that sucks is like you do not get the effect. You do not get the effect of the character without the voice. There it is, okay. Because, like, the voice is how I came up with the character. Like, right, so basically I was messing around with, like, messing around with, like, VTuber stuff, and there it is. Oh, that's her news desk. There we go. Okay, that's where she should be. Trying to give you the full effect here. Oh, wait a minute. I think I can. Okay, wait. Maybe I can still do this. I don't even know if I've got this on here though. All right, let me check it out. I'll at least show you the VTuber. It's just like I'd hate to. Oh yes. Wait, no. Okay, I can maybe make this work. Oh shit, but I have to disable my webcam. What I really need is like a OBS plugin that lets me raise my pitch on my voice. Okay, so let's see. Here's what I'll do. I gotta go bye-bye. Look, I disappeared. Oh my god, what happened? I disappeared. And then oh, that's how they get you to upgrade. Okay, I'll show you this, like, oh my god, this is kind of cool. Okay. This is neat. Okay, you're gonna like this. If you stick around, you're richly rewarded. Rewardly, whatever I'm trying to say. You're gonna like it if you stuck around. Okay, so here's what we're doing. Hi, everybody. I can't do the voice. Hi, everybody. It's Miss Umbrellas. And I'm here to tell you that I want to steal your umbrellas. Eventually, I want all the umbrellas. And I'm super sus. This is definitely an account that could be misused, right? You could see why people would be worried about this. It really speaks to just how manipulative and dishonest that I am, that I would have a VTube account like this and not even share it with you, right? You all have seen like my other VTuber, right? But you haven't seen this. I've been holding out on you. And that in and of itself, I would say, is pretty evil. Like that? No? Oh, look, we can do that. No. Nope. I'm like, how do I adjust the size? Oh, yeah, there we go. Hi. Oh, there we go. Yes, yes. Ah, that's better. Okay, so normally I would have a very high voice as well. God, everything's fucked up here. Like shrink this down and then resize this. Yeah, there we go. This is the Miss Umbrella's show, okay? There we go. That's how it's supposed to look. Okay. Oh wait, and you're not seeing this, are you? Here we go, chat. Okay, so hi everybody. It's Miss Umbrellas. As you can see, I have to kind of talk a little bit differently in order to get my face to move with the proper emotion. And yeah, like so Miss Umbrellas, who is she? She wants your umbrellas. I don't know, she just wants umbrellas. She wants to steal them all. She's super greedy. She's evil. She's really evil. I think that's what like got people's attention as far as needing to put this in clan ops, right? Right, needing to include the fun VTuber that I made and we played with as some kind of a secret operative. I don't know what Miss Umbrellas was supposed to do. Like, I think we joked around about her going on like a panel, and you know, because I had the voice mod, people wouldn't know that it was me, and we never did that. I don't even know if that would be sus. I think that sounds like fun to me. I don't know, chat, but for some reason this was gonna be cancel fuel. This was gonna cancel me. This right here, yeah. This is why NCC bad. So, I mean, if you think that this is like a, you know, kind of a cherry that I'm picking, this is an outlier that like, oh yeah, but like everything else in there was like legit, like scary, right? No, actually, there's more of these cherries than you could imagine. They left us a virtual orchard of cherries to pick from to demonstrate, you know, how much this was a 20-page term paper loaded up with fluff designed to be 20 pages, or in this case 50 pages, but not really containing anything of substance, right? Kind of an exercise in academic futility, if you will. So you think it makes me seem cool? You think it makes me seem cool? No, I'm very evil. Evil Miss Umbrellas. And the world needs to be protected. So thank God there were like whistleblowers, right? I mean, they didn't like really blow the whistle like while they were working for me. It was after they were fired. But then they realized that I was up to no good. Yeah. Then they realized that Miss Umbrellas was actually quite dangerous. Before they had laughed at her, enjoyed her antics. I think the worst thing that she ever said was like that that Jamie Spears, Britney Spears' dad, is like a genius for being able to milk money off of her for all those years. And, you know, that he should sign over the conservatorship to Miss Umbrellas so that he could, I don't know, so that she could be the new conservator. So she's evil. She's not good. She's she's not a hero. Okay. She's not, you know, she's evil. That's pretty much established. But she also is good at roasting people who are likewise evil, like, you know, Britney's dad. So, I mean, that's kind of what I used her for. And you can go over and check it out right now. Everybody go check out Miss Umbrellas. Let me give Miss Umbrellas a shout out. Thank you for appearing on my stream today with me, Miss Umbrellas. Thank you for, you are my other self. And I am another yourself. Miss Umbrellas. In Lakash, Alakin. And that's the Oracle of Maya. Yeah? No weird suicide, mechanic in the game. Just, I am thou and thou art I. Just what you'd expect from a Persona game. I don't know if you know this, but when you play Persona 5, one of the first things that you do is that you sign a waiver that says, I know this is just a game. And I think for some people, they might have placed a little too much importance in the game that I was playing, because that was another thing that was used to that calling myself Oracle of Maya was like a low-key suicide threat. I mean, there's some fucked up shit in here, chat. It really says more about the authors than it does about the subject, though. Dark little hearts. Anyway, meow. What if in 50 years being a mod paid like a union job? Oh my god, that would be sick. Is Miss Umbrella's more of a dom or a sub? Let's see. I mean, oh no, she's a dom. Oh my god, yeah, she's a dom. She's a dom. For a second, yeah, I was thinking top or bottom, but like, no, she's a dom. She's definitely a dom. I saw some pretty disturbing stuff being posted in other mod chats. Oh, Vamps helped with the creation of the character. Kind of pissed off someone would be spiteful as to ruin it all by crying about the character in a tell-all. I mean that's what you got to do if you want to cancel NCC, though. You know, you got to get our VTuber. That's the you got to get our secret VTuber. The bat in the hair. Wait, do I still have my? Oh my god. She said, okay, wait, can I fix this? There's one little bit of bling that she's missing here. Let's see if I can get it back. Avatar and paint. Yes. Yes, there it is. There it is. Do you see it? Okay, I knew she was missing something. There we go. That's what makes me different than any other Anne from whatever this is, VTube editor. Yeah. That's what makes me different. That's what makes me special. Is I've got the little heart. That's how you know I'm Miss Umbrellas and not just some regular old Anne. So anyway, let's see. What are we doing here? Video and... Oh my god. Activate. Huh? Oh my god, did I just fuck up my, like... Oh, that's right. Okay, so, yeah, I gotta actually... They've got my webcam. Okay, so I gotta turn this off. Exit out. Is gonna be... Is it gonna be... Okay, close the program, yeah. I was afraid the program was gonna be cursed, and, like, I would be stuck as Miss Umbrellas forever. Hey, chat, I'm back. Yay. Back from the Shadowverse. There we go. We got everything back. We're good. We're good. But let me show you. Let's see if we can find her stuff. Because that actually that's what I should have done. I don't know why I wanted to get. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know. Just like here's my secret VTuber. Like, right? You know, it's so secret that I'm showing it to everyone. my god, let's learn Japanese with Miss Umbrellas. I remember the audio not being great for this one.
Why should you learn Japanese in particular?
Why
Have you ever
Japanese?
heard of Pokemon, Mario, or PlayStation?
Wait, you're talking my language, bitch? Oh my god, yes!
Japanese pop
You
culture
know me so well! Oh my god.
that are loved by
Yes.
people from all over the world
You
who
got
created
me.
in Japan. Not everything gets
Well,
translated
here's
either, so unless you
church.
know Japanese, you're missing out on a lot of amazing things that Japanese pop culture has to offer. So clearly, there are many, many reasons why you should learn Japanese. Okay then.
Okay, I'm convinced. You got me. You're right. You're right.
Well, it's as simple as learning your first word in Japanese and building up
So
from
that's
there.
right.
The good news, though, is that you already know some Japanese.
Meow.
Yes, that's true.
Samurai, karaoke. These are words that
Karaoke.
are in English, but the
I don't
reverse is also
pronounce
true.
it correctly,
Many
but I
English words
know
also make
it.
their way into Japanese. Ice cream, beer, bata. In fact, 10% of all Japanese words used today come from English. This means that you already know a little more than 10% of all the words that exist in Japanese.
Oh yes, I know these words. Oh my god! Yes, this kind of Japanese word, you know. Grande sponsor, no takio desu. Okarishimasu. Yes, I do know these kind of words.
I didn't even realize, but she's like a glitch bot. She's a total glitch bot.
It means thank you
Chat,
in
do you
Japanese.
exist again?
That's a useful phrase.
And
Can
if
you
so,
explain
do
a
you
little bit
know
about what these characters are, though?
of these Japanese words?
The Japanese writing system called kana.
The ones that
And
are
it's not as
English
hard as it looks.
words.
Japanese doesn't use alphabetical letters in its writing system like English does.
Okay, so yeah, that's learning Japanese with
Hey, Irene. So, I want to watch some video with ya. Can we watch some video? We got the video. Okay. I got vid, I got ya, and I got Miss Umbrella.
used to train. Oh, used to make scans. Wow,
Totally not available. And
thank you. I like I appreciate scans.
we're gonna have some fun today.
Or wait, do you mean like in a like professional?
We're gonna try out something a little bit new, which is watching a video in a brand new way. It's exciting. Are you excited? I'm excited. You better be excited, you sexy shuffle bun. Are you excited? I'm excited. How excited are you to watch me acquire an infinite number of umbrellas? Are we watching a Momo? Oh, well, should we?
You were in a
I
scanlation
met one today.
group back in
He's
2010.
like, God, go. I thought I was evil. Holy shit! Oh my god! I don't want to say that she's a Momo because I don't know. I feel like I might cease to exist if I displeased her in some way. So yeah, I think we should be careful with that one. That one's yeah. Definitely don't want to get on her bad side.
Is she talking to chat? I wonder. Wait. She's talking to chat about some other Momo doll.
So, what we got
Oh,
here?
I think I know who she's talking about.
Something kind of amazing. Let's take a look here. Okay,
A Gotham style character, Harley Quinn energy.
This is the passage of time, like just.
Okay, so check this out. She just wants to watch the end of the universe. That's all, chat. Wait, why can't I see her that well? Okay.
Even darkness and silence. Even this umbrella. Is that? I was not gonna say Momo. Meow, 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 meow.
Oh yeah, I mewed. Chat, that was like a dead Get Boy. I actually meowed.
Okay, we're taking a journey, traveling exponentially doubling our speed every 5 seconds. The vision of the future is stolen and evolved is filled for more clues, but the universe has only begun?
The Holocene has ended.
No.
What we do
Why
now
are other people talking? I just want to let the universe end. Can we just do that?
The next few
You don't think she's scary? Wait, let's watch the Britney Spears one.
Really checked out enough, really.
conditions modern humans have ever
Oh, she reacts to JoJo's. She reacts to the JoJo's trailer.
Hey everybody, it's Umbrellas here.
Meow.
Free Brittany. That is what I have to say to you on this fine day. Free Brittany from her tyrannical father and this horrible conservatorship that she suffered under for so long.
See, she's pretty evil.
Jamie Spears.
She's pretty evil.
You, motherfucker. Listen. Listen. Okay, everybody else mute. I'm talking to Jamie. I'm talking to Brittany's dad. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, we're good. Jamie. From one evil Momo to another, I gotta say, player, can recognize Game. You are one evil son of a bitch. Wow. You're spending your daughter's money on your own legal defense so you can keep her under your conservatorship? You're spending $500,000 on a PR team to make it seem like you're not just completely using her and extracting all of her. Holy shit, my dude. But listen, the gig is up, alright? It's over. You can't do this anymore, alright? So you need to transfer the conservatorship to Miss Umbrella. Okay, everybody can come back in now. Everybody can come back in. It's fine. We got this worked out. I talked to Brittany's dad, and he's gonna bring this chapter to a close. So that Miss Umbrellas can begin her tyrannical reign as Brittany's new conservator.
I told you, she's...
Oh my god, I'm gonna buy so many umbrellas. I'm
Still not a Momo. Oh wait, I should have put that... Oh fuck. No, it won't, like...
Momo. Hi. By the way, I'm still not a Momo.
That's...
God, I'm gonna buy so many umbrellas. I'm still not a Momo, by the way. In case you were wondering. Not a Momo. Hi.
So, this is the original Miss Umbrellas. Does Shark know about this? I know, right? This would have been the stuff to cover. Like, listen, if you want to do Shark, if you want to do, like, I know you made you did big numbers off that Achilles Argyle video way back. I think this could be your next Achilles Argyle. Place a bid on this hot number, Shark. Place a bid on it, you know? So when she first emerged, like, she was way too high. I mean, her voice was way too high. She had less umbrellas. Look at that. She only has 2 umbrellas here. And there's a snipping noise that's actually, it's this. It's my keyboard going like, I was going like, for some reason, with my keyboard, and it sounded like scissors. It sounded like, you know, just snip, snip. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. This is the one right here, though.
Hey everybody, it's Miss Umbrellas. I'm back once again, reacting to your request. Okay, so you've been telling me that you want me to react to this anime, okay? Let me get this title right, because it's really long. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6 Stone Ocean. Is that everything?
Yeah, I think they got me on this one, though. I'm pretending I don't know what JoJo's is, right? That's pretty sus.
Did I get the whole title? Okay.
This is what they meant when they said I was dishonest and manipulative. Clearly they were right. Damn. Damn, I thought I would be vindicated by this, but, like, this is really gaslighty. And girl bossy. Chat, is it also gatekeepy? Zenith was right!
It's very
about nothing, ever.
complicated, but let's give it a watch. What is this about? Okay, it's raining.
Oh wait, really? Did I not make it bigger? Oh, I did, good.
Ooh. Okay. Wait, so 15 years... Oh, she's sentenced to 15 years in jail. I was gonna say, she... I didn't... Okay, I get it. Green dolphin? Oh, because she's got green hair, I guess. Everything is green. Well, okay.
I'm getting gaslit, gatekept, and girl bossed by my own VTube character, Kappa.
Ow! Damn!
That was literally in the... By the way, those words, gaslit, girl boss, gatekeep, are used to describe me in the anti-NCC manifesto.
Cost your life.
Unironically. They're not, it's not even like, you know, they put a little shitpost in there for fun. No, these people have no sense of humor. They don't know what fun means. Many of them seem to be extremely paranoid.
Like a women in prison movie. Baseball? Okay, what? No. Why is there a kid in prison? What is this? Okay. What is that? It looks sharp. Ow! Damn! Give you this if you were in trouble. What's she gonna give her? A Kamehameha? Okay, that's her dad. FF. Emporium?
Yeah, this is what I was canceled for.
Weather forecast!
This is clearly manipulative and
Narciso Anastasio Jojo Cujo. Oh wait, that's that guy from I've seen that guy. I know this guy. Wait, the guy with the hat. I'm certain this is happening in this prison. What? Oh no! Oh my god! Okay, I hope they're not going there. Jeez. I'm certain this is happening in this prison. A man devised the whole thing. That traffic accident.
And Chad, I want to say again that like, yeah, like, you know, I don't want to, I'm not placing blame on anybody, you know, in this thing specifically because I know that it seems like some of them were kind of manipulated and made paranoid. They didn't know it, but the person that they went to help them, you know, figure out what to do about evil Irene was the person doing the harassment. So she was able to manipulate them by like you know.
Okay, so she was in a
like this was when we were getting like, you know, 20 or more Discord messages from alt accounts. Some of them would be impersonating our mods, some of them would be impersonating me. Like it was just this fucked up thing, and it was vile. It was some of the most vile and personal shit I have ever had directed at me. So I can only imagine what the mods were getting, you know, at the time. But yeah, they kind of ran right into the wolf's mouth.
Traffic accident. She got sent to jail, and now there's a thread coming out of her hand. Oh, cute hair. What?
Definitely a threat to Twitch politics. I know, right? Like, imagine if she goes on Prime Kai. Like, what are they gonna do?
Slug in her eye. Came here to get you out. He's gonna bust her out of prison. Yeah, that's that guy. That's that guy. The yada guy. The stand-up. Yes, I know what this is. This is. Oh wait. JoJo. Yeah, I know this. Wait. I mean, I know this from memes. Stone Ocean. Atashi wa kono ishi. Okay, I can learn Japanese from this. Yeah. No, I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch this. This looks good. Okay. That was interesting. Thank you for the recommendation. Stellar Pretzels. That was a good call. Thank you, Stellar Pretzels. Yeah, keep them coming. Let me know in the comments. Do you want me to react?
I gotta say, that's my favorite commenter, Stellar Pretzels. If only I could make Stellar Pretzels an NCC fan. They're great.
Something else?
Unfortunately, it's a member of Miss Umbrella's community, not of mine.
Some other JoJo stuff? I could do that, and maybe I'll have to watch. Do I have to watch all 6 parts to get this one? Let me know down in the comments, as always. Leave a like if you enjoyed this video and you want to see more like it, and subscribe, bitches. Totally not alone.
Chat, I'm like half convinced that Miss Umbrella's like I mean, these are short videos, so they're easier to make, but I feel like I do Miss Umbrella's like more professionally than I do more professionally than I do this stream. Like, it almost seems like it, right? So I guess there's no reason not to just go ahead and subscribe to her, since I'm Since I'm not hiding her anymore. She's no longer a secret, she's no longer my dirty little secret. There she is. There's definitely some production value. Well, it's just like everything kind of came together really easily. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of like finding the like, because some of the shit I mean, you see this image in the like intro and the outro. It's really kind of cheap, like, right? This intro thing, right? Like, do you see it's like super like low res and stuff? That's because it's like blown up from the picture. It's literally like part of the picture in the background of Miss Umbrellas, right? And it's like team, judgment, trust. It's kind of funny because it's, you know, it's all these words that would be in a motivational poster and they're like coming at you, right? And like, and then yeah, like everything about it just like came together super easily. Like the concept was just there.
It's Umbrellas here. Free Brittany. That is what I have to say to you on this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's cute, evil. Yes, you got it. It's Yami Kawaii. That's a thing. Yeah. And she rocks that Yami Kawaii. She is the yummiest of the kawaiis, the most kawaii of the yamis. She's great. Yeah, I fucking love Miss Umbrellas. Yeah, I do need to figure out like a permanent voice solution. Because why do I look like my face is like red? Okay, that's not that's the lighting, or that's the I gotta fix my camera. My face is not really this red. Yeah, I look like a what is it, like Harajuku? Is that what this is called? Anyway, it's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to do that, chat. I'm not trying to do that. Yeah, she's definitely Yami Kawaii, and yeah, we could like get. I mean, like I should probably do further, like, you know, further adventures of Miss Umbrellas, and maybe even integrate her to this. What do you think, chat? If I had like Miss Umbrellas on Bird Brains, would you watch a Bird Brains with me like interviewing Miss Umbrellas, talking about like clan ops and the secret? What is it like to live in clan ops, Miss Umbrellas? Well. Okay, so here's my plan. I'm gonna move it over to Twitch, and I'm gonna play some games, because I'm sitting my ass on this yoga ball today, like, right? I guess. I don't know. I gotta move around so I'm not like super stationary, but like I need to play some video games. So I'm gonna do that over on Twitch, because like we've like got what, how many hours? We got a 6 hour and 30-minute VOD. That is a healthy VOD. That is a growing young VOD. That is a Demon Mama-esque VOD, I might say. No, Demon Mama would be like 8 hours or 9 hours, but whatever. We don't have a poop sock, okay, here. That's Demon Mama technology. We haven't mastered that yet. So, but anyway, yeah, we're gonna go over to the Twitch, and we're gonna play some video games. So, check us out over there. Like, I should play it as, if I could find that voice mod, I would play video games as Miss Umbrellas, because that would be really fun to do. Like, I love doing like VTuber with like video games. For some reason, that just really. Anyway, I've kept you here long enough. Meow, 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 meow. And make sure to like and subscribe, and make sure to join if you want, and you can become part of Clan Ops yourself. And that's what, yeah, like, I don't know. I had this vision where like we have it as like a area of Discord for subs, right? And it's basically like a theme park for like sussy bakas, right? So you can be your very own sussy baka. You can choose a name of an actual sussy baka that was once in Clan Ops, or you can make up your own character. Like, you know, like, what do you think a mod from NCC should be like, right? Whatever, you know, you could be that mod. You can live that like adventure of Clan Ops while it existed, right? And yeah, like learn more about science. Anyway, I'll see you over on Twitch. Meow.